I'm ready if you are, Miss.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Welcome to this special meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Today is June 30th, 2020. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Ms. Clerk, will you do a roll call, please? Make sure we're all here.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon is absent. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
And Mayor Murillo.
Here. Thank you very much. This special meeting is focusing on our COVID-19 activities, watch, and we have a couple of special guests from the county. So we will start by having a presentation from them, and then we'll take public comment after that. Barney Malekian is with the county administration, and he has a 2:30 appointment. So we'd like to get Mr. Malekian and Nancy Anderson with the county executive officer up and giving us a presentation. I have slides, Ms. Clerk. I'm not sure if you or Mr. Four. There you go. Okay. And are our guests ready?
Mayor Murillo and members of the council, good afternoon, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk with you today.
Thank you.
I'm joined by my colleague, Nancy Anderson. We're both Assistant County Executive Officers. I'm going to just talk briefly on the issue of public health data and some questions that I know will probably come up about discussions about beach closures and whether or not those are going to take place. And Nancy has been working for weeks on the issue of recovery issues that I think will be of interest to everyone as well. So I think I have to say next slide, I guess. Today we'll just cover the countywide data. Ignore the bullet point about the mandate to close bars. Nancy will talk about that along with some other issues. And we'll show you where we are with regards to the state public health monitoring status. Next slide. So what you have in front of you is the Santa Barbara County cases, total cases. There's the blue line across the top, as you can see, is a steady rise. And the active cases, which in some ways is more significant, is down down towards the bottom. It's the light blue line, and it's actually stayed relatively flat for the last 10 days, which is what this reflects. And this data is through yesterday. Next slide. This is by cities and areas within the county. What I assume would be, as you can see, the greatest number of cases is in Santa Maria. That rise has been steady. We believe, public health believes, that the factors there are among the agricultural workers, and the fact that there is higher density housing in the Santa Maria area. Santa Barbara cases have also risen steadily, but not as dramatically either in terms of scale or number. Next slide. The numbers that are, there's a couple of numbers, and we'll come back to them in a second, that are most significant in terms of how we are evaluated by the state. And one is the issue of how many people are in the hospital and how many people that are in the hospital are in the ICU, and how that relates to our overall county hospital capacity. As you can see, there are 53 people in the hospital, of which, as of the day before yesterday or 2 days ago, 53 people in the hospital, 20 of whom were in ICU. and that's well below our countywide hospital capacity in terms of what we're looking at. Next slide. This is the 3-day hospitalization rate, which is another metric that the state uses to evaluate us in terms of whether or not we're on the watch list and subject to reclosure. And this one has actually been quite good for us, especially over the last few days. Next slide. One question that comes up pretty continually is the issue of how many positive cases and what is the positivity rate, both in the countywide, which is the green bar, and at the federal prison, which is aggregated out. We're at about 6.1%, and our statewide threshold is 8%. That means 6.1% of the people who are tested for COVID have tested positive. And as long as we stay below 8%, we're below the state's metric on that. Next slide. And then lastly, before I talk about beaches for a second, these are the state monitoring metrics that the state uses to evaluate where we are. And as you can see, we have been on what our public health department refers to as the watch list. I think the state has a much longer acronym, which I don't recall. We just have always called it the watch list. And as you can see, of the 6 categories, in 5 of them, the county is in good shape. The one area of concern is the case rate per 100,000 population. So our threshold is somewhere in the neighborhood of around 112 for the county in terms of active cases, and we're at about 122.5. So that was the one area of concern that put us on the list. The question that has come up today, before I turn it over to Nancy, is the issue of beach closures. As you may be aware, Los Angeles County announced that they were going to close beaches. Ventura County is still debating it, but our understanding as of about 30 minutes ago is that they will probably do what they're calling a soft closure. I'm not quite sure what they mean by that, but I assume it may mean that they're closing their parking lots or doing what they did earlier this year, where they allowed people on the beaches, if they were engaged in activity, walking around, moving up and down, but not being stationary. It's our public health department's belief and the county's belief that we don't need to close the beach. We do think that there needs to be a stronger messaging campaign, which we intend to engage in, essentially reminding people that what we really want to do is keep the beaches open for the entire summer. Because this is really the first hot weekend since summer has begun. If this approach is not successful, at some point we may have to close the beaches, and it'll be for much longer than just a weekend. So we're trying to avoid that. We do intend to increase signage, and we do intend to increase enforcement in the county areas with the sheriff's office, with the lifeguards, and with park rangers to make sure to remind people about social distancing, about congregating with people outside of their immediate family groups. And we will evaluate how that goes. There is nothing in the public health testing data that has suggested that the beaches are a source in and of themselves of transmission. And with that, I will turn it over to, I don't know, Mary.
Mr. Melikian, if I might, because I know you have to leave at 2:30. The transmission is not taking place in outdoor areas. Is that what I'm hearing from you? So can you describe for the public how transmission of the virus is taking place? I think people are looking for assurances that the beach is a different kind of place where the virus is not being spread. Go ahead, please.
And I don't think, and the public health director and the public health officer have been very definitive about not trying to identify a specific source for the transmission of the virus. They use the term, the two biggest areas that in terms of categories that they use are congregate settings, which included places like the federal prison, households that are closely packed together, and workplaces where people are in close proximity to each other. The second rate is community transmission, which is a very generic term for basically just being out and about and with people. There is no indication that the beach has been a particular source of spread, which is not to say that it is. I'm not suggesting for a second that it is somehow exempt, but I am saying that there's no indication that in and of itself the beach is a source of transmission, and which is why you hear this continual emphasis on washing your hands, wearing face coverings, and avoiding being in close proximity to people other than outside of your immediate family group. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any other council members popping on, so Ms. Anderson, please give us your report. We're grateful that you're here, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. So just to give you an update on our RISE business recovery information, we typically provide this to our board on a weekly basis. The state changes over the past week. We've had personal services added to our self-certification as of Friday, June 26th. The state has added recreational team sports to their list of not yet open. And they are recommending our public health officer reclose bars within our county. The public health orders over the past week and a half, we initially started with 2020-12.1. This was issued June 26th to accommodate the personal services added to opening in the county. And then yesterday they issued order 12.2, and this replaces 12.1, and this accommodates the closure of what we call our beverage industry within the county of Santa Barbara. Next slide. And so the new health order that's been issued is effective at 5 p.m. on July 1st. So this is Wednesday. We're trying to provide as much warning as we could to this sector. We know that there are a lot of challenges in order to get organized to either close down or accommodate through alternatives that the state was providing through this recommendation. It does exclude wineries and tasting rooms. That is a big question that we've had over the past 24 hours. So it does not apply to those two sector areas. And the businesses can remain open if they qualify and self-certify as a dine-in restaurant as an alternative. This we were allowing this with the wineries and tasting rooms several weeks ago prior to the sector opening. And so we are allowing that, and the state has recommended an alternative to accommodate that for these sectors if they can fall within that dine-in restaurant criteria. We are referring over to environmental health, anyone who has questions within that sector, to help them walk through the process and know what they need to do in order to comply by Wednesday. Next slide. So where are we at now? Here's, we are in stage 3 and continue to be, but we have updated that the beverage industry is somewhat split. It's the split between the wineries only, which can continue to self-certify if they have not already, and follow that beverage industry guideline. However, brew pubs, bars, breweries, and lounges are now reclosed unless they're able to open as a dine-in restaurant under that criteria. We also have several sectors that are continuing to wait for guidelines. Remember, the state has indicated through their resilience roadmap that they will dictate how a business will open, and your local PHO will determine when that happens. So we still have higher education, recreational team sports was just added, live theater, saunas, steam rooms, and nightclubs, and those larger venues that have not yet been addressed by the state or CDPH. Next slide. So here are some of the numbers that we typically provide to our Board of Supervisors. As of today, we have about 3,400 businesses that have submitted countywide on our self-certification process. And most of those tend to be within the city areas. And unincorporated, we have about 277 businesses, which is about nearly 57% of what we would typically have within our unincorporated area. And the top 3 of our top 10 industries continue to be dine-in restaurants, retail stores, and office workspaces. I do have highlighted here the beverage industry. There's 103 businesses that are self-certified and impacted by the closures on Wednesday. Next slide. I also took that same information and broke it out specifically for the city of Santa Barbara. Your city has approximately 1,500 submittals through our process. In line with the county-wide numbers, we're seeing that dine-in restaurants, retail, and office workspaces are at the top. We do have 27 beverage industry folks within the city areas, and we have 47 of the personal services that have been added since Friday. Next slide. I think we're on to questions, so I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you both. I'll start with the question and then invite my council members to pop on. Ms. Anderson, wineries and tasting rooms are excluded. Can you explain why? Thank you.
Sure. The public health officer had concluded, and I think they were hearing this from the CDPH folks as well, is that they're really concentrating on the bar type situations where folks are meeting other people. They're not going with their own private group, which is a little bit more isolated. Wineries tend to have more space and oftentimes are in the outdoors. And felt like that that venue was at least at this time not what they were focusing on.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, your questions for this folks? Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's actually nice to see your faces after listening in on legislative calls, and now I can put a face to the names. I have a couple questions. One about, so I'm not understanding, I guess, the difference between nightclubs and bars, like why a nightclub would still be not risky for community transmission, but a bar would be, I guess. And then, you know, if we have 354 dine-in restaurants, I don't have the slides in front of me, so I'm trying to, some notes from what was here. And then only 27 beverage industry. I'm not sure if that's right from the slide or not. In Santa Barbara, the 27, it doesn't seem like that's maybe enough of a closure to make an impact compared to the 354, I guess, yeah, on this one. And then I guess I have a question, why would adding food to that change the dynamic of it? So if we take a brewery and add food and then it can be dine in, why is that less risky in terms of transmission? So that's one question. And then the other is about the beaches, is if Ventura's soft closure opening, do we have concern that we're going to get so compressed like we did on Memorial Day weekend? You know, it's not just a regular hot weekend, it's 4th of July weekend. And if all the other beaches are closed in the surrounding areas, I'm really concerned about seeing a flood of people to the area at the beaches. So those two things, if you could answer for those.
You want me to go
Nancy,
first, Barney?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in regard to nightclubs and bars, so they're looking at both of those would be on the not open list. They're looking to eliminate that type of gathering where it's inside, and once people start drinking, they get in, you know, there's less, you know, control over one hygiene and how in the social distancing concept, and that's what they're trying to eliminate. Essentially, dine-in restaurant guidelines are very different than I shouldn't say very different, but they are different in how you have to social distance, how you have to keep people isolated. Typically in the bars, nightclub type environment, there are people that aren't coming together, interacting, which is exactly what they're trying to avoid. And all of that is outlined specifically by CDPH. So they're focusing very much on this bar type scene and less on restaurants. I don't know what that's going to be a week or 2 weeks from now, but they're starting here. And this is what we're having to do. So the dine-in guidelines are definitely involve more social distancing than what the other venues were providing.
Go ahead.
And council member, I'll wait. I don't know if you had another question for Ms. Anderson.
Oh.
If not, with regards to the beaches, we had a lengthy discussion about that, and we're well aware of the compression possibility, but we really feel that there are a lot of people for whom, quite frankly, with the beaches are their maybe their main form of recreation, and on a weekend like this one, we think the increased signage, the increased messaging, and most importantly, perhaps the increased enforcement in terms of ensuring that people are maintaining the appropriate distancing, we think that it will work. And as I said, we have no indication from our public health data that suggests that the beaches have been a source of spread. And a big part of that messaging piece, and I'm going to repeat myself on purpose, which is that we're really challenging people to remember that it isn't just for this weekend, it's for the entire summer, because if people can't hang on to these rules and practice these things, it may become necessary to close the beaches, and it'll be more than just a weekend, and we're really trying to avoid that.
Thank you. And are there any recommendations on the pathways down to the beaches? Those are where it's so narrow. I'm thinking of Butterfly Beach or Hendry's, you know, it's the pathway down to the beach where you can't quite get the distance.
We're going to work with the city partners so that we try to have some standardized signage and some standardized messaging, as well as a presence certainly at the county beaches, and we're going to ask the cities of Santa Barbara and Carpinteria to work with us on this, basically to kind of admonish people to sort of stay apart. But your point is a very good one.
Thanks, and I would add that the governor's order to wear a mask whenever you're within close distance to people would apply on the trails and pathways and the parking lots related to the waterfront area. Any other city council members would like to ask questions of Mr. Melekian or Ms. Anderson?
I have a question regarding mask.
Go ahead.
So I have a lot of community members emailing me and calling me about masks and how concerned they are, because we are a tourist attraction place, and like we mentioned, there's beaches that are being closed in other cities, and people are coming here, and the residents are really afraid that, you know, some of the people coming here have, you know, the virus and they're not using masks. What are we doing to enforce the wearing of the mask, and how important is it?
It's regarded as very important. I mean, it really is of critical importance, particularly if you're in proximity to other people. It is important, I think, for everyone to, and this may sound like a semantic distinction, but we're really talking about face coverings, which is anything that you're putting over your face, and you're protecting others from yourself if you were asymptomatic but had something. And the masks are really to keep you from being infected by somebody else. We are really pushing, and there's an enforcement meeting with all of the county and city representatives this afternoon at 4 o'clock to talk about the use of not only the traditional enforcement tools, but ambassador tools. And particularly, for example, in the city of Santa Barbara, one of the biggest areas of concern is actually along State Street, not along the beach, to really remind people with signage, with kiosks, and with just a presence to wear that face covering if you're moving around, if you're moving in and out of crowds of people. The importance of it, I don't think, can be stressed enough.
So we'll have, Madam Mayor, more information by tomorrow of how this is going to be enforced in our city.
We have information this moment. Mr. Casey, if you're ready to come on to talk about our ambassadors and community service focused reminders about masking. Go ahead, sir.
If I might, Madam Mayor, I just want to make sure there aren't any further questions for our guests, because I know they have a 2:30 timeline, but then yes, we're happy to answer about the city's response to increased presence on the beaches and also what we're going to try to do downtown as well.
Anybody else from the council? Go ahead, Mr. Casey.
Okay, I want to thank Mr. Malekian and Ms. Anderson for joining us. I really appreciate it on short notice, so thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, and if you need us to come back, we'll do our best to be there.
Perfect.
Thanks. Bye.
So, Madam Mayor and council members, what I wanted to do was to invite Jill Zachary, our Parks and Recreation Director, to talk about, very consistent with what you just heard from the county CEO's office, what we're going to try to do messaging and enforcement wise at the waterfront, and then also then bring in Mr. Rob Dayton to talk about what our presence is going to be on State Street this weekend as well.
Ms. Zachary and Mr. Dayton, please, you're welcome. Come on up. Thanks. Ms. Zachary, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you. As a group, as an interdepartmental staff team, we are clearly very much thinking about the upcoming holiday weekend and some of the steps that we have already determined we would take, certainly from the Parks and Recreation Department standpoint, is first and foremost, we always staff up our beaches in terms of our lifeguard presence on the 4th of July. So we'll have twice as many lifeguards out there to ensure public safety. We also are going to be establishing very explicit signage, particularly focused on East Beach Park, Chase Palm Park, and Ledbetter Park, that advises people a couple of rules. One, no reserving areas, which is often a popular pastime on the 4th of July weekend where people carve out areas of the park. Barbecues are no longer permitted outside designated barbecue areas, so reminding the public of that. Indicating that groups of less than 10 are permitted, and that we won't be permitting any tents or hammocks or any other ways to sort of spend a lot of time in larger groups in those areas. And then of course, the message of social distancing and the message of no smoking, that Santa Barbara is a smoke-free city. In the Ledbetter Beach Park area, we are seriously looking at wrapping up all of the stationary barbecues that we have there, because often we find that not only do people use our barbecues, they bring in their own barbecues and it turns into a large barbecue party. Our group picnic area will remain closed as well. And then we're also considering and looking at prohibiting barbecues on the beaches as a way to try to encourage people not to congregate in larger groups and spend long periods of time close together on the beaches. We'll have all 4 of our park rangers on staff, and then we'll be working closely with waterfront staff and harbor patrol in terms of the staffing that they will be providing. They're doubling their staffing and doing the patrol that way. Waterfront Director Mike Wilshire can add anything else in. Closely collaborating with the fire department, they will be stationing fire trucks in the in the beach parking lots. And again, similar to what we've done back in May, if we recall, the very warm weather that we had and people flocking to our beaches, is really spending the time encouraging people to social distance and enjoy the beaches in a responsible way, and not allow certain activities, which we also don't allow anymore at the 4th of July, but extending it further into activities such as barbecuing, which could encourage grouping up of folks.
Thank you. And go ahead, Ms. Gutierrez.
Do we know if the Ventura beaches are going to be open?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, it's our understanding they haven't decided that yet, but it is a discussion, as Mr. Malakian indicated. So we closely monitor what's going on in the adjoining counties and try to anticipate how that might drive more people to our area if they make certain decisions.
So I was just informed that they are going to be closing the beaches.
I can tell you, Ms. Gutierrez, that they call it a soft closing, and maybe
Okay.
Mr. Casey knows more. But what that means is they close them, but they don't really enforce it, so that their residents can still go in there. Mr. Casey, anything to that?
Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Alejandra Gutierrez, it's evolving as we speak right now. As you heard, Mr. Malakian said just as of 30 minutes ago, they understood that Ventura County is going to do a soft closure of the beaches, and he thought that meant likely that they would close their beach parking lots. But again, it's happening in real time, so that's the best information we have right now.
One last question.
Go ahead.
How are we protecting our hourly employees that are out there in public, like our lifeguards and, you know, the park and rec staff? How can we share to the public the type of precautions that they're taking?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, yes, certainly. We are taking every precaution for the safety of our staff when they're out working, whether they're the beach lifeguards in terms of social distancing from individuals, when they're actually working together, wearing masks, so following the governor's order, and even prior to that. Similarly, any hourly staff that might be working other than on the beaches, but supporting our recreation programs and services, as well as our park services, as well as our permanent staff, are all using the appropriate protective materials in order to ensure their health.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Zachary. Mr. Dayton, there. Welcome, sir. Please unmute Mr. Dayton. Thanks.
Okay, there we go. Jill, I'll just follow up on that regarding that question from Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, is that we, with our hourly employees in downtown parking, which there are many, you might have noticed that we have reopened the parking facilities. And what we're trying to do, there's signage to drive people to try to pay not at the kiosk, but there's a ticket place where they can put their tickets in and pay with credit card. And if they do get confused, they can come up to the kiosk where masks are fully in play with our employees, and they have a basket that they hand the motorist, who can put their ticket and any change to pay for parking in that case. And then the ambassadors are full-time wearing masks as well. So that's how we're handling protection, and we are very concerned, as Ms. Zachary is, about our employees. So thank you for that question.
Thank you.
The executive team met on Monday and came up with a really good plan for how we can handle the promenade. Yes, it's been successful, but that also is the other concern as COVID cases are rising. How do we protect everyone who is planning to come out and enjoy that street? And that's a challenge, but the downtown parking team is, again, with nimble and flexibility, come up with a plan in the last few days. So we will have up to 12 ambassadors on the street for the 4th of July. The hours are from 6 a.m. to 11, that they'll be out there. Supervisors will also be out on the street for that time. We understand there's also going to be a police presence for that process. And then 2 pop-up tents. So we're going to put pop-up tents with some good signage. Here we are, here's the ambassadors, and that will be located in the 500 blocks and the 800 block, which is a little bit more mid up above, and they'll have tables set up. There will be distributing masks. We'll be asking people if they have a mask. If the answer is yes, please don your mask. They are required in the promenade is going to be the message. And then if they don't have a mask, we have masks to hand out for those that did not bring one or forgot theirs. So we'll be doing that. The remainder of the ambassadors will be patrolling the street and reminding people who are not wearing masks to please wear them. We'll also be communicating to cyclists and people who are popping wheelies and skateboarders in the dismount zone to please comply with those rules, to be courteous of one another, and to practice safe distancing. And then again, just to restate it, the ambassadors themselves will be practicing safe distancing and wearing masks at all times. The role really for the ambassadors to be polite and to make suggestions and try to have a welcoming presence for the street. And yes, welcome to Santa Barbara. Thank you for being out here. Let's all do it safely. So they mix that polite message with a kind request for people to use their masks and follow the rules. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Go ahead, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Dayton, so am I understanding the tents that will be set up, people need to go to that tent to get a mask, or will there be people going around handing out masks sort of proactively anywhere that they see someone without them? And then again, the question that Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez asked about, how are we protecting our ambassadors and keeping them safe? And will they have masks to be handing out to people? That seems like going out into the crowd might be a great way to distribute the masks, but how is that the plan and how would that be done?
Great questions, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon. So the pop-up tents will be strategically positioned so you run into them on your way into the plaza, the main entrance being the 500 block right after Haley. So you'll run into that tent. They'll have the masks there. We'll have signage. We will be in close proximity and be able to communicate right from the tent. The tent gives a little bit more formality. The staff believes that we'll get more compliance if it looks a little bit more serious than someone walking around like, don't pass this place without your mask is the message. And then further up the block, again, we'll put it right in the middle so that you have to confront it. And then, so those where the distribution of the masks will be. And then the people who are walking around will also be able to point them out. Hey, if you don't have one, if that's the answer, well, I don't have one, there is the location to go get a mask and be safe. And then you're in response to how do we protect the ambassadors? They've been in operation throughout the COVID crisis and fully prepared and wearing their masks and practicing distances and then also reminding people to do just that. And they carry protection devices too, to way to clean their hands and deal with certain things. So they're very prepared and aware of how to deal with that and be safe.
I'm picturing like a long, like it's solstice, the long collection basket that you can have a long staff that have at the end of it that has masks on it that people could take off. I'm just thinking if you go up to people in a crowd and you say, oh, the tent is over there a couple blocks away, if there's one at the 500 and the 800 and you're, at the 600, between 600 and 700, you might, I'm not sure people will go through the effort of walking over to the pop-up tent and retrieving a mask. And if there are people crowded around that without masks, I don't know. I think it would be nice to have an added component where people have a bunch of masks to be able to distribute. And then one other question is something, well, it's a little bit related, but I've heard a lot of cyclists or different people giving the feedback that they would request that the stoplight or the red light, traffic lights stay red as opposed to changing or flashing because there's confusion and there'll be more traffic this weekend. And if you could comment on that, on the choice for how to handle the traffic light.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Steddon, we can have individual ambassador members with a few masks to hang out, well, more than a few, but enough where we'd have that encounter. I'll pass that along to the team. I think that that's a good recommendation. I think you're right. If you're too far away from a booth, you might not make it there. Plus, someone who's not wearing a mask may be doing that on purpose. The other thing is that the other question you ask about I think it was the cyclists. Please remind me, Madam Mayor. I totally left my mind.
The traffic lights, sorry.
Traffic lights. So the traffic lights, we've been working on that since the reopening, and Derek Bailey in particular, our traffic engineer, has got it down based on the side street traffic volume. And so, we have to balance it between the volume of traffic that wants to cross the street and then the crowd, if you will, they're feeling that they're going to cross against the light. So I'm hoping you understand that. So the ones that are programmed for green to red, and actually have a sign. We have a sign out there that says the signal. There's two of them. The signal ahead that face the street. The traffic engineer believes there's enough traffic so that when the light is red, there'll be a car present, and more likely be a car present, and the crowd will not want to cross on the green, which is common in these promenades. You get this crossing on the green, and we want to avoid that, which is why they were all in flash in the beginning. And then the ones that are in flash, which have a stop sign in the road for pedestrians and for vehicles, those are the ones where have less traffic volume, where we're more likely to get people crossing on a green. So it's very intentional for safety, is probably what I should have said first.
Thank you. And I'm happy to hear the suggestion that ambassadors could be going around and proactively handing out masks. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Dayton about the promenade? I can tell you we're starting to get emails. People are concerned about us banning bikes from the promenade. I know we're working hard to make sure that they can stay and be safe. And there's now signs that say 5 miles an hour. Mr. Dayton.
Madam Mayor, that's correct. We've put those signs out and a 5 mile an hour no wheelies, and we've cited your ordinance for that. And then also we are increasing the number of signs for Saturday that require masks, that masks are required. And then we also have the dismount zone in the 500 block, which is getting, signs get mixed compliance, but I've been pleased with the compliance we've been getting there, particularly when there's a lot of pedestrians present. I think people look at the signs and they get it.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Dayton? Thank you for your time today, Mr. Dayton. We really appreciate it. So if there's no other questions, I will open up public comment on the special meeting that we opened at 2 o'clock. We have our other meeting agendaized as a separate meeting. Ms. Clerk, is there anyone wanting to speak to the COVID-19 update? And when we go to our regular meeting, we'll open up the hour-long public comment where you can address items not on the agenda, items that are on the agenda. We're being very liberal with our open public comment. This one, if we could focus on the COVID-19 update. Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, there are a number of individuals who have raised their hand within the app to speak at this point. Those first speakers are Mary Hudson, Ronald Buckley, Denise Spangler Adams, Kent Epperson, Fred Sweeney, and Brian Catan. So
Okay,
Mary Hudson.
I would ask
ahead.
my city council members to come on. That was another one of our new policies, is to have as many council member faces during public comment. And I do hear some names that I associate with the 5G issue. If we could keep this to the COVID-19 update, I would be grateful. Please go ahead with public comment, Ms. Clerk.
Our first speaker is Mary Hudson. Mary Hudson, please go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on the Montecito and the Santa Barbara water and the 50-year plan. Is that possible to do that now? Hello?
Well, hi, ma'am. That's our next meeting. This one was focused on, can you hold on a little bit longer?
Sure, yeah,
I appreciate that. Thank you, ma'am.
sure.
Our next speaker is Ronald Buckley. Ronald Buckley, please go ahead.
I'm in the same boat. I didn't want to talk on this topic. Oh, I didn't want to talk on this topic.
Thanks, Mr. Buckley. I think if you lower your hand, Ms. Clerk, is that the instructions that we want to give our public comment speakers, is to lower their hands in that case?
Correct. And what I would suggest is I will go ahead and lower everyone's hand, and then if they would raise their hand within the app right now, if they did wish to speak on the special meeting item. So I will do that. Okay, now if any members of the public would like to speak on this special meeting item, please raise your hand right now. We do have two speakers. We have Fred Sweeney, Sharon Byrne, followed by Denise Spangler Adams. So Fred Sweeney, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor, is this on? Oh, I was wanting to speak much later in the meeting. Sorry, the hand thing doesn't seem to work right.
That's okay, Mr. Sweeney. Hold on, we'll go to the next person.
Okay, our next speaker is Sharon Byrne. Sharon Byrne, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to listen. We're very concerned about having the beaches open at this time. We are hearing from Ventura that they're doing more than a soft closure. And with LA County also being closed and Santa Barbara having been such a fabulous destination for July 4th in years past, even though you have canceled the fireworks, much appreciated, it feels very much like we are going to be inundated from not one, but two counties that will be desperate to get out during a hot weekend and have some fun and recreation. I appreciate Mr. Malekin's comments on trying to do enforcement. We have attempted that, just so you know, on Montecito beaches, and it has worked really poorly. The neighborhoods were overrun pretty much. A lot of parking was taken. A lot of people left a lot of trash in the neighborhoods, way overcrowded the beaches. And there's a concern too that a lot of the visitors that are coming here are going to be visiting gas stations, convenience stores, restaurants, where guess what? Low-wage hourly workers are put in the position of having to be the enforcement arm for the mask-wearing provision. A lot of people do not agree with that provision. They do not agree with that mandate, even if the governor handed it down. So they, abuse the hourly workers. Sometimes they throw things to them. So this is kind of a tough situation, and I appreciate the bind that you're in. But I mean, you would need sort of every person that works in the city and the county out enforcing this weekend to remotely try to stay on top or in control of this. We'd really like to ask you to think to preserve the health and safety of your residents as much as possible, given that our two neighboring counties do not have the virus under control, and neither do we. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Denise Spangler Adams, then Anna Marie Gott, then Brian Catan, and then Amanda Kelly. Denise Spangler Adams, please go ahead. Denise Spangler Adams, please go ahead.
Hi.
Hi, Madam Mayor and representatives. Thank you for listening to me. On the topic of the beach closures, I would like to request that you seriously consider keeping the beaches open, because many people who do not have a lot of money and live in tight quarters, it appears that they're at greater risk of COVID, being trapped in their small houses without open air space and having the recreational opportunity. So I specifically address that. My areas of primary concern, which are the east side and the west side, please keep the beaches open. My second point is, if mandating the closure of the 27 businesses, I was disappointed that nobody on city council asked the county representatives for the data by zip code. Because if you're going to close a business, and we have repeatedly asked the county to provide their case data by zip code, so we have greater specificity to know what's going on, they refuse. So I would hope at some point that you would ask for that before closing businesses, whether it be a bar or anything else. I would also like to point out on the area of masks that the governor, the state of California, please familiarize yourself with the 8 exemptions for wearing a mask. That's very important. It's an ADA compliance issue. And I know that you're concerned with people with disabilities, and I would hope that you're equally concerned about people who are older and have difficulty breathing. There are exemptions. And I wanted to ask, to follow up on Representative Gutierrez's question, how many masks as the city of Santa Barbara did we buy to hand out to people who do want a mask? And how many tourists do we expect? So my perspective is that if the city plans to consent to give the Santa Barbara Unified School District $34,546 on your consent calendar, isn't it a better use of that money to go buy masks to hand out to people and to our residents to get them vitamin D to improve their immunity? Again, the sun is free vitamin D, but otherwise they need to take it in capsule form. My last concern is that on your promenade, the people on wheels are not respecting people that have disabilities, whether we're ADA disabled people or we're aged people. They're ripping by us on skateboards, they're ripping by us on bicycles. And I think that you're gonna have to, at some point, stripe it so that wheeled vehicles go somewhere different than the pedestrians, because it's not a friendly, cooperative, commingling experience, if you will. Thank you all for your time and for hearing me out, and I know you'll make good choices. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. The first thing I want to point out is what Ms. Spangler just said, that there was an ADA exemption for mask wearing. That is patently false. That is not true and fraudulent. All you have to do is Google ADA compliance with masks, and you will find that the ADA has issued guidance saying that it is a fraudulent face mask flyers that have been disseminated. Regarding, though, the beach closures, I absolutely believe that this needs to happen this weekend. We should be closing them today. You, as a city, can vote to close the beaches today. You do not need to wait for the county to make a decision, because you have the ability to make a stronger stand than the county public health officer. And I would urge you to close the beaches. I would also urge you to substantially consider even reducing the hours that businesses are going to be operating here in the city of Santa Barbara over the weekend. I don't know who has been looking at State Street or the Funk Zone or our beaches, but they haven't certainly been with me when I have seen people without masks crowded everywhere. And simply having some tents, 2 places in the city with an unknown quantity of masks that you're going to be handing out is insufficient to actually supply people who will come to Santa Barbara without a mask, with the intention of spending the weekend maskless. They don't want to believe, in many cases, that they should actually come to Santa Barbara, have a good time, and have to wear a mask. I know people, and I've personally been in the situation of being in a grocery store where I could not even check out because the people in front of me were not wearing masks, did not have their nose covered, and they were checking out of the grocery store. We cannot, and we have not actually been enforcing the mask ordinance. You have to do more, and I don't know what else you guys can do other than to put the police down there writing tickets and forget everything else. Or close the beaches and put restrictions on the hours of operation for everyone this weekend. If you could, I would actually have you barricade Santa Barbara so that we are not inundated with people from other areas that have even a worse outbreak than we do. If we had been doing more enforcement earlier, maybe we wouldn't be in this situation now, but this is where we're at. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Amanda Kelly. Amanda Kelly, please go ahead.
Ms. Kelly, we're having a problem hearing you. Can you turn down your computer if you're listening to the meeting? Try again.
Is that okay?
It's a little bit better. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to be louder. I respect the challenge of the decision that you have to make today, but I would like to urge you to consider closing the beaches. I think some of the speakers before me were a little bit more articulate about the reasons why. I know thank you, Mr. Martin, for coming on earlier and talking about some of the public health risks. And I know he mentioned that
Ms. Clerk, can we have Ms. Kelly call back in? I'm not understanding what she's saying. Is anyone else understanding? No, okay. Ms. Kelly, please call back. Okay. Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. And Ms. Kelly, you can call in using your phone also if you have it open on GoToWebinar open on your device. So that might be a better connection. Next speaker is Brian Catan. Brian Catan, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, member of the council. Couple of issues I wanted to raise today. The first is when the slides were brought up earlier today, and they discussed the number of cases over the last 2 weeks in the different cities in the Santa Barbara County. The person mentioned that the number of cases case-wise was substantially increased in Santa Maria as opposed to Santa Barbara City itself. But what shocked me was the percentage rise in Santa Barbara City compared to the other cities. Santa Maria had seen less than probably a 50 to 60% rise in the number of cases. Santa Barbara City had actually seen more than a doubling of the number of cases over the same period. So percentage-wise, that actually concerned me. The second thing I wanted to mention just really quickly was that when I was downtown about a week and a half or so ago and saw people not wearing masks, I asked one of the downtown ambassadors that I saw on the sidewalk, and he said it wasn't their job to enforce wearing masks, and he gave me a business card for the Santa Barbara Parks and Recreation Department and said I should speak to them. So when the person from Parks and Recreation mentioned all the stuff about masks, it kind of surprised me based on the reaction that I'd gotten just about a week and a half to 2 weeks ago. And sorry to rush through this, but the other thing I wanted to mention is people had mentioned the ADA compliance. What I would hopefully suggest is that when they're handing out masks and have masks available, that you might consider having face shields available as well. Because all of the exemptions that I've heard from people with severe asthma and everything else concerns just wearing masks. Whereas wearing face shields, I haven't seen any exemptions that doctors have said that people can't wear face shields in those instances. And so it does provide an option. And the last thing is just a concern that the county health order on wearing masks has specific exemption for those that have the round or square respirator vents in them that have the little that stick out that allow the virus to escape easily because they don't have any covering over them. But I haven't seen any information provided to the public. I've seen several people out wearing those that I'm not sure are aware of that concern. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Another speaker, Ms. Clerk?
Our next speaker is Patricia Owens. Patricia Owens, please go ahead.
Hello, Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes,
can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Madam
you.
Mayor and Council, you can hear me?
Yes, ma'am. And we're on the COVID-19 update. If your comment relates to that subject, please.
Yes, it relates to, I want to respond to Rob Dalton's remarks about the city ambassadors. I too was out 2 weeks ago at the farmer's market, and we were having problems with about 40% of the residents and tourists that were downtown were not wearing masks. And we approached the city ambassadors because we didn't feel it was our place to suggest residents put them on. And the ambassadors also gave me a business, two of them gave me a business card, and they said that it was not their job to discuss the wearing of masks or to in any way tell people to wear masks. So there seems to be some misinformation that's being given. Also, I really like to see very strong mask enforcement. I'm getting very uncomfortable just going out because it's so random. And when I see the cases going up, it's just making me very uncomfortable. I'm 70 years old, and I'm beginning to feel like I just have to stay home all the time. And I want to comment also on the raised cylinder mask. I was surprised that the county's flyers that have gone out, they don't display that issue, although it's in their health ordinance. So I guess that's all I have to say, and thank you for having this meeting.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker, excuse me, our next speaker is Stacy Christopher. Stacy Christopher, and then Megan Orloff, and then Julia Meyer. Stacy Christopher. Stacy Christopher, I am going to send you your PIN so that you may call, and I will come back to you. Next is Megan Orloff. Megan Orloff, please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm assuming that everybody can hear me until I hear feet or heads shaking no.
We can hear you.
I just wanted to echo the comments that Sharon Byrne made earlier. As a resident of Montecito, I know I'm not within the city proper, but I would really encourage the city and the council to work in tandem with the county on the closure of the beaches this weekend. I think the surrounding counties, including Ventura, coming up this afternoon, have prioritized the health of their residents. If we do not protect the health of our residents and put some of our locals through what I understand will be a temporary pain for closure this weekend, we're potentially facing some significant ramifications down the road. We saw it with Memorial Day weekend. That is a good indicator of what will happen this weekend with 4th of July if we do not close while Ventura and Los Angeles have closed. The larger problem and why I'm asking for a participation and a collaboration with the county on behalf of the city is that if the city closes and the county does not, that leaves the county beaches ripe for the overflow. And as Sharon mentioned, that overflow will lead to exposure amongst our local workers at restaurants. We're already seeing that at Lucky's and Trey Loon. And that is just not limited to Coast Village Road. That really impacts the entirety of Santa Barbara because our local workers come from all over the county and the city. So I'm not going to belabor the subject. I would just very much ask for strong consideration and urge closure of the beaches this weekend. I wish it wasn't so this or that we could open it for locals and not non-locals, but I don't see a way to do that. And I don't think that policing and enforcement has proven effective, while I appreciate the efforts over the last 3 to 4 weeks. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thanks.
Next speaker is Julia Meyer. Julia Meyer, please go ahead.
Hello, Madam Mayor and City Council, and thank you for having this meeting and thank you for everything you guys are doing. As you know, I'm a local business owner with a store on State Street and in the downtown area. And I really want to say thank you for everything you've done to allow people to be downtown. It's made a big impact on our business and our neighbors. I do just have to voice my concerns. As a mom, I have 2 kids that I'm trying desperately to get back into public school in the fall, and I have 30 staff that I'm trying to keep healthy. And I am concerned that if we do open our beaches, that we're going to just invite so many people from the South County up here. And this is me with like the deepest, heaviest heart saying this because, my livelihood, it is reliant upon visitors to our town. But I just feel that like with the surges that are going on, we're looking at either prolonging this deep economic pain longer, or we have a chance to maybe mitigate it a little bit so that we can all, the residents of our county and of our community, can get back to our lives. We've seen a lot of economic stimulus come from the federal government, but I do not believe that we're going to see a lot more of that, which will in turn just really wreak havoc on our local community and our economy. And so this is just my 2 cents with a heavy heart, just saying to like really please to keep in mind and take into consideration that our locals that live and work here, we're going to rely on you guys to make these hard decisions because we really are not able to at this point. And thank you so much for everything you're doing. I'm here with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there more speakers, Ms. Clerk?
Our last speaker is Stacy Christopher. Stacy Christopher, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for taking the time to hear comment today. I just would like to pretty much reiterate what most everybody has said and urge you all to consider keeping the beaches closed because people aren't compliant with masks. People just aren't forgetful. People actually actively don't want to wear them. And enforcing that puts a burden on people who are trying to control the crowd that can't do so in large numbers. When we're looking at Los Angeles County, Ventura County have already made decisions to close or soft close their beaches. We don't really need any more information than that. We really need to think about the businesses, the residents, and what this picture is going to look like 2 weeks from now. I hate everybody being inconvenienced. I hate the economic issues that we're facing because of this, just like everybody else does. But if we can't inconvenience people a little bit now, we're going to be looking at a horrible picture possibly in a few weeks from hospitals here that are overrun, likely because most residents are going to stay home here, and there's going to be a huge influx of people coming from other counties. And then we're going to end up paying the price for that. And I am surprised to find myself so emotional talking about this right now, but I need you all to step into a position of leadership like you never have before. Because this is the time, and it's not easy, and I get that. But there is a beautiful community here that needs to be taken care of and are relying on your actions today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk, did Amanda Kelly ever come back? She had audio problems.
Madam Mayor and Council, Amanda Kelly did not come back.
Okay, I'll close public comment on this special meeting. And the comments about the ambassadors, I would say that they are now able to tell people to wear masks and hand out masks. A couple of comments said a couple of weeks ago they weren't doing that. Well, obviously, under Mr. Dayton's supervision, that will be exactly what they're doing on State Street. And the other issue that I hear everyone talking about beach closures, we would contact the county public health and open a discussion. If we can't close our city beaches, if their county beaches are open, because then everybody will go to the county beaches and vice versa. If they closed Miramar Butterfly and Arroyo Burro Beach, then everybody would come to our beaches. So it's a conversation that we're going to continue to have, and I really appreciate everyone. Ms. Sneddon, did you have something to close the item?
Oh, yes.
Go ahead, or continue the discussion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was unclear. I thought we were now moving into discussion. Is this an appropriate time?
This is a good time. Thanks.
I just want to say I feel really strongly that we need to close our beaches. And I think all that we've gotten in email and in input, and especially when Los Angeles is closing theirs and Ventura now, and I'm a little bit shocked that we haven't done it. And after Memorial Day weekend, seeing the compression that we had on the beaches, I mean, photograph after photograph of cars that couldn't park and were turning around and the narrow passageways. I just don't think we can handle the sheer numbers of people, and people aren't wearing masks. And that's the other area that I think needs some really strong discussion, is how we're going to get people on State Street wearing masks. I mean, the LA Times wrote up an article about us being so popular it's scary, was the headline. And I have to agree, while I'm very excited that businesses are doing well, this is one weekend, and I just think we need to shut it down, to look out for our local residents and not be the one beach all around that's open and inviting for business. And hotels are booked and prices are going up on this weekend. We have it is going to be a tourist surge, which in the best of times we really welcome, but we're in the midst of a crisis, and our numbers aren't doing well. When you look at Santa Barbara County compared to the state, we're not doing well. But I don't think we can pretend that we are just carefully mitigating this and somehow riding out the wave of that. I feel strongly that we should close our beaches, and the county would hopefully, for our local beaches, follow suit. I know we don't have enough enforcement capability to actually make sure that people are wearing masks. And so I'm concerned with that. And we learned from Memorial Day weekend how many people want to come to Santa Barbara when it's hot out, when it's a holiday. And I think we could use that foresight this time around to be more cautious just for the weekend and go from there. And I don't know if we're discussing other things too, but I'm in favor of the bar closing. I think that's appropriate, and then maybe scaling back for this weekend in terms of operating hours. It just can't be a free for all, open for everybody around to come and be in tightly compacted spaces. I don't know if there's other council will for that, but I would really like to see our beaches closed for this weekend.
Then let's open the floor and hear what other people have to say on the subject. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
I'm in support with my colleague, Ms. Sneddon. I have to be very honest. I understand that we're going through an economic crisis, and our city economy depends a lot on tourists, but I think, the governor, the county gave us, time to reopen, and the numbers skyrocketed. And I just think that the numbers don't lie. And obviously, people are not being responsible. And Ms. Nedden said it. I mean, people are not wearing masks. And we don't have enough police officers to be out there and, writing tickets. We don't have enough ambassadors for the amount of people that are going to come in. And we have to be very realistic. As much as we want to help the business community, and I know this sounds really harsh, we really need to take care of the community members that live here. And the numbers, again, they don't lie. The fact that the governor mentioned our county, it says a lot. So I'm in support of closing the beaches for this weekend.
Okay, and Ms. Gutierrez or other council members, I guess I would pose the question that County Public Health said the transmission is happening in close quarters in a household or in a workplace, that's the major source of transmission. So yeah, it's kind of where I'm coming from, that they've articulated that it's the duration and intensity of exposure to the virus, and that doesn't happen in open spaces. So I would, if you're not believing that, then that's your position, and I'd like to hear what you have to say about that. Ms. Gutierrez, and then Sneddon, and then we'll do Jordan. Go ahead.
I do respect the information that we're getting from the experts, but the city has been known for, a destination for 4th of July. And I think we're just being careful, and we're just asking for this weekend for the beaches to be closed. We're not asking for, for the entire summer. I'm really nervous. I mean, I've heard of different cases in the city that we didn't have before, and I'm really concerned.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon, and then Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If we were doing well with our numbers and even leveling off or trending downward, then I would feel okay about, on a non-holiday weekend, letting the beaches still be a place where people can be separated away from each other and visit the outdoors, and, as Ms. Spangler has put it, get some vitamin D and fresh air. All for it. Our numbers are not doing well. They're trending upward. We're on a watch list. We are an embarrassing example of how not to handle this crisis at this point. And it's one weekend. We cannot control the pathways down. And when we saw images from Memorial Day weekend, people were very much closer than 6 feet apart. And it was different groups of people who didn't come from the same household. There were people on the beaches selling items and bracelets, and those were people who were interviewed in our local papers. Oh, where did you come from? I came from LA and I'm selling bracelets here on the beach. We just don't have the type of enforcement on this type of high volume weekend. We can trust our local residents to value the beach, and in the best of times to be able to respect that and keep that going because they don't want to see the beaches closed. But this isn't our local residents, hoping to keep the beaches open.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, your turn.
Sorry, clicked the wrong button. So I'll just tell you, emotionally, I'm certainly in favor of everything you've heard so far, but there's always a but. I just don't know how the case can be made that we can't enforce for the mass, and suddenly we're going to be able to enforce for the beaches. I would also tell you that every confrontation I get in every day or two, wherever it is, involves a local. It doesn't involve a guest. There are plenty of locals walking on our beaches too close together, walking up and down the stairs without a care in the world, that aren't masked up and should be masked up. You can look right out my window right now on the 2nd floor and see that happening. So I agree from a standpoint of emotion and perception that it'd be great to shut the beaches down, but I think nobody's asked the question yet of staff, what's that going to look like? How are you going to enforce that when you shut the beaches down? What are you going to do? How are you going to stop people from from still coming up here or still being here and still using them in a manner that is not safe. And I think the numbers are what the numbers are what you want to make out of the numbers, because I would agree that the numbers are rising, unfortunately, for positive tests, but clearly the county is looking at a multiple set of numbers. And one of them is people in the hospital or people in ICU for COVID-19. And those numbers are not going up. So more people are being tested, the numbers are rising, but I know they're constantly and minutely focused on the other parts of the parameters. And that's, when do people start occupying hospital beds, and when do they start going into ICU, or when are they on ventilators? And those numbers are not going up along the same lines as the increased positive tests. So I don't see a good way out of this. That's kind of, you guys are all getting the same 50 emails an hour on the beaches anyhow, and that's kind of my answer too. Is I don't really, you can make a token effort and say we're closing the beaches down, but I don't understand how we on the ground effectuate that. So I don't think that 2 cents either tells you which way, but it just tells you what the core of the problem is. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman, your opinion or assessment, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am along the same lines of thinking as Councilmember Jordan. I do understand the gravity of the situation. Everyone knows my family's situation with my wife working in one of the local hospitals, and getting that firsthand sense of what's taking place there. But what we have to be realistic about is, if we close the beaches today or for this weekend, it's not just for this weekend. We will have to close them for every weekend for the entire summer, because we are a summer destination, and it's not going to get any easier over the coming months as LA keeps its beaches closed as if Ventura does. We will have to close our beaches probably for the rest of the summer on the weekends, maybe even close them all summer. The other thing is, if we close the beaches this weekend, as my colleagues are proposing, we will have to also close down the trails and most of our city parks, because people will go where they can go. And if they can't go to the beaches, they will go to the trails. We've already seen that in the past. They already went up to the trails. We see that they have gone to the Rose Garden at Mission Park. That will become inundated with people, because people need an outlet. And if they know they can't go to the beach, they will go somewhere else. So to Councilmember Jordan's point, if we close the beaches, how do we enforce it? And then how do we enforce closing the trails? The other thing that I think we need to be very cognizant of is, the point was raised earlier, is if the county doesn't close their beaches, the other beaches the Arroyo Burro in particular, will remain open. And that puts an entire neighborhood that I represent on the council of Allen Road at greater risk, because there is not enough parking there to begin with. Everybody will flock there, and you will have all these people going into that neighborhood, driving around looking for parking, putting all those residents at risk that are city residents that are trying to do the right thing. So the unintended consequence is, yes, we're closing our beaches, but we are putting one specific neighborhood at greater risk for doing that unless the county comes along. So I don't know how, there's no good answer here, but everybody needs to think of that, and in particular that neighborhood. Also the Mesa, because there will be added pressure on the Douglas Preserve, which will put the Mesa residents at risk, because people will go there. So it's not just about closing the beaches, and it's not just about closing the beaches this weekend, because we are a tourist destination. The weather will get nicer in July and August, and the people from LA are going to come up here, and they're not going to get the message in the next few days that Santa Barbara's closed. All they saw is that article that came out in the LA Times a couple of weeks ago. So how do we get the message out that we've closed, that they're going to see it? There's a lot of questions on that. So I'm concerned for the residents in Allen Road neighborhood that I represent, and the residents on the Mesa and other areas. And unless we can work with the county to close their beaches, I think we're putting certain neighborhoods at greater risk at the exclusion of city neighborhoods, city beaches.
Ms. Sneddon, I would like to hear from Mr. Gutierrez, but go ahead. Did you have a response?
I'm sorry. I didn't see Mr. Gutierrez. I can wait. I just wanted to.
He's not popping on, so go ahead.
I'll wait till after Mr. Gutierrez.
Okay. Mr. Gutierrez, were you ready to weigh in on this subject?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I am worried about this entire weekend and the situation with our public spaces as well. I also have heard that most of the transmissions are happening indoors. So I'm worried that if we do close off our open spaces, then will that cause more people to contract the virus since they're going to be forced to indoors? I mean, there are some people that are going to be traveling to other people's houses and celebrating inside. And I feel like possibly if we allow them to go to open spaces, then it'd be less likely to contract the virus that way. But I, again, understand that we don't want to become a magnet for people to come here and get our locals sick or even get themselves sick, right? Because if outsiders come and they're hanging out with other outsiders and they're giving each other the virus and then they go back to where they come, then we're just serving as like a launching pad, which is just as bad. And we need to take that into consideration. So I'm a little split right now, to be honest. I'm not really definitive at this point.
Okay, and we don't have Ms. Harmon with us today. So Ms. Snedden, some more to this subject?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I won't say any more past this, but to the point of enforcement, we can ask staff. I think if LA County can do it, if Ventura can do it, if every beach south of us down to San Diego can do it, I think we can do it too. I think the enforcement is easier to enforce stopping people from entering the beach than from enforcing people once they're actually down on the beach. And in terms of messaging, the message is out loud and clear that we're open, that the beach is open and that people should come. I think the message would get out pretty quickly that people were turned away and that this beach is closed, just like every other beach in the area right now. And as far as forcing people to go indoors, if you're at home, and you're with already the people that you live with, you're not increasing your risk that way. And I do believe that we could do it for one weekend. I don't think that the concentration of people coming and going on a regular summer time is the same as on 4th of July weekend when all the other beaches are closed. The compression and concentration for one particular weekend, totally different scenario. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
And how, Ms. Snedden, would we reconcile if we close our beaches, then Miramar and Arroyo Burro will take all of it'll force people onto those beaches. I'm hoping we can work with the county and see if all the beaches are open with lots of enforcement and signage, or we all have to be uniform. I'm not sure we've heard from San Luis Obispo County, which is to the north of us. So
I would like to pressure the county to close their beaches as well. I mean, I think just because theirs are the only ones open, I don't think that should force us to be along with them being open as well. I think we could lead in that and say that we don't think that it's a good idea and that it would be great if they closed theirs as well.
Then let's ask our staff, Mr. Casey, if you're the right person to ask, what kind of steps would we take at this point?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I mean, I'm looking for direction from you all. I hear a very divided council on this issue, and I suspect that's what our residents of Santa Barbara are probably divided as well. I don't think you have heard the full input from the community about whether to close beaches or not, but you're in the position of leadership to give staff direction. If we were to close the beaches, the easiest thing we would do is close the parking lots on the waterfront. That is our main access point and main beaches. That's easy to do, and we're prepared to close the parking lots. Enforcing all access points to the beaches is really hard. We have tried that in the past with very little success. People are very industrious about wanting to get down to the coast, but I think taking the steps of closing the parking lots certainly limits the the volume of people on the beach if that's what you're trying to achieve.
Well, as of right now, I'm hearing 2 council members strongly asking to close the beach, and Mr. Gutierrez hasn't made up his mind yet. We don't have Ms. Harmon, so we could continue this discussion, and I don't see. No one wants the virus to spread, and no one wants people with the virus to come up. I'm just firmly believing that County Public Health said the transmission is done through households and workplaces in close to close, person-to-person close contact. So I really can't say to close the beach when we're also getting some commentary and emails about keeping the beaches open. Beach access is a sacred philosophy in our city. So those are the comments that I would add at this point. Ms. Snedden, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to go ahead and just make the motion to close our beaches for this weekend.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
We have a Brown Act issue here, Mayor. This special meeting was agendized to discuss a couple of specific items, not including beach closure. Because it's a special meeting, you can't add the item to the agenda. So if you want to continue discussing this, I would suggest convening your 2 p.m. regular meeting, and then the city council by a 2/3 vote, upon finding that the need to take action arose after the agenda was posted and that need is urgent, may add this to the agenda and vote on it. So I would advise moving on to the 2 p.m. meeting if you wish to continue this discussion.
Understood. And 2/3 of the people here today, or 2/3 of 7, Mr. Kalan, our parliamentarian?
Let me confirm. I'm operating from memory. It'll take me about 20 seconds to get the verbatim law.
Okay. Well, Ms. Snedden, it looks like you should withdraw your motion anyway. We open up the regular meeting, and then we can make adjustments to the agenda. That seems pretty clear.
Okay, so I'm so confused. This is just only for information. We could take no action on this meeting?
Because it was agendized as a special meeting without 72 hours notice, we can't make changes to the agenda, but we can make changes once we reconvene the regular meeting, which is standing by.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And then in our regular meeting, I'll ask you to cue me when is a appropriate time for me to ask for that change in the agenda.
Thank
Madam Mayor, by way of explanation, as you said, for the rest of the council, when Mr. Casey and I were talking about adding the special meeting item to the agenda, the immediate concern was whether the county was going to act on the governor's bar closure recommendation. So that's what the agenda refers to. We did not anticipate the debate about beach closure. Let me continue what I was doing with the Brown Act, but if you wish, you can go forward to the 2 p.m. meeting and I'll give you the appropriate standard at that time.
Okay, that sounds good. Ms. Gutierrez or Mr. Friedman, did you have some remarks before we close this special meeting and go to the regular one? Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, I would just like to say that I'm listening to my colleagues. They bring up really good points, but I do want to say that everybody knows that we're in a pandemic. I mean, we haven't found a cure for COVID-19. We've tried to be flexible and, reopen businesses, and the numbers spiked up. And I understand the county saying that it doesn't really happen in open areas, that it's, more in the closed areas, indoors. But at the end of the day, we're worried about getting the information out to the people that live outside the city limits. They all know, this nation knows we are living through a pandemic. So if the beaches are closed, it's due to that. It's just common sense. And if we're going to be talking about, and with all respect, Mr. Friedman, I just, when you raised the comment about, you know, you're worried about your district, imagine my district, East Beach. It's very popular. It's almost kind of this, what the mayor said, the center of this gathering for the 4th of July. And the community members in District 1 are mainly Latinos, Spanish speakers, and they're the ones that are getting affected the most because of the language and, you know, not receiving information quick enough. I just really wanted to make it clear that that I'm really concerned.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Friedman?
I would just say that if we do hear this item later, that along with closing the beaches, that all parks and all trails be part of that motion, because you cannot, because people will transmit to those. And if the whole point is to stop the transmissions, then I think those who are in support of the beaches should not shift the problem up to the trails and into places where the public, we know they're going to go. We already saw that happen earlier in the year when we had some closures of the launch ramps and other places too. So if you're going to make the motion to close the beaches, I would ask that you make a motion to include closing the trails and city parks.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
This discussion needs to move on to the 2 p.m. agenda. If you wish to add it, then you're extending the scope of the discussion to
Okay,
that
giving
I'm
people
concerned.
giving people too much discussion time. Okay, thank you
Well,
for that.
an unagendized item, I'm sorry.
Understood. Thank you very much, Mr. Kwan. We will close this special meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. We will move on to our regular City Council. Call that to order. Ms. Clerk, would you take a new roll call, please, to get us started?
Yes, Madam Mayor. This is the roll call for the regular meeting. Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon is absent. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
And Mayor Murillo.
Here. Thank you very much, Ms. Clerk. Let's do our ceremonial item. We have changes to the agenda after that, and that would be an appropriate time to make adjustments to the agenda and to do agenda management related to the topic that came up at the special meeting, which was not agendaized. Ms. Clerk, do we have a member of the Pacific Pride Foundation to receive the proclamation for Pride Month? And I know they were told that the meeting was starting at 2. Not sure if
Madam Mayor, I am confirming if we have names for this. I would also add, if there are members of the Pacific Pride Foundation who will be speaking to accept, if they could, I'm going to lower everyone's hands of our speakers, and then I will ask them to raise their hand. One moment, please. Okay, I'm now lowering everyone's hand. If there are speakers from Pacific Pride, there we are. We have Patrick Lyra Lenier, and we'll see, and Jackie Van Lingen. Perfect. All right, we have our 2 speakers.
Thank you. This is a proclamation celebrating LGBTQ Pride Month, June 2020. Whereas 2020 marks the 51st anniversary of the Stonewall riots, 6 days of intense protests in June 1969, led by Black and other LGBTQ patrons of color, following a police raid on the Stonewall Inn in Greenwich Village that specifically targeted lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer patrons, which galvanized the LGBTQ rights movement across the globe. And whereas on June 2nd, 2000, President Bill Clinton declared June Gay and Lesbian Pride Month in the United States. And in 2009, President Barack Obama updated the decree proclaiming June Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Pride Month. And whereas on June 26, 2015, the Supreme Court of the United States made a landmark decision requiring all states to recognize same-sex marriages and issue licenses to same-sex couples, thereby guaranteeing marriage equality or marriage equity nationwide. And whereas on June 15th, 2020, the US Supreme Court made a landmark decision requiring all states to recognize workplace protections for LGBTQ employees. And whereas, unfortunately, despite a great deal of progress in the past 5 decades, many within the LGBTQ community continue to face discrimination, prejudice, and inequity simply for being themselves and being open about who they love. And whereas, as of June 23rd, 2020, 16 transgender people have been murdered in this country, the majority of them Black transgender women, a group without whom there would be no LGBTQ civil rights, thanks to leaders such as Marsha P. Johnson. And whereas the LGBTQ plus community, along with advocates, allies, and organizations such as Pacific Pride Foundation, continue their tireless efforts for inclusivity and fight for equality and acceptance of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning community, particularly on behalf of Black LGBTQ and LGBTQ communities of color who are disproportionately targeted compared to white LGBTQ people. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Murillo, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim June 2020 as LGBTQ Pride Month in Santa Barbara, and encourage Santa Barbara residents to join in celebration and appreciation of the LGBTQ community by taking part in local pride events, becoming advocates and allies, and rejecting prejudice. Thank you so much. Our speakers are welcome now to make some remarks. If you would raise your hand for the clerk, thank you.
And our first speaker is Patrick Lyra Lanier. Please go ahead.
Let's see, there we go. Okay, hi everyone. I'm Patrick Lyra Lanier, Programs Manager for Pacific Pride Foundation. Thank you to our Madam Mayor and City Council for this Pride Month proclamation. I just wanted to take my chance to comment and underscore that part, naming 16 transgender folks who've been murdered in the country so far in 2020, and how the majority of them are Black trans women. And I unfortunately have to speak the name of Brayla Stone, a 17-year-old Black transgender woman who was murdered this past weekend and misgendered by the media in death, which is all too common for trans folks. The last 7 days have seen 8 transgender people murdered in the United States. We acknowledge the importance of this proclamation and just want to remind everyone that our LGBTQ plus community owes a debt to our Black LGBTQ plus leaders. And as the movement for Black lives expands, asking all localities to do the work, Pacific Pride Foundation stands in solidarity and knows Black, queer, LGBTQ plus, trans lives matter. Thank you, everyone. This means the world. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Lanier. Other speakers, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor. We also have Jackie Van Lingen. Jackie Van Lingen, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jackie Van Lingen. I am the Development and Events Manager for Pacific Pride Foundation. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and our City Council members for having us and honoring us with a proclamation today. Just wanted to let everyone know that I'm sure with COVID-19 restrictions are Pacific Pride Festival, which is held annually in August, has unfortunately been canceled, but we are working through the summer to provide a Summer of Pride campaign where everyone can celebrate safely. We'll be celebrating through the month of August, and I would urge everyone to take a look at our website, pacificpridefoundation.org, so that you can see how you can join us in solidarity.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. Okay. We thank the Pacific Pride Foundation for all the good work they do all year round. Thanks so much for receiving the proclamation. Ms. Clerk, we'll go ahead and close that item, our ceremonial item, and go to changes to the agenda. Mr. Casey, any other changes to the agenda before we go to agenda management?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we want to pull a consent item, item 12, professional services agreement for parking citation system. We have some administration issues that we need to correct before bringing that forward. So we will do that and that will come back at a later meeting.
Thank you. So we'll take item 12 off of our agenda. We will call our parliamentarian back so that he can walk us through adding an item to our regular agenda. Mr. Kalan?
Certainly, Madam Mayor, this is the time when you would do that, and you can decide when during the meeting you wish to hear this item. The Brown Act says this: upon a determination by 2/3 of the members present, that would be 4 council members, you need to determine 2 things. One, that there's a need to take immediate action, and obviously you don't have a meeting before the weekend, so that would be satisfied. And secondly, that the need for action came to the attention of the city after the agenda was posted on Thursday. And given the governor's actions and the national news about the state of the infection over the weekend, I think the evidence is there to support that as well. So it's a 4-vote action to add it to the agenda. And then secondarily, Mr. Casey may want to suggest a placement of where it might be a good item to discuss.
Sorry, I was muted. Okay, so the first vote is to put this on the agenda. So that's the first motion, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make the motion to add a discussion of beach closure for the 4th of July weekend on the basis of the immediate action is necessary and that the need came to attention after the agenda was posted.
Is that going to be a second from Ms. Gutierrez? Okay, very good. Any discussion at this point, or we can go to a vote? And for the public, we do roll call votes. Mr. Jordan, are you ready to vote or you have a comment?
Well, I just have a question for the city attorney, and that's on the second part of what I guess I'd call a finding. So if I sincerely feel that nothing happened between Thursday and Tuesday in regards to numbers, and that this holiday's been a known holiday for a year since that's July 5th, I mean, is that, do I really have to worry about meeting those 2 components to vote yes, just to get this to a part of a discussion, or should I vote what I honestly think?
Well, they matter. So yes,
okay.
It's important that the facts
Fair
be
enough.
true. But as I said, the need for action coming to the attention of the city after the agenda was posted fits with my weekend. I don't know about yours.
Okay, so it's not so much that we were remiss in not knowing that the 4th of July was coming. It's just that we thought of it between Thursday and Tuesday.
I'm particularly conscious of the beach closures going on in the southeastern United States.
Fair enough. So, okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. If there's no other, question, or Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Are we not going to open this up for public comment? Is that not going to happen?
The first vote is whether to change our agenda and put it on the agenda. One suggestion would be to add it to the back of the agenda and ask for public comment. People might call in during the meeting or might be paying attention to the meeting and know that we're going to take up this issue at the end of the meeting. So that would be my suggestion, actually, to where to put it is at the end of the meeting. And then that way there might be more public comment than we've had so far. If there's any objection to that, please let me know. Otherwise, we should take a vote about whether we should agendaize this for today. Is that clear, Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is to change our agenda today to add the question of the issue of beach closures for the weekend of July 4th holiday. Ms. Clerk, if you would take a roll call vote, please.
Yes, this is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez to change the agenda to add the issue of beach closures for the weekend of the July 4th holiday. Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon is not present. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. So that's 6 of us saying, let's put it on the agenda. And I didn't hear any objection to making it the item after 711 North Milpas. And that item is, I think, 16. So, okay, that's when we will open it up as a regular item. Okay, thanks everybody. Let's move on to open public comment. It's almost 4 o'clock and we try to take breaks every 2 hours. So when we come back, we'll do our open public comment. We'll do an hour, which has been our practice during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I will give further instructions. But for the next 10 minutes, we will be on recess. Thank you. Ms. Clerk, are we ready to restart our meeting, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, get my camera going. We will reconvene this June 30th, 2020 meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. We go to our public comment period, and because of the unusual circumstances we're in with COVID-19 pandemic, we extend our public comment from half an hour to a whole hour, and people can talk about items that are on the agenda or not on the agenda. Usually we wait until the item so that you can speak specifically to that item. We just know people's schedules are impacted by the unusual circumstances that we're all in. And like I said in the special meeting earlier, during public comment, all of the council members will put their faces on the screen. Ms. Clerk, let me ask, how many people do you think are here for open public comment? We usually give 3 minutes. If there's a whole bunch of people, we may do 2. That way more people get to talk. Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we have 8 persons who have raised their hand for general public comment.
Okay, then let's go for 3 minutes apiece. Mr. Jordan, did you have something to say at this point? Because we already did our roll call.
I'm pretty sure you were starting public comment, Madam Mayor.
Oh, thank you so much. Everybody, yeah, please. We are starting public comment. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Okay.
All right, our speakers are Kent Epperson, Fred Sweeney, Richard Clausen, Anna Marie Gott, Rick Garrett, and Denise Spangler Adams. Kent Epperson, please go ahead.
Hi there, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Kent Epperson, and I'm a member of 5G Free Santa Barbara. I want to let you know that I'm the only member of 5G Free Santa Barbara going to comment today, so we won't inundate you. But I wanted to let you know that today I spoke with Ariel Kalan and John Doimus, and they have confirmed that the internal draft of the telecommunications ordinance is still being finalized by staff, but that in the next couple of weeks, we'll get a copy of the draft to review. And in Mr. Kalan's own words, he will give us as much time as we need to review the document before meeting with the city to provide our input. As you know, our group has provided a couple model ordinances to the city attorney, including the Calabasas Telecommunications Ordinance. Another such sample protective ordinance that we want to highlight is the city of Encinitas. They actually just adopted their new ordinance. And while it doesn't have all of the protective measures we'd like to see, it's really a good start. And it just so happens that the Encinitas ordinance was drafted by the same law firm that drafted your telecommunications ordinance. So we anticipate that some of this can be easily incorporated into the ordinance. So we await the distribution of the draft ordinance for review, and we look forward to working with your staff to craft a telecommunication ordinance that is as protective as possible and one that can also stand up to legal challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Epperson. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Fred Sweeney. Fred Sweeney, please go ahead.
I'm still waiting for 7-Eleven Milpas. My little hand icon says it's down. I don't understand why it keeps popping up. So.
Oh.
Thank you
Sorry,
for
Mr.
waiting.
Sweeney, I didn't mute you, but we'll come back to you when we get to that item. Our next speaker is Richard Clausen. Richard Clausen, please go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Mayor and members of council, last week you approved a $2 million loan to the Housing Authority so it might purchase a vacant property at 116 East Coda Street to build units for homeless residents. The Housing Authority Commission will likely authorize that purchase tomorrow during its meeting, at which I hope to speak. A project had previously been planned for that site, which received design review approval for both exterior appearance and interior layouts. The Housing Authority Executive Director has already acknowledged the interior configuration will require modification from the approved 15 units to a new plan for 29 residents. I hope that you will suggest strongly to the Housing Authority that it also modify the modern exterior styling of the approved plans. Now that the building will be under the auspices of the city, it is an opportunity to extend our signature architectural style from the nearby El Pueblo Viejo. I hope you encourage the Housing Authority when it contracts with a designer and pursues interior plan changes, also to change the exterior style to something more akin to Spanish colonial revival. Cota Street is a major connector between El Pueblo Viejo and the Milpa Street corridor. Style coherence between these two commercial districts can be important. The city can set a design example for other developers by requiring buildings under its control to adopt our signature style. Please suggest that strongly to the Housing Authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. The grand jury issued another report. This is the third, and now since we've been actually here at this meeting, the fourth report this year criticizing the mayor's policies. The report criticizes the city's ability to build affordable housing, suggesting that it is inconsistent, lacks leadership, and is stuck in the thinking of yesteryear. For those of you who are not following City Hall, I'll give you a brief history. For 4 years, for crass political reasons, Mayor Murillo opposed every motion Council Member Dominguez brought to City Council regarding affordable housing. At the same time, she voted for every private development that came before her that did not have affordable housing. Murillo's obstructionism started in 2015 when Councilmember Dominguez and White filed a 2-person memo and asked for a study that would enable inclusionary housing. Then Councilmember Murillo supported a substitute motion to delay the study. She continued to fight against inclusionary housing even when Dominguez had 4 votes for 15% inclusionary housing last year. In the end, Dominguez only got 10% when it could have been 15. Murillo drove a bulldozer over low-income housing. Murillo's effort to fight affordable housing culminated in the budget vote last year. Dominguez voted against the budget, and Murillo, rather than let Dominguez speak, cleared the council chambers. All he wanted to do was speak up for his constituents who needed affordable housing, and she shut the meeting down. Never in the history of the city of Santa Barbara has a mayor cleared council chambers rather than hearing what a colleague had to say. This was a low point in Santa Barbara's democracy. Dominguez was asking for the city to convert to a housing first model rather than policing first. It is time for leadership and not partisanship. It is also time to dump the AUD program, which has never provided the city with affordable housing. It is time to build an ordinance that uses the state bonus density law to mandate low-income housing rather than trying to develop a twisted ordinance that developers help you craft that continues to miss the mark no matter the incentives you give them to build the housing we so desperately need. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Rick Garrett. Rick Garrett, please go ahead.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Council, for listening to the public. I have some concerns about what's going on Milpa Street. I've been here a while, and I think change is coming with this new building going up at 7-Eleven, North Milpas, which is a residential housing project. And what I'm really concerned about is a lack of uniform planning around Milpas. It's already hodgepodge. There's some good stuff going on here and some not so good stuff. And I think in general, we should start looking at the Boulevard to Incommune and envision what Milpas is going to look like in 20 years. And I kind of want to promote something called Mission Revival Architecture because it does blend the Spanish with the craftsmen. And good examples, they sent to some of the council people. We're talking about the county ball. We're talking about the Korea Recreation Center. We're talking about the train station. And I think that architecture does blend well. And I think we need to put a block on anything that doesn't conform to this Spanish architecture. Now, yesterday was the anniversary of the earthquake, which changed Santa Barbara from this hodgepodge western town to a beautiful Mediterranean town. Now, we should try to do the same on Milpas Street. And we shouldn't let anybody come in here and just design something and then say, oh, by the way, we're going to make it Spanish. Well, that doesn't help us any unless there's a master plan for uniform code. And I think the review board should start moving toward that. Some kind of plan other than just let's throw the Spanish here, let's do this. It should be in scope and size, and landscape should be a big part of it. All four of these big ficus trees, they really provide good air quality for us. And I also want to compliment you on helping get rid of those shopping carts around here. It's made a big difference. And you guys cleaning out, the bridge has made a big difference also with the homeless. So thank you for supporting Milpas. I think we have an opportunity to change the look. Mission Revival is a great architecture. You can see it at Crocker Row, and you should check it out. And I think we should just put a block on anybody who wants to do anything, whatever they want, however size they want, and it doesn't conform with the rest of the buildings here. It's just going to look worse over time unless you guys get together with the Architecture Review Board and Historical Committee and change the way Milpas is going to look in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Denise Spangler Adams. Denise Spangler Adams, please go ahead.
Hi, am I unmuted, I hope?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Hi, Madam Mayor and representatives of council. I'm addressing you on the question of water rates. I'm a Santa Barbara Water District customer. I will be speaking later on item 15 on the water supply agreement. At this point, I am addressing the non-agenda item, which is water rates. They are under review by the Santa Barbara Water Commission, and Representative Sneddon is the council's liaison to the Water Commission. We need to have some water rate equity here in Santa Barbara, which we do not have. And I'm very concerned that the water rates are not addressed in the water supply agreement, but in my opinion, they need to be. Would you please tell me why a Santa Barbara Water District customer pays 80% more than a Montecito Water District customer for the same identical amount of water? What is wrong with how we run our water department? Or are only the Santa Barbara Water District people paying for the desal plant? I can't figure it out. I've looked at all your charts and graphs, but I can't decipher it. If I were in Montecito, I would be paying $348.68 for 35 HCFs. Sadly, I live in Montecito, but I'm served by Santa Barbara Water District. And so I pay $628.90 for 35 HCFs. So that equals $3,362 a year more that I pay for water. So what's wrong? Is the department mismanaged? Is it that we paid twice for a desal plant? No one's looking at this, and I can look at all the minutes, and it hasn't been raised by Representative Sneddon, so I'd like to request that it be raised. I would also like to ask, if I were a person and I could buy into the Santa Barbara Water and pay for the desal plant, would then I get a reduction in the fee or rate of water that I pay? Because it just doesn't seem right that every Santa Barbara Water District customer is paying 80% more for the same amount of water. Something's amiss, and I think it's your obligation as our representatives or their representatives, because again, I vote Montecito Water District, so they represent me. And if this isn't a conflict of interest, I don't know what is. And I would respectfully, again, which I've asked for 40 years, please amend the Santa Barbara City Charter so that those of us who live in Montecito that vote Montecito, but are served by Santa Barbara, we get representation, because we're served and taxed with no
Thanks.
representation.
Ms.
Thank you.
Spangler Adams, thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ronald Buckley, then Roseanne Crawford, Sean Kirkpatrick, and Jennifer Cervantes. Ronald Buckley, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, I'm Ron Buckley, lived in the city since 1971. Over the past weeks, I've listened to many public comments, but I'm disturbed by the tone of so many of the speakers. I believe anger is a double-edged sword, cutting in both directions. I really appreciate your patience and courtesy in dealing with it all. One of the things that stood out to me was the lack of comments in support of our police department. The Santa Barbara Police Department is not Minneapolis, Ferguson, or the LAPD department. Our officers are here to serve and protect and enforce the law. I have known several of the officers over the years and have respect for their training, their dedication, and their courage. They have a tough job, constantly dealing with people and situations that none of us want to face. They are the first to show up at a bloody accident, first to help the injured, and then fairly figure out what caused the mess. They stand between us and the criminal element that would harm us, and we should be grateful for their service. I know I am. On the side of every Santa Barbara police car, it says dedicated to serve, not dedicated to serve the white folks, just dedicated to serve. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Roseanne Crawford. Roseanne Crawford, please go ahead. Roseanne Crawford, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good. Roseanne Crawford, I challenge the need for immediate action on voting to close beaches, parks, and trails. Yes, we are in a pandemic. No, this is not an emergency to close the beach at this time. The fireworks show is canceled. The large crowds and traffic will be greatly reduced. Let's look at numbers. The public health department is showing ICU cases and numbers are flat. Of course, the new cases have gone up. Well, that's because there's no more testing now. The public health department, who is very conservative, and I am as well, has not recommended closing beaches. What must be weighed out here are the mental health effects, adding to people's frustrations, loss of freedom, particularly on the Independence Day holiday. At minimum, please postpone this vote pending discussion with Dr. Reynoso. What about financial ramifications? Isn't this why we opened State Street, which I am in full support of? A Saturday, Sunday holiday closure would be a further setback to hotels, restaurants, and businesses. Please don't close our beaches or parks or trails. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Sean Kirkpatrick. Sean Kirkpatrick. Please go ahead. Sean Kirkpatrick, please go ahead. We'll come back to Mr. Kirkpatrick. Jennifer Cervantes. Jennifer Cervantes, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I want to speak in favor of the 7-Eleven project. The addition of low-income inclusionary housing is an amazing feature. As a teacher, I can tell you that having affordable housing in Santa Barbara is extremely difficult and makes it really unattainable to live here. Our salaries barely cover the cost of living in Southern California, let alone Santa Barbara. As many teachers live an hour away, it makes it extremely difficult to take part in extracurricular activities and to be involved in community events. Once again, I just want to highly encourage you to move forward. And once again, I speak in favor of the 7-Eleven project. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our final speaker is Sean Kirkpatrick. Sean Kirkpatrick. Sean
Hello.
Kirkpatrick, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I just came from the beaches with my 2 children and fiance, and though it's not the holiday weekend yet, we still feel that the beaches are very crowded and a bit of a concern of ours for this coming 4th of July weekend. Forgive me if I'm being redundant. I didn't follow the vote of if you've decided yes or no yet, but I just want to let you know you have one more person here that's very concerned for this holiday weekend. And lastly, if I may, as well, I don't know if this is city or county, but the trailheads could greatly benefit from some kind of postings on them saying, please wear face masks, because when I do hike, it's quite close for comfort when people pass each other's on the trails. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk, if there's no one else with their hands raised, we can close this section of public comment. Ms.
Madam
Gorman?
Mayor, no further hands raised.
Okay, so we close general public comment and we go to consent calendar. And Ms. Gorman, you have some items to read, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item 2, adoption of an ordinance of the Council of the City of adoption of an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving a loan agreement, deed of trust, and 90-year affordability control covenant imposed on real property located at 110 through 116 East Coda Street. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving a loan agreement, deed of trust, and 90-year affordability control covenant imposed on real property located at 110 through 116 East Coda Street, and authorizing the Community Development Director to execute such agreements as necessary. 3, adoption of the operating and capital budget for fiscal year 2021 by amending resolution number 20045. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 20045 and adopting the budget for fiscal year 2021 by appropriating monies for the use and support of said city from the funds and to the purposes herein specified. And additionally, one moment, please. Item 14, transfer of improvements to capital assets and loans receivable from the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency fund to the City of Santa Barbara. Recommendation that the successor agency A, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of Santa Barbara to convey improvements to capital assets made to the city-owned fixed assets completed in the period following the dissolution of the redevelopment agency from the successor agency to the City of Santa Barbara, and to convey $3.5 million in loans receivable owned by the Mental Health Association Garden Street Apartments LP from the successor agency to the City of Santa Barbara as the successor housing agency, and that Council A, receive a conveyance of capital assets made to the city-owned fixed assets completed in the period following the dissolution of the redevelopment agency from the successor agency. B, receive a conveyance of $3.5 million in loans receivable from the successor agency. And C, increase appropriations in the Fleet Replacement Fund by $49,031 to make payment to the County of Santa Barbara Property Tax Division. And Madam Mayor, I would just note that it's actually item 13 that will be pulled from the consent agenda, the professional services agreement for parking citation system. That's the number.
Understood. So number 12 is still active. I asked my council members if they have any items they want pulled from the consent calendar to discuss or to vote on separately. Ms. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have some questions on discussion for agenda item number 8. Who is the right person for me to ask the questions that I have? Would it be Mr. Casey?
Let's have the clerk read it into the record first. I don't think she read that one. Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez. That is number 8, agreement with Downtown Santa Barbara for marketing and promotions.
Mr. Dayton is ready to answer your questions, Ms. Gutierrez.
So I'm just concerned because of the economic crisis that we're in right now, and having this money coming out of the general fund specifically for the downtown area. And for marketing promotions, I mean, with the times that we are going through right now, we're not doing a lot of events or social gatherings. I think what we have now is what's going to be in place for a while. I'm just going to be, very honest. I feel that we have given a lot of support to the downtown area, and I understand it's the central part of the city and it's where it attracts more of the tourists at that part of the town. But I'm not really in favor to give this amount of money to the downtown organization for marketing, unless I'm reading this information wrong. I would like to recommend if this money can be split through the districts and promote the businesses in the different districts in the city. Or Mr. Dayton, can you just give me a little bit more explanation of where this money is coming from and how it's being used?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez. This is our relationship with Downtown Santa Barbara spans back into the 70s. They have been instrumental in helping us from year to year to manage the plaza, what is known as the plaza, which interestingly enough is named after La Cumbre Plaza as a way for downtown to protect itself from that shopping center. So the plaza is the area on State Street that's from Cabrillo to Victoria. Some people consider it to Sola. That's and then so what our relationship with them has been is they are helping the city. We give them money to help to make sure the plaza has been clean and safe. That has been what we have been doing. In more recent times, and this is represented in this budget and explained in the Council Agenda Report, we have shifted them to, instead of being clean and safe, to focus on marketing and promotions. The businesses downtown contribute money to directly to the downtown Santa Barbara, and this is matching money, so to speak, to help them do that marketing and promotion. And just so you know kind of what you're getting for your money, they're proposing, and actually Robin Elander, the interim director, is I know out in the audience and can speak to this as well. They're taking an active role in making sure that businesses are retained on the street and that the street is active for them. They're one of the key components that we've been working with them on that we're excited about also is creating a locals night that happens during the week. And they have a board, the city's very involved with DSP, and they have a board that is also working toward that end. But in terms of, and this money does come out of the general fund. Traditionally, this has been $655,000, half of which comes out of the general fund, half comes out of the downtown parking fund. Downtown parking is going to carry the torch on the clean and safe as a component of the ambassador program. And then we're looking to downtown Santa Barbara to focus on the promotions and marketing of the downtown. So if you'd like to, there's probably other people on the call that may want to speak to the appropriateness of continuing that. And then Robin Elander, the interim director, you might have questions for her as well.
I just have one more question for you. And this is for the public to understand as well. So the downtown receives this pot of money because they have an organization down there that puts, half of the other amount that takes care of, you know, the promotion, the cleaning, just everything that goes on for the business people there. And there's an organization, an association, basically. If other districts would like to see that type of money go into their business districts, would you recommend for those districts to create, you know, a business organization for them to have these type of opportunities?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, that is a very good approach to have a private-public partnership, and I believe one that was actually tried on the east side. I'm not really familiar with it, but one was tried, I think, similar to what is how the downtown organization gets their money, and that is a very effective way to have businesses invest in their street. We have the actual businesses on State Street are giving portions of their sales, investing in the street, and then the city is coming behind them and partnering with that money. And you're right, downtown is the premier experience, but you're also right to point out that there's other corridors, and that's why we have divided the Measure C money for maintenance is for business corridors. So it's a really good discussion to have.
And I'm not trying to give you a hard time, Mr. Dayton. I just, I get questions a lot, you know, especially in my district, since we have, you know, the Funk Zone and Haley and Milpas. Hey, what about us? You know, why isn't the city giving us some money? And a lot of the things that I'm doing in my community, it's a lot of educating the public. And I think that is definitely my role. And this is why I'm asking these questions, because this comes up a lot, and especially now with the economy going sideways the way it is. So thank you so much for that information.
Thank you. If you don't need to vote on that separately, Ms. Gutierrez. Okay.
No, I don't.
Okay, thanks. Any other council members? Mr. Jordan, an item to pull?
Nope. I'll, and as long as nobody else sits up, I will move the consent calendar.
I'll second it.
Thank you. There may be a public commenter because I see Ms. Gorman popping up. We do have a motion, but let's go ahead and take public comment. Ms. Clerk?
Very good. If you wish to speak on a consent item, please raise your hand within the app. And I do have three hands raised: Denise Spangler Adams, Hillary Hauser, and Sid Abad. Denise Spangler Adams, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for you and the council representatives on item number 12. Why is the city of Santa Barbara paying the Santa Barbara Unified School District $34,546 to patrol Santa Barbara Unified School District properties? Those properties are the responsibility of the school district. $34,000 is a lot of money, whether it's to buy masks to give to our residents who can't afford to buy them, or whether it's to provide people vitamin D to build up their immunity. But we again voted at the last meeting, or you voted, I don't vote, but you voted to cancel the police station because of lack of funds, and that was Measure C money. So why are we handing out money to the Santa Barbara Unified School District for our city employees to monitor and patrol their properties? Just a question to throw out on the table. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's go ahead and take that, since we're taking it item by item. My understanding is that the school district pays us. Is that right, Mr. Casey? Go ahead, please, Mr. Casey.
Yes, that is correct. School district is paying us so that our park rangers can swing by the schools on weekends and other off hours just to make sure things are correct. But school district is paying us for those services rendered.
We thank Ms. Spangler Adams for her interest on that one. Ms. Clerk, Ms. Hauser's next, I think.
Yes, Hillary Hauser. Hillary Hauser, please go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Are you there? Thank you. Hi, Mayor Murillo, City Council. Thanks for hearing me. I ran all the way home from El Encanto to get here. So I want to comment on this beach closure thing. It's very, very, very serious. And we have to work together with the county beaches, the city beaches, but this COVID virus, they're talking about it being really, we have to close the beaches. This Ventura is doing it. They're all going to come here. The part two of this is that during the COVID situation, there's a lot of takeout. There's a lot of trash. We have been sending out teams. We've had Marburg double the pickups at these beaches. We have teams picking up trash. There is plastic everywhere. We need to stop. We need to just stop right now and get our breath and protect public health and environment right now. You can't lose by doing these things. The public needs you to lead on this. And I thank you for your consideration, and please just close the beaches now.
Thanks, Ms. Hauser. Is there another speaker to the consent calendar items?
Yes, Madam Mayor, to actually Sid Abad.
Okay, Ms. Snedden, your light is on. Did you have a comment? Okay, you're just listening?
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Abad, thank you.
Very good. Sid Abad and then Elizabeth Cutright. Sid Abad, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sid Abad. I go by he, him pronouns, and I'd just like to share my concern regarding closing the beaches for the upcoming 4th of July weekend. With all the other cities closing beaches due to COVID-19 concerns, I'm worried that a lot of those beachgoers are going to come flood to our beaches, and not only our beaches are going to be open for our locals, but there's going to be a lot of people from out of town also coming to the beaches, especially for 4th of July, since there's other beaches closing down. And I'm just concerned about Santa Barbara County's COVID-19 cases rising, as there's a lot of different states pausing and even reversing their reopenings of the states. And I just wanted to voice my concern regarding keeping the beaches open. I would strongly suggest that Santa Barbara City were to close the beaches, especially for the 4th of July holiday. But I appreciate you letting me to speak, and yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth. Hi, Mayor. Hi, City Council members. I hope you're having a good day so far. Thanks for letting me speak. I'll be brief. I also share concerns about the beaches remaining open during the 4th of July holiday. And I'm speaking for several people who cannot be on the meeting today because they're at work or they're doing childcare, and they wanted me to speak for all of us as a group. With the COVID numbers rising in Los Angeles, and particularly because Los Angeles County has made a decision to close their beaches, I think it's in our best interest to close our beaches as well. In addition, several of our local hotels are already sold out, and most of those guests are coming from Los Angeles. So people in LA are definitely planning to come up here next week or this weekend. And I just think we as a community have been doing a very good job of keeping our numbers low. But if we're going to be sabotaged by people from coming out of town, it's just as a small community, we're not prepared for this influx of infections that could be coming our way. And that's really all I wanted to say. So thank you.
Thanks so much. Ms. Clerk, are there any other speakers to the consent calendar? We will have a discussion about the beaches later.
Madam Mayor, there are just one additional person, Jose Gallegos, who has raised his hand at this point.
Mr. Gallegos will be the final speaker for consent calendar. Thanks.
Very good.
Mr. Gallegos? Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Boy, I've been having problems with this whole webinar, whatever you want to call it, and I need to kind of figure it out. But what I want to really pick on is on I think it's item 16, 711 North Milpas. So I would like to speak on that when it comes up.
Okay, then thanks for holding your horses, and you'll get to speak on that one. Thanks, Mr. Gallegos. Okay, We'll close public comment for the consent calendar. We already have a motion and a second to move it forward. Ms. Clerk, will you take a roll call vote, please? Thanks.
Yes, and this was a motion by Councilmember Jordan, and I'm sorry, who was the second?
A. Gutierrez.
Very good, thank you. Seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez for the consent calendar, and I will see who's not muted there. For the consent calendar except for item 13. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon is not present. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That passes 6-0 with Harmon absent. It will close consent calendar, move it forward rather, except for 13. And we will go to a report from our ordinance committee. Mr. Gutierrez, are you ready to give your report? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. On the ordinance committee meeting today, we voted to push forward to council the amendments to the AUD program. I can't hear you.
Thank you. We'll look forward to getting that at to the full council. Thanks.
Thank you.
And that moves us to number 15. Ms. Clerk, are you ready?
I'm ready. Item 15, authorization to execute a water supply agreement with the Montecito Water District. Excuse me, recommendation A, the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving a water supply agreement for the long-term wholesale supply to the Montecito Water District of water made available from the operation of the Charles E. Meyer desalination facility.
Mr. Hagmark, we're ready for your presentation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, Joshua Hagmark, Water Resources Manager, and excited to be here today. 5 years of negotiation, and we finally have an agreement that the council can take action on. Next slide. The negotiating team consisted of Rebecca Bjork, Dan Henske, Malcolm Hamilton, and of course myself. Next slide. I've got about 25 slides to go through here. I'm going to move fairly quickly unless there's questions. Give a little bit of background on the desal plant itself and the permitting that went into that and how we've gotten to today. Talk a little bit about our water supply agreements, the key terms in the agreement. I'm going to do a funding overview. Talk a little bit how this impacts our water supply planning, and then the schedule, and then the recommendation for today. Next slide. So this facility was completed in 1992. It was originally constructed as a regional desalination plant. It had a capacity of 7,500 acre feet a year, and Montecito and Goleta Water District were participants in that original facility. In 1994, it was put into long-term standby, and the Montecito Water District and Goleta Water District asked to step back from the facility. They no longer wanted to participate financially. But the city stayed the course, and in 1996, we got the permanent permits to operate the facility. And next slide. Just quickly wanted to touch on, there are numerous permits, but these are the 6 main permits associated with it. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the coastal development permit issued by the California Coastal Commission. Next slide. So the Coastal Commission issued Coastal Development Permit 496119 in 1996, and it clearly laid out that the desal facility was allowed to operate up to a maximum production capacity of 10,000 acre feet a year. And at that capacity, it also recognized that the output may be available for sale to neighboring water purveyors, and recognized in writing that it may include Goleta, Montecito, Summerland, or Carpinteria. Next slide. The permit also goes on to name 4 scenarios in which the facility may be operated. I'm going to talk about scenario 3, which is baseload operations, and it may be operated during both drought and not drought at a level up to 7,500 acre-feet a year. And that water may be used to produce water for exchange with other purveyors during non-drought periods. We believe this permit gives us the ability to enter into this agreement today. Next slide. So in 2014, when the city started its efforts to reactivate the desal plant, Montecito certainly piqued Montecito's interest as they were facing basically a very localized issue with their water supply planning. Their portfolio is not very diverse, and we're facing some very significant issues. They reached out to the city, and the city council in 2015 directed staff to sit down and start negotiations. Those negotiations were on and off for several years, and a lot of that was Montecito exploring what options they had. They were looking at options of recycled water, groundwater, all various options that I think they needed to go through that process to understand, the value that this agreement would provide to them. Next slide. In 2018, Montecito got really serious about moving forward with this agreement, and also agreed to fund the cost of this negotiation. In particular, we were developing documents that with various consultants that ended up costing significant money. And Montecito came to the table to pay for half of those costs as we continued to negotiate in good faith. In 2019, we brought to the city council and also to the Montecito board a term sheet. That term sheet basically laid out all the major elements of the agreement. And it was approved by both boards. And I'm happy to say that the agreement before you today is consistent with that term sheet. It took us a while. It took us longer than I thought to pull all the detail together in there, but we were able to remain consistent with what that city council and the Montecito board had approved. Next slide. So there's some core principles that I think it's helpful to talk about. The city will operate the desal plant and the conveyance pipeline. We are not granting any ownership to the district under this agreement. And for simple terms, in many ways, it resembles how we operate the Cater water treatment plant. As you may recall, the city has all discretion over how we operate it, but both the Montecito Water District and the Carpinteria Valley Water District are participants in the cost. So they pay about 40% of the cost of operating that facility. This agreement is a take or pay agreement, which means the district pays whether they need the water or not. The pricing reflects the full cost to finance and operate the plant to produce the water. We are not subsidizing water to the district. It also recognizes that the city had costs from when the district had dropped out of participating in the plant to when we chose to reactivate it. And there are costs there that we have negotiated the district reimbursing city customers for. This also agreement protects the city's water supplies. We're not giving away something that we currently need or can't fill with additional expansion of the plant in the future. It reduces significantly the operating risks to the city customers should regulation change or the facility be damaged due to a storm. It has emergency provisions that also protect the city's customers. And I think most importantly, it also supports regional water supply management. If you think about the State Water Project, that's a regional project. Kachuma is a regional water supply planning. Desal is exactly that as well. And these projects are really supported by the state at this point and the federal government looking for more regional projects between water and agencies. Next slide. Now I wanted to get into what some of the key terms in this agreement are. So I'm going to go through these 8 items on the next few slides. Next slide. So the term of the agreement is 50 years. I think I have to admit, I think this is what has taken so long to negotiate and work through on this agreement, because trying to anticipate all the things that have happened in the last 50 years since 1970, it is difficult to try and make sure that you have enough in the agreement that allows the flexibility that the city needs, but also the clarity for both parties as to what would happen if certain things change. So this is a 50-year agreement. The volume of water is 1,430 acre feet, and the source of water is at the city's discretion. This is really important to our water supply planning. However, the basis of the contract and the costs are based on the operation of the desalination plant. Next slide. Some of the key components are the excuses from performance. There are terms in the agreement that address uncontrolled events. So should the plant go down or the pipeline rupture, there are certain excuses from delivery. And there are also clear indications that the district continues to pay those fixed costs that we would also be paying, such as the loan. And the same thing goes for the district. If they're in a situation and under an uncontrolled situation where they're unable to take the water, there is remedies in which the district continues to pay those fixed costs, but the city has the ability to utilize that water. Next slide. There is also terms in this agreement that deal with critical water emergencies and how we would work through those. So some might include the uncontrolled events, such as the State Water Project, for whatever reason, going down, collapse of the tunnels. And there are, in cases of which the plant has been upgraded to 5,000, the city would be relieved from some deliveries. And what we would be doing is a share the pain approach, in which we would be basically sharing that water so that both of our communities were getting the same per capita water usage. We also have a term in here under for severe drought, and this would be a drought in which we've never seen yet, but given climate change, it may occur. And so just thinking ahead to this, should we get into this severe drought, the city is doing diligent planning and has been upgrading the plant. If we've upgraded it to 7,500 acre feet a year and we are still unable to meet basic health and safety, we are able to do, again, another partnership with the district in which we're both receiving the same amount of water for health and safety, plus a recognition that we do provide a lot of critical commercial industrial services here as well. So there's water for that. Next slide. I can't touch on this enough. Risk management is huge. This agreement really sets up proportionate sharing of operational risks, capital risks, changes in regulations, climate change. So these are all elements that this agreement recognizes and the district will participate in based on their proportionate share of the capacity of the plant. Next slide. In order to ensure the delivery of this water to the district, we do need to build a conveyance pipeline. This would allow us to move our desalinated water up to the Decatur Water Treatment Plant. From there, as you may know, that's kind of the heart of the city's water system. We can move water anywhere on the South Coast. And so this, by putting in this pipeline, it provides, not only ensures that we can make deliveries to the district under a diverse list of water supply conditions, but it also has a benefit to the city in allowing us to take this incredibly high quality water and mix it with our surface water and groundwater. It also allows us to move water anywhere in our service area, which we currently cannot get desalinated water up to the foothills area. So that has a lot of benefits. This project this agreement would also trigger us needing to do upgrades to the pump station that's at the desalination plant so that you have the capacity to pump the water up to Decatur. The total cost of all of these elements here right now is estimated at around 19 million. We only have a cost estimate right now for the new conveyance pipe, which is that blue section. And we would be tying into an existing city transmission main and repurposing it for use in this case. Next slide, I'll get into this a little more detail. So the cost components, we have a plant capital charge. That's basically our state revolving fund loan right now. and that will be proportional based on capacity. So it would be the 1430, the districts over the 3125, that's the current capacity. It works out to about 45% is what the district's percentage of the capital charge that they would pick on. So the plant operation and maintenance, there's a variable component, which is based on the actual water produced. And then the fixed component, which are the labor and fixed components that really don't change based on capacity. There's a water supply development fee. This is what was negotiated to reimburse customers for the cost that we carried with the desal plant from when it was shut down and Montecito stopped participating in the 90s to when they come back on board. It works out to about $4.5 million that we've negotiated that they will reimburse city customers for. There's also the conveyance pipeline. We've negotiated that Montecito will pick up 64.6% of the cost of that pipeline. They will pay their proportionate share of the administrative fees, which include, of course, the overhead, city council, city administrator's office, all those things that get dispersed amongst all programs. And then we've agreed also to share proportionately in any grant funding that we do receive. Next slide. So the benefits to the city, beginning in fiscal year 23, we will start receiving $4.5 million annually. That's equivalent to a rate revenue increase of about 7.5%. And it really takes a lot of pressure off of future rate increases as we continue to look to maintain the aging infrastructure that we have. It reduces city's exposure to long-term capital maintenance and renewal costs, and the city retains discretion to operate the plant to maximize the benefit to its customers, and it's not an ownership agreement. So the cost sharing is similar to the Cater Joint Powers Agreement, which has been in place for nearly 50 years. And I think, again, there's a lot of benefits to these regional partnerships. And I think this further brings our communities closer together. Next slide. So where we are today, we have designed the conveyance pipeline, the new component. It has been bid, and we have a contractor standing by as if the council awards this agreement, approves this agreement, we can award the construction contract and get started on that 3 miles of pipe. We have a transmission aid renewal project that is nearly done with design, and so we anticipate that would be awarded sometime this fall. And then we would be initiating award of a design to upgrade the pump station to make deliveries starting January 1st of 2022. Next slide, sorry. The conveyance pipeline funding, we are proposing to use the $18.9 million that has been awarded to the water fund for damages to Gibraltar as a result of the Thomas Fire. We had an enormous amount of sediment that came into the reservoir, and we're able to get those damages submitted, and we're successful in getting that money. And we think this goes a long ways to securing the city's water future. So we think it's consistent with that. And then the desal plant capacity upgrades. At this time, we do not see, even with this new demand from Montecito, we do not see in the next 3 years any contemplation of an upgrade in capacity of the plant. And we will continue to monitor that on a regular basis. But if we had to, Montecito would pay proportionately in those upgrades, along with the conveyance pipeline costs, and they would pay for any debt service that we took on, and which would likely be another state revolving fund loan. Next slide. So what we did here is I looked at 2 different scenarios, trying to, and let me look at my notes over here, trying to lay out how this looks with this new demand. So keep in mind right now that the community is using about 10,000 acre feet a year. Prior to the current drought, we were using about 1,400 acre feet a year. So we've seen some hardening in the city's water usage. So even adding in this new demand from Montecito is still within kind of what we historically have been using as a community. So under this first scenario, I've assumed a 30% conservation by city customers, the water supply agreement of 1,430 acre feet a year, a 25% allocation from Kachuma, so really low, no state water allocation, no Gibraltar supply, no expanded use of recycled water, and rainfall and weather patterns similar to 2016. And under that scenario, when we expand the plant to 7,500 acre feet a year, we are still able to meet our demands and the obligations under this water supply agreement. Next slide. Under this scenario, I looked, what if the community went all the way back to what we were using prior to this drought? So this would be 2012, 2011 water usage. And so that's closer to 14,000 acre feet a year. Assuming the agreement, we have to 1,430 acre feet a year. I assumed a 50% Kachuma allocation, which is also pretty low, a state water allocation of 40%, no Gibraltar, rainfall similar to 2016, of course that hot weather as well, and no expanded use of recycled water. And under this scenario, we're able to expand the plant to 7,500 acre feet a year and still meet our demands and the obligations under this agreement. Next slide. So with that, I'd like to just cap on the benefits. This plant, the Charles E. Meyer Desalination Plant, was conceived as a regional water supply. And I think by taking this step, we are following through with its original intent. I think as Kachuma is a regional supply, as State Water is a regional supply, it just makes sense to partner in these kind of water supply plannings. It reduces exposure for our customers in the capital and maintenance costs of this facility. It just reinforces, I think, our role, which is this regional cooperation. We've always been a key player. We right now treat surface water for Goleta, a portion of Goleta, La Cumbre, Carpinteria, Montecito. We have always been kind of that pivotal regional player that makes things come together. This is plays on economies of scale. So in the future, when the plant does need to be upgraded, the unit costs go down. We all benefit from that. The shared risks, the improved water quality. And finally, I think it's important to know that I think the current terms are ultimately fair and equitable. I think it's really challenging when you have two public agencies negotiating like this in a public forum. There really isn't an opportunity for a win-lose. Both communities need to stand up and say, this is a win. I feel like this is a fair agreement. And I think we were able to get there. Next slide. So kind of the shortened path, January 2019, the City Council approved the term sheet along with the Montecito Board. In May of 2020, we took this to the Water Commission and talked with them about the term sheet. We then went back to the Water Commission on June 18th, in which we received a 4-0 vote in favor of the staff recommendation. And then on June 25th, the Montecito Board took the big step to approve their portion of the agreement. And so we are here today in front of the City Council as a final step in the consideration of this agreement. Next slide. So the recommendations here, Madam Mayor, I don't know if you want me to read through these, they are in your packet, but ultimately to introduce and subsequently adopt an ordinance of the council approving this water supply agreement for the long-term wholesale supply of the Montecito Water District for water made available from the operation of the Charles E. Meyer Desalination Plant. I could go on reading if you'd like. I just wanted to make sure that these were up in front of the council and very clear. If you don't want me to read, I do know that the Montecito Board has some, they would like to comment when you are ready. They would like to say a few words.
Sure. I mean, just to be clear, Mr. Hagmark, that it's the ordinance and then it's the appropriations of the funding. It's to start the pipeline project, and then item D is the environmental review, just, for the council members who are looking at the recommendation. So we're happy to hear from the Montecito Water District folks. Is that what you're suggesting, that they come up next?
I think Nick Turner, their general manager, was wanting to speak, and Floyd Wicks, their board president, had hoped to speak. The meeting's kind of run long, so I'm not. Hopefully, they're still on.
If they're still there, please have them speak.
Mr. Turner, Nick Turner, please go ahead.
Mayor Murillo, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So Mayor Murillo, City Council members, good evening. My name is Nick Turner. I'm the General Manager of the Montecito Water District. Also participating today in today's meeting is Floyd Wicks. He's the Montecito Water District Board President. We are pleased to be here today on the verge of what we consider an historic action. The water supply agreement before you will further the partnership of our agencies with regards to water supply planning and will serve our combined constituents and the community at large with the most essential resource. As I'm sure you're aware, last Thursday, the Montecito Water District Board of Directors unanimously passed a resolution in support of the water supply agreement being considered by the City Council. In a separate vote at the same meeting, the Montecito Water District Board of Directors also adopted a 5-year rate structure that will raise sufficient revenue to pay for the water provided pursuant to the water supply agreement. Of our more than 4,600 customers, fewer than 20 expressed opposition to this agreement, and many expressed support. It's been nearly a year and a half since the City Council and the Montecito Water District Board of Directors agreed to the terms that are manifested in the water supply agreement now before you, which represent collaboration, mutual consideration, and careful planning at the highest level. For more than 50 years, the city and the district have been effective, long-standing partners and have collaborated in a collaborative member agency in significant water-related endeavors. And that's such examples are the Kachuma Project, the Cater Water Treatment Plant, the State Water Project, and others. The opportunity here today is to broaden and strengthen our relationship for the coming 50 years. This agreement will serve all of our constituents with improved water security, more flexibility in essential resource management, and also cost sharing. This is truly an opportunity that represents a great stride forward in regional collaboration. And on behalf of the district and the communities that we serve, we thank you for your consideration and support and are here to express our commitment. Thank you. And President Wicks would also like to make a comment if in fact he's able to be patched into the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. We'll stand by for Mr. Wicks.
Floyd Wicks, please go ahead. Floyd Wicks, please go ahead. Mr. Wicks, you may speak.
We can't hear you, Mr. Wicks. Sorry. Can you unmute yourself?
Mr. Turner, Madam Mayor, Mr. Turner says he has written comments from Mr. Floyd. If he could be put back on, he could read those comments.
That's fine. Thank you. Ms. Clerk.
Very good. Mr. Turner, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor, can you hear me again?
Yes, thank you.
All right, great. So I will be reading President Wicks's comments. Madam Mayor, council members, I am pleased to report that on June 25th, the Montecito Water District Board unanimously passed a resolution in support of the water supply agreement with the City of Santa Barbara. From his personal point of view, Joshua Hagmark, Rebecca Bjork, and Dan Hinchke are to be commended for their extraordinary efforts, along with MWD's General Manager Nick Turner. They have all stayed the course over the past couple of years, leading to a landmark agreement that will allow Montecito Water District to dramatically increase its water supply reliability, especially during prolonged droughts. I'm gratified that Santa Barbara continues to be in close partnership with Montecito Water District. The two entities have been working together for decades. For example, for 56 years, the city's been treating Montecito Water District supply from Lake Kachuma and the State Water Project. Once again, the city proved itself a tremendous partner 2 years ago during the disastrous debris flow in early 2018 following the Thomas Fire by sending crews into harm's way to assist Nick and his crews in dealing with a significantly damaged water system. I encourage the council to provide authorization to execute the water supply agreement with Montecito Water District, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for reading that, Mr. Turner. If you would express our gratitude and our desire to continue collaborating with Mr. Wicks, we would be grateful. And thank you for your participation. Mr. Hagmark, if there's no other presentation, we can take questions from the City Council and then go to public comment. I'll jump in with a quick question about the construction of the conveyance pipeline. So that's getting underway, or as soon as we agree, what's the timeline on that one? And if you said so, I'm sorry, I missed it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, we are poised. We've got a contractor standing by. So I think as soon as this agreement goes through its process, we likely will, because it is by ordinance, takes the 30 days. It would it's likely that we will sign this agreement sometime in August, and then we would turn around and execute a contract for construction, sometime probably September.
And it looks like you got a $1 million grant to help pay for that. Congratulations on that.
We did, and I'd like to point out the only reason we got that is because this is a regional pipeline. This pipeline will be serving a regional water supply need. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been eligible.
Good work then, Mr. Hagmark. Let's go to Councilmember Friedman next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Hagmark, there has been a few constituents who have a very limited circumstance that could be affected by this in terms of being Santa Barbara water customers versus, and they live in the Montecito area. We heard from someone today, but have a couple others. Maybe not today, but is there a way as part of this that issue could be addressed, or we could work with the Montecito Water District and those residents to try to resolve that issue as part of this process, or maybe outside of it? But is there a way that we could try to resolve that?
I'm not sure what the issue exactly is. I mean, we're customers that we serve and are required to serve. And we used to long ago charge anybody outside of city limits a 30% cost, because it does cost us more to provide service outside of city limits because those homes are further apart. But that cost, we've decided in 2016 to stop charging that 30% premium. And so I think the cost that we are charging all of our customers is fair and reasonable. Mr. Henske may have something to add to that.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Friedman. In direct answer to your question is, can it be done as part of this agreement? The answer to that is legally no. Can it be done in another forum? The answer to that is yes. The other forum for it to be discussed is during the time when the City Council and the Water Commission discuss retail water rates generally. That the issue that has been raised relates to retail water rates, and the appropriate forum is that other forum, not this agreement and not this decision.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies it, because some had contacted us because this issue had come up. And so just wanted to clarify that through the Water Commission in that process, there is a way to have that discussion, but this isn't it. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, looks like he's done. Mr. Jordan, your turn for questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hey, Mr. Hagmark, how you doing?
Good.
Just a couple questions. So the plan as currently going forward from an infrastructure standpoint, whether traveling uphill to Cater or what's going on down at El Estero or DeSal, what do you see happening in your lifetime, maybe not my lifetime, on potable reuse, and where that fits in this from the millions and the tens of millions of dollars we're spending now for infrastructure? Will we, when we get around to actually having that as a tool, will the conveyance pipelines have adequate capacity, or will we need another one? What do those pieces look like if you're looking in your crystal ball for the next generation?
So this agreement in no way limits the city from not pursuing potable reuse. So potable reuse is still a complete option for the city to pursue. And there is even opportunities in there should we want to pivot to that instead of desal. I just want to caveat that with what I've seen so far from the potable reuse is the cost of that will be astronomically higher. Just since Ventura right now is moving forward with a potable reuse project, they are actually looking to do groundwater injection, and their project is quickly approaching 200 million for just the treatment plant alone. So, so having said that, the state is still working on regulations for that. They're a long ways off, but I don't believe any of the investments we're making here today or the agreement we have here are limiting or taking away any opportunities we would have in the future. Should regulations change that make us or want us to pivot?
So say for some reason, the dollars and the reality didn't just keep slapping us in the face like that, and somehow it did happen, but we needed to get it up to Cater. Are we using that new pipe at less than capacity while we're digging a hole in the ground? Should we put a couple pipes in the ground, that kind of thing?
Well, there's a lot of detail to get into here. I think just, when we studied potable reuse, we looked at reutilizing the recycled water line, which right now goes all the way up to the golf course. Because under the potable reuse scenario we had anticipated, which is surface water augmentation, we would be advanced treating our wastewater to drinking water standards, pumping it up and putting it into Laurel Reservoir, and then treating it again as a surface water. Now, having said that, this conveyance pipeline that we're talking about today does have a lot of value to the city, not only allowing us to push water up, but it also, when the desal plant is down for maintenance, that pipeline can reverse, and it allows us to move water from Cater all the way down to the downtown area where we have one of our highest demands, in the low zone. So there is a lot of value outside of just being able to push desal water up.
Okay, and then everything we're doing assumes that the desal plant and El Estero are going to live for another century. What's going on down there with the plan to protect it from sea level rise? So we just don't end up, I mean, we're making a commitment here to use them for whatever, 50 years with this conveyance pipeline, getting our desal water up to Cater and sharing it regionally. But that is also contingent upon us being able to protect the area around the desal plant and Cater, right? So what are your thoughts on there and how that's looking?
Well, we're exploring that, right? And we, at least during the life of this agreement, we don't anticipate sea level rise impacts to those particular facilities. We have talked about the impacts to the collection system, which is another issue that we work on. But I think we have adequate terms in this agreement that protect us. The district would be partnering in this. So if there are things that we needed to do to adapt, they would be sharing in those adaptation costs. But as even under the extreme scenarios right now, we do not anticipate significant impacts to the desal plant in the term.
Very good. All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Jordan. Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just, and thank you, Mr. Hagmark, such an excellent presentation, and it's been a long road. And just to emphasize, can you speak to the concept of One Water and how this is not actually a desal purchase agreement, but a water purchase agreement? And while we're looking at the desal plant over time with climate change, how this agreement is structured so that it's not guaranteeing that the water we're providing is necessarily desal, and if you could speak to that.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, yes, this agreement is what it says. It's a water supply agreement. It is not a desal water supply agreement. So the city does reserve the discretion on which water, and we've been having a lot of discussion at the Water Commission about One Water, which is that all water has value, whether that's groundwater, stormwater, surface water, seawater, wastewater. So it does not limit us from providing and utilizing those waters to fulfill this agreement. So I believe it gives the city ultimate flexibility as we move forward. I'd like to at some point bring back a discussion with the City Council about One Water and get into that in more detail, because I think it's in line with a lot of the city's goals of sustainability. Mr. Henschke.
Mr. Henschke.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. And in further response to Council Member Sneddon's question, I think it's important to point out that after a period of years, I believe it's 25 in the agreement, we do have the ability to replace the water that is supplemental to the city's water needs by water from another source, such as indirect potable reuse or some other form of produced water. The agreement does require that the alternative source have equivalent reliability and equivalent cost to desal. So the requirement is that it be a highly reliable source at the same price or a comparable price. It does fit in directly with One Water.
Okay, thanks for that clarification and information. Any other questions from the City Council before we see if there's public comment? Okay, thanks, Mr. Hagmark. Ms. Gorman, do folks have their hands raised for this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have a couple of folks who have their hands raised for this item. We have Denise Spangler Adams and Kira Redmond.
Thanks.
So Denise Spangler Adams, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I again want to start my comments that a Santa Barbara Water District customer pays $3,362 more a year than a Montecito Water District customer for the same amount of water. And Representative Sneddon, you represent the Santa Barbara Water District customers. So something's gone amok here. My question is, based on what was presented to you, is how you're allocating your charges for the water agreement. I am very impressed with the Montecito Water District. They're brilliant, and I respect them. And I am the first to say, as a Montecito resident, that I am glad that we are entering into a regional water agreement. I supported the people that were elected. I vote Montecito, but I received your water. I want to respectfully disagree with your city attorney. He doesn't have all of his facts, or he's playing with a few missing cards in his hand. We in Santa Barbara Water District customers, we have no representation. We are prohibited from representation under your city charter, your city charter, and we have no voice. So to say that later we'll be represented, I don't think that we will be. We can't be, because there's no reason for you to represent our interests. So with that being said, on the basis for a Santa Barbara City water customer, why do you as a city want them to pay more? Your poor people, the poorest people served by water, which is survival, they're paying for 9 HCFs $82.56 a month, and Montecito's paying $59.04 a month, and that's $23.52 a month more. Why is it? Are we selling them the cheap water based on our sourcing, and we're then charging us a high? And when your city attorney says it costs more to serve us, or Josh did, Josh knows that's not true, or Mr. Hagmark, because he knows the main city water main is on my property. It doesn't cost any more to serve me than my next door neighbor. So I would really like to get down to how this works. I passed this agreement today because, again, this agreement's been in the works for 5 years, and we need this regional water agreement. They've done an exemplary job, all of them. But later, we need to get down to some water rate equity. We need to have that discussion as you develop your rates, because sourcing determines cost. You cannot charge people more than the cost to serve, and there's a huge discrepancy in the rates. So let's get it resolved, and not now, but at your upcoming meeting. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Thanks. Oh, yes, Ms. Nedden, go ahead.
could I just please invite Ms. Spangler Adams to, we've had some email about this and have inquired with Mr. Hagmark, and if we could set up an appointment, if you could contact Holly Perea in the council office, and let's set up a meeting. This is a 14 to 18 residents that this particular issue is affecting, and we do want to set it right. And so please let's set that meeting up.
Thanks for that. Another speaker, Ms. Gorman.
Our next speaker is Kira Redmond. Kira Redmond, please go ahead. Kira Redmond, go ahead. You're not muted.
We can't hear you, Ms. Redmond.
And Madam Mayor, Ms. Redmond is the final speaker on this item.
Okay, and she's not available, it seems like.
Yeah, we'll try one more time at Kira Redmond. If you'd like to speak, please speak now. Nope, nothing.
Okay, thanks. We close public comment then on item number 15, and we'll go to deliberative comments. Ms. Snedden, your turn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just really want to commend staff and the excellent negotiations that took place. There was a lot of back and forth, and this truly is exemplary of a mutually beneficial agreement. It's win-win all the way around, and really speaks to our strengthening our resilience and our regional resilience and water quality and water supply. I'm very pleased with the final term sheet and the negotiations that took place. And when the time comes, I'd be very happy to move the 4 recommendations put forward in the staff report.
Thanks. Mr. Friedman?
Well, I was getting prepared to second the motion, but I'll wait till you move it, but I'll be willing to second it. But I just wanted to echo my colleagues' comments. And I see Ms. Gorman up there, so should I wait for a second?
Madam Mayor and Council, we do have Kira Redmond back on the line to speak.
I'll
Let's
wait for
give
my
her
comments then.
the courtesy of, okay, thanks.
Wonderful. Okay. Ms. Redmond, please go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Kira Redmond, the Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. By cementing a 50-year deal to sell quote unquote excess water to Montecito, you're effectively making the decision to continue to operate your desalination facility at full capacity indefinitely, or worse, to expand its capacity, regardless of whether or not we are in a drought, and thus regardless of whether this water is even needed or makes economic sense. Recall, however, that your current long-term water supply plan only allows the use of the desal plant as a drought emergency supply, not as an ongoing baseload supply. Recall also that when you decided to reactivate the desal plant, you repeatedly assured the public and various regulatory agencies that it was a temporary emergency measure to meet a shortfall in supply caused by the drought. Now, through this water supply agreement, you are saddling our community and the environment with a drastically different scenario for the next 50 years that will have significant adverse impacts on the marine environment and the city's energy usage, greenhouse gas emissions, and contribution to climate change. The significant environmental impacts of this agreement have never been analyzed or mitigated, yet neither the city nor the Montecito Water District have bothered to conduct an EIR as required by the California Environmental Quality Act. Your 26-year-old desal EIR did not contemplate the ongoing operation of the plant for the next 76 years, nor did it examine and mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. And the analysis of the entrainment of marine life was based on ancient and erroneous data that would never be accepted today. Why would you not want to base your decisions on a current, accurate environmental analysis? Putting your heads in the sand and pretending there are no impacts just isn't good policymaking. I understand the urgency to share the pain of the exorbitant cost of your desal plant, which, just like the first time around, we again don't need. Again, the environmental impacts of this long-term agreement will be significant, and you're doing yourselves, the public, the environment, and future generations a huge disservice by failing to examine and mitigate them as required by CEQA. Therefore, I strongly urge you to conduct a current and accurate EIR so you have all the facts before signing this agreement, so you can appropriately mitigate the environmental impacts of this decision, and so you are not exposing the city to legal liability by violating CEQA. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. We'll close public comment again and go to our comments. Mr. Friedman, you were in the middle of your thought process. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make this brief. So I was saying I appreciate, like my colleague, Councilmember Sneddon, all the work that our staff went into over the last 5 years to come up with this, and the Montecito Water District Board of Directors and their staff for working on this as well. And one thing with this is that we do have a changing water supply situation, and having local sources is going to be paramount for us in the future. As the council's representative to Central Coast Water Authority, there are strong concerns about the reliability of that project to provide us with state water going forward. There are some projections that it's coming down to 48% allocations in a normal year. So that's in a normal year. And just a couple of years ago, we were down to a 5% allocation. So the more local sources we have and the ability to have that pipeline be able to serve the entire city is a benefit for emergency situations in particular during extended droughts. So with the fast changing and supply situation and the need to recharge our groundwater reserves after droughts, I think having more flexible sources and diversifying our water supply portfolio is much needed. So I will be supporting this, but my colleague Councilmember Sneddon was going to make the motion. So if you want to stay on and make it, I'll second it.
So moved. The 4 recommendations with the true belief that we are going to be in drought cycles from here on out, and this really does allow us flexibility in our planning. That doesn't need to go in the motion, but just so moved the 4 staff recommendations.
And I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Are there any other comments? Mr. Jordan, your remarks, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just echo everything my peers have said. This is a great evening up of both our role as a regional water supplier, not just to ourselves, but to the area around us, which is one of the, I guess, historical methods of having all these individual water providers, water treaters, water conveyors to our detriment. And this allows us to regionally with our partners begin to strengthen our portfolios together so that we're ready for the next drought and that we also are ready for when we don't have a drought. Again, I would just echo the thanks and appreciation to the staff. It's actually been since the 90s, this has been building. So it's a great achievement, and I'm looking forward to the role that this plays in our responsible and environmental method that we deal with this limited resource. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Any other council members have a comment? Ms. Gutierrez.
I just wanted to thank the staff. When they gave the presentation to Ms. Sneddon and I was really amazed how prepared they were. They answered all of my questions. They were very patient. So I just want to thank the staff for really looking into our future and giving such a great presentation. And that's why I was pretty quiet during the comments, but I mean, they did an amazing job. So just thank you again. And this is definitely going to be a benefit for the city.
I'll be voting for the motion, even as I recognize the validity of Ms. Redmond's comments and the fact that this, in very real ways, is a trade-off for the security of water supply. I just didn't want the moment to pass without me being honest that It's a technology. It's extreme in the natural environment. It is not without its impacts to the marine environment. And I just need to say that and honor the work of Channelkeeper and other people who keep an eye on our planet. So thank you. Mr. Kalan, you popped on. Did you have something to say? Because we're ready to take our vote.
After your vote, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, very good. We'll take a roll call vote. Ms. Clerk.
This is for item 15, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Freeman for the staff recommendations. Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon is not present. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. So that's 6 votes affirmative. This motion passes. We'll close item 15. We will start item 16, but we'll probably take a break in the middle of it somewhere, as every 2 hours we should take a break for our interpreters and for our technical staff putting on this meeting. So Ms. Clerk, if you would read number 16 into the record, I would be grateful.
Item 16, request from council members Friedman and A. Gutierrez to discuss an amendment to the approved project located at 711 North Milpas Street.
This is an item that is brought by 2 members of the City Council. As such, they take the lead in presenting the item to the council and to the public. It looks like Ms. Gutierrez is going to start us off. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My colleague, Councilmember Friedman, and I are bringing forward a recommendation for a development agreement for this project of 711 North Milpas. The city has experienced a housing crisis for a while, just like the state of California. And with the pandemic and the economic crisis that we're going to be faced with, housing even more is unstable. I was approached with an opportunity to provide affordable housing for District 1 through the 711 North Milpas project, which is a rare to see from a private developer, offering 20% affordable housing to teachers and first responders. And this is why I decided to, this was the main reason why I decided to bring this memo forward. Being part of District 1 and having the background of education, there is a lot of teachers and first responders that live out of the area. And like somebody called during public comment and expressed, I believe it was a teacher, that when you have a teacher that lives in the community, not only can she provide that extra support after school or the beginning of the school to the students, which benefits the community at large, but I would like to remind everybody that during the Montecito mudslides, we had to boat in, fly in, bus in a lot of the first responders that live out of the area. And this also include teachers. During my research, before I brought this to council, I learned something really important. These developers are locals. They're invested in the community, they understand the community, and normally a nonprofit organization would be the one that would bring this affordable housing. Private developers have it tougher to provide affordable housing because they have to go through the regular permitting process. They don't get a tax break or grants through the state or federal funding. So I want to be very clear that in front of us, we have 2 options. One is that we proceed without the development agreement, and there's not going to be any community input or that affordable housing part, or the city takes the lead and we go with this development agreement, and it actually will get, the community will get more of it, and the community will get more of a say, a seat at the table to negotiate. I would also like to remind that we have a housing crisis, and I really think that this is a public health crisis as well. So by taking action in supporting this development agreement, we're actually addressing this crisis. And we're actually supporting these, by supporting these type of projects, we also are addressing some of the issues that the grand jury report currently just presented to the city. So I would like to ask Mr. Friedman if he would like to jump in. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Appreciate your comments, and I think they're very salient in terms of the need for housing, for affordable housing in particular, and the issues that you raised. When I was asked to consider signing on this, I did some diligence as well, and I'd like to add to an overall perspective some other issues that are why I decided to sign on to this, in addition to the housing issues that Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez mentioned. The first thing I'd like to say is I fully recognize that this is not a normal process, but this is not a normal project. And I did have some consternation about going outside of our normal processes, because I think they have been here, they've helped protect our community and keep it in the character that it has, and also that our public has a say in the projects that shape our community. But the first thing that made this project different is that there is an already approved project that pretty much nobody in the community likes, and it's very controversial. And so that project could get built, one with no affordable housing, and one that architecturally there was a lot of consternation in the community about it. And this development agreement that would need to go and be worked out has an opportunity to address two of the major issues. First is affordability for some affordable units, but also the architectural style that we're looking at. There was a public commenter today that was talking about the mission revival architecture that we could have throughout our city, and especially our gateway areas, as opposed to the more modern architecture on this block. The other thing is that I'd like to take a moment just to remind and clarify for the public today what is actually taking place, because based on some of the emails and that I've received, it is incorrect today that we are voting to approve an agreement to change it. What this item is today is if there's a majority of council that wants to explore whether or not we could get a better project than the one that's already approved, to direct our city attorney to develop that and work with the project owner and his team to see if there is a better project for the community on a number of different fronts. And ultimately, if there were issues such as height, which is being proposed to go above 45 feet, then that would actually come to the Planning Commission, a public meeting, to discuss any zoning issues with that. And ultimately, the check is that any draft agreement that would come out of this would come back to City Council, and we would need 5 votes, a supermajority, to approve a development agreement in a public meeting. So again, there was a project that was previously approved that has no affordable units on it. There is actually a third option that could come up, which also would affect the future of this property and the ability for the public to opine on it. And it has to do with the state has now shifted towards streamlining processes. So I'm actually, before I finish my comments, I'm going to ask Mr. Colon if you could speak to just generally the issues of streamlining process and what that means if the project applicant was perhaps going to go into a pursuit of another type of project on there and having to do with streamlining process. So if you could speak to that, and then I'll finish up my comments.
Madam Mayor, with your permission, Councilmember Friedman, let me put a little context on the response. I think it'll help the council and community. At the first of the year, we presented a legislative update for the council on January 7th, and we talked about a number of new land use related laws that in general have the effect of asserting state power and taking away local power that ordinarily is vested in the Planning Commission and City Council. So we briefed the council on that publicly and confidentially, and we've continued our work. One of the bills that's out there amends a law called the Housing Accountability Act. And the Housing Accountability Act is several decades old, and it puts a burden on cities before they can remove residential zoning or planning. Now, this was long before the no net loss rules. SB 35 came along, and if followed on 711 North Milpas, a 50% affordable project would not be subject to anything other than objective design review standards. Your community development staff and my office with a community group have been working very hard to refine objective design standards, but they have not yet been adopted. So one, for lack of a better phrase, kind of threatening alternative would be a 50% affordable project that would be under this SB 35, a so-called streamlined ministerial review. Another way to say that is that any opportunity for community input is essentially taken away under those laws. So that's a risk we face in a number of locations. It does require 50% affordable currently because of the level of compliance we have with our housing element. So it may not be a massive risk, but it is an option for the owners.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. And there's also Senate Bill, in my research as well, Senate Bill 330, which is a streamlined process, which would allow them to come forward with a very limited public participation going through hearings, but related to objective design standards rather than subjective. And if they went through the SB 330 that has come in, that project would be subject, as I understand it, to the laws that we have in place for affordability, which would be 10% or 10%. That's what our AUD is. So there is the ability for another project to come in. There's the one that Mr. Colon mentioned, but there's also another one which would have fewer affordable units and fewer public input on it. And that could be a very likely scenario. So there are a lot of competing potential projects here. There's a lot of different interests here. And so when I look at it, I think what is the best project for the community, and should we have a discussion on this option? And that's what this meeting is about today, is to see if we could get affordable units 20%, or I'll even say if there's a way to negotiate even higher, Mr. Colon, you have my full blessing to negotiate even higher on it. But the 20% is what's being proposed now by the project owner and development team. Go ahead, Mr. Colon.
Sorry, Councilmember Friedman, I need a clarification. You referenced me, but I'll be candid. I wouldn't make a move on this without Mr. Casey. So I'm assuming any direction would come to us both.
Correct.
He has access to the policy wisdom that I don't.
So to staff, I'll leave it at staff then rather than individual staff. So so with that, to have that discussion on these affordable units and getting a more affordables in there, at the same time we're looking at an architectural. There was a lot of objection to the architectural style of the last building, so we can have that discussion. So those are the reasons I support it, is to see if we can make those changes that were noted as community concerns. And again, the project applicant, there are other avenues for them to go through rather than a normal process. And if they chose those other avenues, either building their old project or going through a streamlined process, there would be a risk of having less community input and fewer affordable housing units than we might be able to get out of a development agreement. So just checking, that is why I supported it. And I'll leave it at that for now and got to see questions or comments from our staff or from council members.
Well, I have questions. Ms. Gutierrez, did you have something to add to the presentational part?
I just wanted to point out that this project that we have in front can really start a pathway where the city and the development department and the community can really work together. and bridge that gap of I just with the grand jury report and everything that I've heard out in the community, there's a sense that there's always this struggle working in building, housing. And I think this project can really close that gap and really address some of the concerns that were on the grand jury report.
I'm going to start with a question, Ms. Snedden. So your memo specifically said that it would be for us to direct the city administrator and the city attorney to work with the new ownership. So that's what you meant, Mr. Friedman, when you were referring to Mr. Kalan? You meant the both of them, is that correct?
Correct, yes, yes.
Okay. So my questions to you have to do with public participation. So I really like the community benefit that you're describing of income restricted units and a change in the architectural style, which leads me to the question, would you support, or maybe I'm asking everybody on the council, would they support the ABR doing a concept review of the project, whatever it is? And then I think what's kind of mysterious to me too is what is the design, what is the project? I would also like to ask if you two would support a community workshop, put on by the two of you, invite the designer or the applicant or the developer and actually present it to the community. You reference a change in the parking offering, more parking spaces. And then I read in a different letter that it would be accomplished by the mechanical system, but that's not anywhere in the memo. So I think the public is also wondering, how are you going to get to some of these items? So those are a couple of questions. I would also like Planning Commission to be able to do a concept review. So because I think that's the way that the public can participate. I get it that we're trying to do something novel and creative, but for me, the public needs to be informed. Yeah,
Yes,
go ahead.
I do have to remind you that, and the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, this now presented project, it still needs to go through ABR and the Planning Commission. So it's not like this is going to be a done deal. And the development agreement is for our city representatives and the developers to come in, and our city representatives are going to be the voices of the community. And we have a chance to make these adjustments or address these concerns that you just mentioned. So nothing is going to be set in stone today. It's just an opportunity for us to lead this project, or like Mr. Friedman just mentioned, it could go through the normal process and we're not going to have a say. And we might lose the affordable housing.
Right. I guess if we approve this today, we send people off to go hammer out an agreement and bring it back. I can't vote for it unless we've had some public process. That's what I'm asking you about. And I think there's some reference here to the Planning Commission, or at least one of you in your presentation said so, but I don't see a reference to ABR. But let's go ahead and finish questions. Ms. Snedden, you seemed like you were there first, but it looks like Jordan. Okay, Ms. Snedden, questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have a couple questions. One, do you know why they had a change of heart? I mean, they have this approved project, it's ready to go, it pencils out, it was not popular, we didn't love it, but it was approved. Do you have any idea of why they would come back with all of these bells and whistles at this juncture?
I believe we can check, but there may be someone with the applicant online. I don't want to speak for them on this, because it's not my place to speak directly for them. And I think that there is probably, I would assume that they would have someone online that could speak to that very question.
Also, I I do want to mention that when I was presented this project, it was right when the pandemic. So I learned about the history of this project when it came to me with these new proposed ideas. So Madam.
It came to me as well. And it's slightly different than how it came to me at that point, and some things have happened with it. So I'll tell you my reason for asking is if it's because of a funding issue or because the project isn't viable as is, then I don't want to feel the pressure that it's locked and loaded and they're going to make this other thing that was wildly unpopular instead. I don't want the threat of, well, we have this thing approved and we're ready to go. I'm not sure they pulled permits for it. I'm not sure it's funded. And I'm really wondering about the sort of drastic change in direction. It was pretty drastic difference than the initial project. So that's a question I have, which you may or may not have the answer to. I don't know.
I believe they do have permits, but Madam Mayor, there is a presenter that I think can talk about all, touch on these questions that Ms. Nedden has.
Yeah, sure, and I'm happy to let them present and speak their piece. But I think these are questions. Ms. Nedden, did you finish your questions for the council?
Let me ask.
Okay,
if I might ask my other questions, and then maybe when the presenters get to, they might have that in mind to answer. So, if we're going to a sort of community benefit type model, then why not 25% inclusionary, or why not a higher number? We're giving away or proposing 7 feet difference in the height. And at that point, you're already at 52 feet. Why not go to 60 and have a true community benefit project? So I have questions about that. Like if it's not going to be better than what a community benefit project would be, then I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Those are just have questions about that. Why not? And then for the SB 330 and the SB 35, those are prevailing wage projects, I believe. Which is that correct, or if somebody knows? And in that case, I think that would be that is correct. So my question is, why wouldn't that be awesome to have a project that was prevailing wage meeting those needs? So to me, the biggest carrot that so far that this is holding is that it's going towards a more preferable architectural style. And I'm not sure why they wouldn't want to do that anyway, I guess is where. So I have some process questions. We're not in deliberation here, but Madam Mayor, I would agree that I think ABR or Planning Commission or some public input, I mean, a lot of public input went into this up to the point, and we did approve it, much to my chagrin originally. And so if this could be a community benefit for teachers, for firefighters, for police, for whatever that is, then my question is, why not just make it a real community benefit project?
Well,
Mr.
I would say
Colon,
that, let me just, if I could answer the point of why not go to 60. Well, if you want them to go to 60, they will gladly put an application for 60, I would assume. What we're basing it off of is the proposal that they gave to us as the starting point. And today, let's remember, we're not here to discuss today what we want X number of units or not. What we're here today is discuss if there's a majority of council that even wants to entertain to go down this path. And if we do that, then of course we would want to give all flexibility to our staff to let's look and see if there is a higher percentage of affordables in exchange for that height limit. But, and let's look at what the process would be to have more community input at the Planning Commission or the ABR. But that's not what's on the agenda today. And what we're on here is, do we want to have that discussion with those? And then they could come back, then they would have to work with the project owner and the developer to negotiate all those terms. And then ultimately, the ultimate check is it would come back to us if we don't feel it's a good process and we need a supermajority of 5 to ultimately vote on it. Any height issues, again, would above 45 feet would have to go to the Planning Commission. So all the extra process, the extra additional affordable units, those are all negotiation points. And for us to start negotiating it now, we could actually undermine ourselves to get even a better project. So again, this is just if we want to have that discussion today or have our staff have that discussion or not.
At what point do we set the priorities of what we want to negotiate for?
That
Not
would
this
be
meeting? This is a
no,
different
that's
meeting?
and Mr. City Attorney, I think you have the answers to that because that's through the negotiation.
Well, I wanted to, no, I can come to that, but I wanted to address the process question. A development agreement is written into California law. There is extensive process. We also have a council resolution that lays out how it works. It requires a public hearing in front of the Planning Commission. And if the Planning Commission votes against it, it has to be appealed by the person seeking the development agreement. And so it faces the same public process as a zoning amendment. And that's relatively rigorous as far as those go. Should council wish to add additional community opportunities, we could do that. The concern is, I believe, having only had limited communication with Mr. Gorin, would be timing. Obviously, time is money. We've heard that repeatedly.
So at what point would that happen? That council would, I'm still not clear on when we would get to have input into what our negotiating points would be. They came with a proposal, but it doesn't seem like good negotiation to just say, sounds good. So at what point would we weigh in on what our...
I believe this is the opportunity for you to do that, Ms. Sneddon. We're all duly elected and we get to weigh in on what we think we want going forward. So that would be my position.
I'll wait till deliberative.
We'll wait till deliberative comments and public comment. We need to hear from the public as well. Okay. Mr. Jordan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I have questions for either Mr. Colon or Mr. Casey, and I don't want to be lectured on not being educated or not understanding, but it's clear from the answers or the concerns that everybody's asking that nobody has actually read the council resolution from 1989 that governs the process on development agreements. Comments like we wanted to go back to the Planning Commission are kind of remiss because that's clearly in the process of that resolution. It's clearly not in that resolution that it would go to ABR and it had to be facilitated otherwise. But there's a strict timeline, there's a strict process, and there is a ultimate endpoint, which is the council. And I think I have the same, well, first, I just wanted to confirm that with either the city attorney or Mr. Casey, that 1989 resolution is what would control our process here today.
That's correct.
Okay, so I would encourage you all to read that before you either ask questions wondering why something isn't happening or making an assumption that something will happen, because it's clearly spelled out in that document. I have so many questions on process and details and how this would work that I don't even know where to start, because the resolution takes this entirely out of our hands, other than kind of a global blessing for undetermined design, undetermined things on the ground, undetermined considerations, as the resolution calls it, the considerations that the city is going to get in return for granting what the applicant is asking for, that, and you don't get a shot at that until the end of this process in the ordinance, in the resolution. So I don't really know how to address that today and bless it.
This is the question period, Mr. Jordan. Just pick your top 2 or 3 favorites, and now's the time to ask some questions, and then we'll go to oh no, we'll go to the Mr. Gorin, I believe, is going to make a presentation. So go ahead.
I don't know that I can pick the top 2 or 3, but I guess I'll just wait for comments, because I think my comments are going to drive this. Or maybe after Mr. Gorin, because I just don't feel that I know very much about what's being asked of us to give. And there's right now too little on paper that we're receiving. Okay. So let me just get out of the way with that, and maybe I'll be able to put it in better terms once I hear some type of presentation.
Okay. Anything else before we go to, or questions from other council members? No. Okay. So anything from Alejandra or Gutierrez or Eric Friedman before we look for Mr. Gorin's comments?
No, I'll wait until after the presentation. I think that's going to clear up a lot of the questions.
Ms. Gorman, do you have Jarrett Gorin holding with his hand raised?
Yes,
I believe
Madam
he's
Mayor.
the representative that would speak. Okay, thanks.
Very good. Jared Gorin, please go ahead.
Great, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great,
Yes, sir. Go
fantastic.
ahead.
Jarrett Gorin from Vanguard Planning, and I represent 711 North Milpas Partners LP, who owns the property. And I want to thank council members A. Gutierrez and Friedman for bringing this forward and getting it on an agenda. So today's the day. It's an opportunity for us to be creative and initiate a process where the city and my client can work together to get some affordable housing on the ground and to do it quickly. And these are real units that can be built in months instead of in years. That's what we're hoping to do. Your council approved a 4-story, 76-unit project for this property in March last year, and the building permits for that project are ready to issue. And I'm not saying that, Councilmember Snedden, to threaten you or say we're going to do this if you don't work with us. I'm stating it as a fact. The building permits are ready to issue, and that's just something to consider. And it's the baseline condition in this case. This isn't the same as a new project. It's unique. We're talking about an alternative to an approved project. I'm going to call it a replacement project. And I don't need to go through every statistic. I'm just going to cover the highlights. The replacement project includes 82 units, which is 6 more units than the approved project. And it's going to have 16 moderate income affordable units. That's units that are 80% to 120% AMI. And what that really means is rents that are between $1,250 and $1,900 a month for a 2-person household. So these are units that teachers, nurses, first responders, and a lot of others in the community can afford. The approved project has 0 affordable units, and it's not required to have any. The 16 units in this project, that represents 20% inclusionary housing. That's double the city's requirement. We believe that's significant. It is going to be taller. And I'd appreciate, Ms. Gorman, if you could put up the exhibit I sent in that shows the existing or the approved and the proposed Milpas elevation. So here we've got the approved project, which is down below, and the proposed project, which is above. And at first glance, it's hard to really see differences on these two things. The main reason for the height increase is due to changing from the modern architecture over to Spanish. The approved project is 45 feet tall and it has flat roofs. The replacement project, it has some sections with pitched roofs. And the tallest height anywhere would be 52 feet. And the reason I say the tallest height anywhere is because there's only a few places where the structure would be 52 feet tall. We're not going and taking the whole building and making it 7 feet taller. Most places on the building, the height is increasing by about 3 feet. And we didn't add an extra story to fit in new affordable units. We expanded the size of the 4th story horizontally to create some area for new units. And you can see that at the upper left corner of the proposed elevation there. You can also see that, as a percentage of this elevation here, I would offer that maybe 10% of that elevation at most is at that 52-foot height. That's the absolute tallest elevations at the ridge. And the rest of it is pretty much the same heights as there were before. Also, we have the same setbacks proposed off of Milpas Street. So before, there were 3 stories and then a really large setback and then the 4th story. And we're continuing to do that same thing. So from the street, you'd still experience a 3-story building. In terms of the unit types, the AUD program establishes 901 square feet for an average unit size, and we're proposing 786 square feet. So these are smaller than would be allowed. And then we're not going to have special floor plans for the affordable units. People get concerned about sometimes. They think that you're going to come up with some inferior unit type and those will be the affordable units. All of our unit types are the same. We have a couple different floor plans and the affordable units are just going to be those floor plans. There's no special dumbed down version that's the affordable unit. The mix of the affordable units is going to be proportional to the mix of market rate units in terms of bedroom counts. And they'll also be distributed through the project rather than stuck all down in the same place together. So really, the only difference between the affordable units and the other units in the project, it's going to be the rent restriction on the affordable units. We did add more parking, and we did that by providing parking lifts within areas that were previously tucked under carports. So a 2-car lift, luckily it fits in the same space as the 1-car carport. So we'll end up with 110 on-site parking spaces, which is 22 spaces more than what's required. And just some other things, we're going to reduce the size of the retail space. We're going to convert that area into a fitness center for the residents and a business center so that if people don't have their own printers or computers, they can come down to the business center and use those. And then we'll have like a mail center and a parcel room for everybody's deliveries. At this point, everybody recognizes that the city's development review process is broken. It's going to take a long time to fix it, but the city needs housing right now. And we are not asking to bypass the city review process or opportunities for public input. And Mr. Colon can elaborate on that. But when I was asked to say, hey, what kind of a process do you think you'd like in a development agreement? Step 1 in my process was conceptual review at ABR. We're not trying to avoid input or review. What we are looking for is some certainty and predictability. We want a commitment from the city that if we can bring the replacement project forward without getting mired for years in a swamp of ABR reviews, re-reviews, re-reviews, and then appeals after that, we don't want to be subject to changing opinions and requirements from decision makers on boards and commissions as new people get appointed. A development agreement, it just spells out what everyone can expect. We don't have to figure out every parameter of this project today. All we're doing is asking you to authorize your city attorney and city administrator to work with us to come up with a framework within which we can do this project. It took COVID-19 to get us to just take a chance opening up State Street for pedestrians. And that's a great example of what can happen if we're willing to try something out that's a little bit different. Can everyone imagine what would happen if we would have tried that out 10 years ago, what State Street, what might have been like last year? The housing crisis has been around a lot longer than COVID-19. And we're still trying to come up with the perfect plan to deal with it. It might even have some creative ideas, but it takes a long time. And then we have to pray that developers are going to show up and actually build units. And I hope they do, but there's no guarantee that they will. And we are not going to find out for years. In the meantime, you have an opportunity right here to get 16 moderate income affordable units, which are the furthest behind that the city is producing those, and 66 market rate units. And what we're asking for is for the city to work with us simply to mitigate the risk of changing our approved project so that we can provide those units. You have all been on record many times talking about how critical it is to get housing in general and affordable housing specifically. Housing is regularly used as a basis to deny projects because they're either going to eliminate housing or replace it. Well, at a certain point, the city's got to start approving it. It can't just be a basis to deny things. And I think it's great that everybody talks about how important this is. Well, today you have a chance to do something. And in this case, it's easy. There's already an approved project, and now you have a better option in front of you. So work with us and let's make it happen. That's all I have, and I can answer any questions anyone has.
Let Ms. Sneddon go first. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Gorin. So, 100% the design on this is preferable. There's no question about that, but there are a lot of details in the negotiations that would need to be worked out if we go this route. So just on the project that was approved, does that have its engineering permits, or what phase is it in? And I don't mean to suggest that you're threatening. It's just that I need to know the information of what we're trading and where we are in the negotiation process. So I did.
Madam Mayor,
yeah.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, we can walk down to the building counter next week, pay our building permit fee, and pull our building permit and start turning dirt on the site.
And then can I ask you what prompted the change of heart?
Well, I can tell you, Councilmember Sneddon, I certainly never would have advised a client of mine to propose this. My understanding is one of the capital partners in the project didn't want to build a project that everybody hates, for lack of a better word, and prefers the Spanish architecture and wants to provide some affordable units. And that's where this came from. And they've put a significant amount of effort into coming up with conceptual plans as well. So I think they're serious. And I would question the proposal. I would look at the proposal a lot more than wondering what the motivation might be.
Understood. There was a lot of discussion about this and a lot of back and forth about it in the original proposal, and comments about the architectural style and about housing and about affordability. So this does appear to be very responsive to those comments. So I think it's fair to ask what the motivation is, if it was response to public input, or if it was loss of funding, or if it was it doesn't pencil out anymore, or I think those are fair questions.
Madam Mayor, Council members, then they are fair questions, and the simple answer is we like this better.
Okay, I do too. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez, do you have a question for the presenter?
No, it's more of a comment. So I'll wait.
Okay. Council members, any questions? Mr. Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hey, Mr. Gorin, what is that mix in the rest of the project that would be applied to the inclusionary units?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I haven't memorized the exact mix of 1 bedrooms to 2 bedrooms in this project. My recollection looking at it was about 30% of the units were 1 bedrooms and the rest were 2 bedrooms in the project or in the proposal. And so whatever the mix is, if it's 1/3 1 bedrooms, 2/3 2 bedrooms, the mix of the affordable units will also be 1/3 1-bedrooms and 2/3 2-bedrooms.
So no
What we're not-
no provisions right now for studios?
I don't believe there's any studios in this project.
Okay. And then just educate me here. So you're adding units, you're adding height, but your average unit size goes up about 80 square feet overall in the project per unit. So is that not going the wrong direction for maximizing higher density and, if there's such a thing as affordable by design?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I believe that some of the market rate units were increased in size on purpose so that it can help subsidize building those affordable units and offering those affordable units. The project still does have to pencil.
Yeah, you would say then that's just driving the average higher, right?
It drives the average a little bit higher. That's correct.
Okay. And then one of the requirements in the process is that along the way, both that the community development director portion and the planning commission portion is the development agreement has to meet a review of sufficiency, completeness and compliance with the general plan and all zoning codes and zoning codes and ordinances. If some of those involve, let's just say, are contrary to the email that I was given that regulates that ABR only gets one meeting to look at that, and that is contrary to a zoning ordinance or a general plan process, how do you reconcile that?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, it is commonplace for the Planning Commission and your council to give direction to ABR and the other design boards. And in some cases, you give them direction to look at things in particular, and that's limiting their review. You're telling them what to look at. I believe you also have the ability to define their scope in whatever way your council feels is appropriate. And what we don't want to end up in is a situation where we bring in a new proposal and ABR proceeds to dismantle it and make us have to keep coming back over and over and whittles it down to the point where we just can't do a project and provide the affordable units that we're trying to do here. That's the goal. It isn't to avoid review. We are conscientious of the architectural quality that we want to provide. We want the ABR's input on the quality of the materials, the details, et cetera. The community has a chance to give their input on that. I think I can predict what it's going to be, but they have a chance to give their input on that and for it to be considered. And we're not trying to skirt around any rules here. What we're trying to do is get predictability and some sort of a time frame so that we can take this huge risk of resubmitting a revision to this project, which we think is an improvement, but we need some sort of a certainty here to do this, for this all to work.
And I get that. I appreciate that. I truly do, for giving you a little bit of a rash of a hard time, because clearly the purpose of a development agreement is to provide certainty. It has other purposes too, but one of its stated purposes is to provide certainty. What I worry about is that you don't, because I don't, or somebody else doesn't know the question to ask and get an answer and make that one of the priorities now from council, and you go through the process and then you come back to council eventually and want it blessed, and somebody on council says, well, wait, that's not what I thought was going to happen, or what it was going to look like, or how big it was going to be, or what it was going to act like, and throws a monkey wrench in it, even though we started this process with these set timelines to accomplish everything. So how do you remedy that?
Councilmember Jordan, I'm going to defer to Mr. Colon on that one.
Mr. Colon, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I wasn't planning to answer that question. I wanted to give you the procedural answer. One of the characteristics of a development agreement is that it is a legislative action. So to the extent there are bits and pieces of our code that need to be customized, the development agreement gives us the vehicle with which to do that. So it's a simplifier in the sense that it can be used as a one-stop forum for addressing all the issues. And in terms of role, there's two steps. There's getting the development agreement approved, and there's having the project approvals. Obviously, those have to be very closely integrated here, but they are separate. So I could envision a very brief period where the staff would come back with a term sheet. And I would ask you, and if Mr. Casey feels differently, he should say so. Mr. Casey is a very experienced land use expert. I would be very confident relying on planning side if you are confident relying on me for the legal side to prepare a term sheet and come back to the council in very short order. That's the way this could play out if you wanted.
So
thank you.
help me with that some more, because I don't see that in the resolution. I kind of see that, but maybe it's just because it's not part of the process in the resolution, that there's a accumulation of details, which you're calling a term sheet, because the way I see it is it just launches and goes to the community development director, then goes from there to the PC, has a public hearing, ends up back at the planning commission when it's cooked and all ready to go. And I guess that's my concern, is in that process, when do some of these further details, or is there an opportunity for some of these further details and a better picture to come to council first before it gets blessed to go to the community development director?
That's up to the authors of the memorandum and the council.
Okay.
Mr. Jordan, if you'd let me jump in, you said that it's a legislative action, Mr. Kahlon, and we're the legislators. So I think this is the opportunity for us to voice during our deliberative comments what we want out of this process. So, Mr. Jordan, more questions?
Yeah, thank you for that, Madam Mayor, but it's difficult to say what you want when you're not being shown what it is now, other than a pretty picture on the front. You know, so I mean, you can't.
Madam Mayor, can I speak to this?
Yeah, but let me say a little more and then I'll let you share it. But I just personally, I can't anticipate really what the questions are that I would normally have without seeing more about the project. And I would feel actually just personally remiss about then having concerns a month and a half or 2 months from now when it comes back and I go, well, I didn't know it was going to look like that, or I didn't know it was going to operate like that. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. And so if somebody has a method to help with that, I mean, I believe in the process of a development agreement and the way Mr. Kahlon described it. I describe it a little different. I describe it as if we're able to ask for things that we want, and the applicant is able to ask for things that they want, and somehow they all fit together into a bucket that's a community benefit, regardless of what the zoning says for that particular parcel. But I just don't know how to remedy my concerns. So Mr. Gorin, help me.
Okay, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I think Mr. Kahlon's suggestion of bringing back a term sheet would address the issues that you're having, which are legitimate issues. Again, all we're asking for today is that you authorize Mr. Kahlon and Mr. Casey to work with us to come up with a development agreement. There's nothing that prohibits us from coming back with the bullet points. And when I acquire properties, we have an LOI. It's not a purchase and sale agreement, which literally defines every single thing to the comma, but it's a bullet point list that says basically we agree to these major parameters here. Do we agree on all those? Yes. Okay, now attorneys go bill our clients to death with a purchase and sale agreement. Okay, so I would prefer it if we could bring back a term sheet, because I do not want to end up in the situation you're talking about where we go through this process and end up back at council. And, you know, the purpose of this whole thing is we need to all be on the same page and then take it through and do it more quickly than we could do it in the regular process and with certainty.
And I agree with that. But so as an example, just a quick example, Mr. Gorn, so that would be like building footprint, building height, square footage, those kind of things would be agreed upon in advance as part of the bullets. And there'd be many other things maybe, but then you'd run off to go design that, right?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, yes, precisely.
Okay. All right. All right. I'll have some ideas in that regard, Madam Mayor, and then when we get to comments, I'm sorry. I told you I have a zillion questions on this. So thanks.
Okay. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Gordon, I have a question for you. Would you, well, I probably do. Would you say that your clients took in consideration the public input that they heard at the first round that they came and when the council approved their project?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, yes, absolutely. That's a major reason why they're proposing the revision of Spanish architecture.
And the reason that I'm asking is because I'm new to the council, but I'm not new to the district. And for me, it's very important that we have community input. And I think this project really reflects that this private developer took in consideration the community's issue with the original project. How often do you see private developers in this city affording this percentage of affordable housing?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, I've never seen it in 25 years of working in the city on housing projects.
And why would you say that private developers hold back in actually providing these affordable units?
Oh, wow. Gosh, this would be a long council hearing if I answered that
Just
in full.
in two sentences. And the reason that I'm asking these questions is because I want the community to understand that it is a lot easier for nonprofits, you know, like People Self-Helping, the Housing Authority, Transition House, to provide affordable housing to our communities. And it's really rare to have private developers offer this, you know, high percentage of affordable housing because of the tough system that we have in place and how much money developers waste in the waiting process. And a lot of them get frustrated. Would you say, is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, yes, basically, I was going to take a stab at answering this quickly, and you just said the second half of what I was going to say. But basically, the reason why you don't see more affordable units in projects, and the reason why you see fewer projects, and the reason why there's less inventory and higher prices overall, is because it is so uncertain and so long. And there are frankly much better investments for people to make with their money than risking it on real estate development projects in Santa Barbara. So people do not offer large amounts of affordable units because the simple fact is you lose money on affordable units. You can't build projects for practice. And so the reason this project works is it's a large project. So we have enough other market rate units in this project to subsidize the provision of these affordable units. It would be much harder to do in a 15 unit project, let's say. So that's why this whole thing can work. And the reason you're not seeing this more from private developers, reason number one is the risk and uncertainty. And reason number two is projects in Santa Barbara usually are not this large of a scale. And I think hopefully when we start seeing larger projects like we're trying to get at with our AUD amendments, we will see more affordable units. I hope it works out that way, but this is an example of how it does work.
Would you also say that your clients, the reason that they are taking, I mean, let's be honest here, they're taking a risk in, you know, providing these affordable housing because they're local and they're invested and they understand the need?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, yes, I would say that's a big part of it.
Would you also think that maybe this project, I mean, how I see things going in the future and what I've seen in the past, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but would you say that this would probably be the last of the development agreements we would see by private investors?
Madam Chair, Councilmember Gutierrez, I hope not. I think that, I hope this is the first of development agreements you see with private investors. I think a development agreement is, it's like an additional tool you have in your toolbox that's well suited to do a job. Not every job requires a hammer. And we've got something else here that it gives the city and your council another tool to use in cases where it's appropriate, where there's a compelling public benefit, as I would assert there is in this case, to work with people and make things happen and get housing and even other types of projects. But no, I sure hope this isn't the last. I hope it's the first.
So basically this project can also motivate other private investors to bring in a development agreement or actually, you know, propose more percentage of affordable housing.
Madam Chair, Councilmember Gutierrez, I think that if private developers witness the city cooperating with other private developers and doing things like this and demonstrating their commitment to housing and affordable housing, that more of them are going to come forward and propose projects. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Sneddon, you have a question for Mr. Gorin?
Or for Mr. Gorin and then maybe for staff too. Just two very quick questions and then
Okay.
So one question is, how long would the affordable unit be in place for? Would there be a covenant or is it what's the timeline on that? How is that monitored? And then the second question is, do we have anything in the city that's this size? I'm really struggling to think of any development that is this massive.
I wouldn't know the answer to that. We would likely be looking at 55-year recorded covenants to assure the capital A affordability.
And then I missed, how much is capital A affordable in this grouping and how much is moderate? Did we get an answer on that one, the percentages, or was it just sort of a?
Madam Chair, Councilmember Sneddon, capital A affordable is just sort of like a term of art to refer to covenant restricted, rent restricted affordable. It's not like a type of affordable unit. What all of 100% of our affordable units are the 80 to 120% AMI level. All of them are, and that's the moderate income level. So they're covenant restricted.
Covenant?
No,
Or
with
with
a covenant. I think Ms. Brooke can answer this.
Ms. Brooke, thank you. We need to unmute Ms. Brooke, please.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that. I was going to answer Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, your second question about how we've seen a project of this size before. The mark on Upper State Street is 89 units. So in terms of new construction, especially new rental housing, that's the most comparable in terms of number of units.
Thank you. And then is it about the same size in height? I'm looking at between these two images, we have a 3-story, but then on the left here of this image, it goes up to 4 stories above, just going by the palm tree.
Right. The mark was topped out at 45 feet because it stayed within the height limit for that part of town and did not ask for the additional height from Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. And then this capital A affordable or covenants, or I don't know how to ask it, but what is the covenant situation on this proposal? However you want to put it, are the affordability units in for how long?
Oh, certainly. I believe Mr. Colon answered that. We'd be looking at 55-year terms. As proposed by the applicant, as I understand it at this point, they're proposing 16 of the units for moderate income. So that's the 80 to 120% of area median income. The same income level that we target with our inclusionary housing for AUD. It's just they'd be providing more than 10%, which is what our code currently requires for a project that's subject to that.
It would be 16 units that basically are the same as what our inclusionary does. And this is at a 20% as opposed to the 10%. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Gorin? Mr. Gorin, I heard you say that you would be amenable to going to an ABR concept review. Did I hear you say that correctly, sir?
Madam Mayor, yes, we proposed that up front.
Okay. And how about a community workshop where you presented this? Obviously, it would be a Zoom meeting or some kind of webinar to just outreach to the community, to the east side, and to everyone who takes an interest in housing development.
Madam Mayor, that part begins to give me pause. I am more than happy to, and I'm sure my clients would be amenable to meeting with the community and presenting the project and all. The issue is we don't have margin to start radically revising this project in response to community comments. And I don't want to mislead people into believing that we're going to do that. I don't want to waste their time and lead them to believe that they can come and voice a lot of objections and that we're going to start radically changing things in response to that. If the point of the meeting is to present the project and take questions and hear people, which I always like to do with projects, because when people live out there, sometimes you hear things which you can do easily and which you didn't know about because you don't live right in that neighborhood. And I always try to do that with projects. I think it would be valuable for that, but I don't want people to believe that, when they come and say, well, we really hate 4 stories and we said that at the community workshop, but you didn't listen to us. I don't want people to believe that that's the purpose of the workshop. If it's for outreach and to listen, then absolutely, it'd be fine.
Okay, and I am acknowledging that you have an already approved project. And if you go to ABR and Planning Commission, those are public meetings. So, Mr. Gutierrez, come on back, questions, and then we'll ask about people wanting to do public comment, but we'll probably take a break before we do public comment. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
I think I'll wait until after public comment, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so you didn't have questions for Mr. Gorin? Okay. Anyone? Okay, thank you. Any other questions at this point? Ms. Gorman, are there people waiting? I assume so.
Madam Mayor, yes, there are about 6 or 7 people with their hands up at this point.
Our interpreters need a break. We all need a break. We'll be on a 10-minute recess. Come back and take public comment. Thank you.
Bradley and Carlos Jimenez. All right, Fred Sweeney. Fred Sweeney, please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I assume you can hear me. It's been a long day for a lot of you. I just wanted to bring to your attention a couple of things because I understand this is a discussion that's going to come back for a process. As the old white artichoke in the group, I would really encourage that community conversation, but I would not encourage a patronizing approach to that conversation. Nobody needs to be patronized. Earlier today, you had conversations with some of the most prominent local architects about the AUD building height issue and other issues at the Ordinance Committee. And if all we were dealing with is my colleagues that are very talented to produce those projects, I would not be worried. But I am worried that you set up a system where out-of-town architects that aren't used to our approach don't understand and would be subject to design objectives rather than our subjective review that got us where we are. Now, with regards to 7-Eleven specifically, I did provide Ms. Gutierrez a full-scale drawing, I think it's like 5 feet long, of the Milpas Street elevation on the 2 blocks on the other side of this project. And you can see by looking at that what it would mean for a 4- and 5-story project, or excuse me, 3- and 4-story project, either the old one or the new one. And then imagine that repeated just immediately to the Cannon Perdido side on the lot that's now housed with a car sales lot, which is probably underutilized. And then directly across the street, an empty lot that's underutilized, and then a single house. And then I think the next building is a Taco Bell. So now can you imagine that street filled with 3- and 4-story buildings facing Milpas? The other thing is that for some strange reason, the Milpas guidelines, which are now 40 years old, were stopped at Ortega Street so that the site at 7-Eleven is outside that. That's why I keep saying that it's so important for the Haley Milpas guidelines to be revisited, because it deals with vernacular architecture, which is different than mission revival architecture. The architecture in Milpas Street speaks to the people that live there, not us architects who design the stuff on State Street. And it's a different kind of approach to how you do architecture on Milpas that's reflective of that neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Lauren Bell. Lauren Bell, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak today, and thank you to all the counselors that brought this on the agenda. I am currently a student and also a TA in Santa Barbara, and I truly think that affordable housing, especially for teachers, is very vital and great for our community, where educators are underpaid. And Santa Barbara housing can be expensive. This is a great opportunity for our educators. And I would just like to say that this is something that's going to really benefit our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Mark Alvarado. Mark Alvarado, please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. You know, I was against this project from the very, very beginning. And I was very vocal because I thought that the community outreach for this project was very weak. And even today, as I look at the size and bulk of the structure, it's really difficult for me, being a lifelong resident of the east side and of Milpas Street, to see something of this size go up. So I cringe a little bit, but at the same time, you know, we need progress in our city. We need to progress. And if this is part of our progression, then I think it's good government that you look at the community benefit for something like this. I know there's still a lot of variables that need to be determined and probably will come back to you guys again before it's final. So I just want to be sure that you understand that we see those of us that have cringed on this, that we do see an opportunity and that we're behind this. We're thankful that some new ownership came into the project to bring some light to the community benefit. And that's definitely a plus for us, because we know that there are other opportunities that could be down the road for Milpas, and that we're not saying that we want Milpas to look like Lincoln Boulevard in Santa Monica, but we know that something like this will serve its purpose down the road. And people need to understand that sometimes you have to take the politics out of the room, because we know that there's a lot of politics that surround this particular issue. But for today and for moving forward, we need to progress, and we need to support what the public benefit this project brings. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Lindsay Baker, but I don't see her logged in. So we'll go to Bradley Cleven. Bradley, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Bradley Cleven, and I'm a student, a son of a teacher, and employee for Mr. St. George. I fully support the 711 Milpas affordable housing for teachers and first responders as well. Teachers and educators have been such a big part of this community, but it is also not the most glamorous or high-paying job. Councilmember Kristen Snedden has been a teacher of mine at SBCC, and I know how much time and effort teachers give. I think the affordable housing project for teachers would be the perfect way to give back. I've worked with Mr. St. George for years now, and I know how passionate he is about this community. I have confidence he will do his best to work with the city and the council and get this project done. So thank you for letting me speak tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Richard Clausen. Richard Clausen, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate hearing the discussion. I've learned a lot of things since I wrote my comments initially. I like the developer's offer to improve the project with a more context-sensitive architectural style, but I am suspicious that the offer may not be a fair deal for the city as proposed. And here are 3 reasons why. First, during design review of this project, its modern style faced severe local criticism and will likely be dogged, and the project will likely be dogged with an unpopular legacy if it remains. Changing it could be an easy and economical fix. The change has high value for the city with low expense for the developer. We may get that anyway, even if the project progresses. Second, the developer is offering to restrict 16 units to moderate income affordability. This is not a major concession that it may appear. Experts agree we're on the cusp of a 3 to 5 year economic recession, maybe longer and maybe worse. The financial expectations for an upscale high-rise in an otherwise low-rise neighborhood are not good. In addition, the current and near future amenities of the neighborhood are not as attractive as those in the downtown core. Offering 16 restricted income units is not a concession by the developer, it's an admission of market trends. Additional rent-capped units have high value for the city, but represent merely an inescapable reality for the developer. The rents for these units may become affordable by market forces rather than by edict, and we may get that too anyway. Third, in exchange, the developer wants additional units and a height that requires community benefit exception. After last year's appeal of this project, Councilmember Rouse wrote to me his belief that substantial and compatible were subjective terms and a little squishy, as he put it. I agree. The incompatibility of a 45-foot building in a 2-story neighborhood might be squishy, but can you doubt that a 52-foot height is beyond squishiness? 52 feet should be off the table for the city. This is a precedent-setting building in a terrible way. It's interesting to learn tonight that the MARC has 89 units within a 45-foot height limit. Secondly, I heard the hackneyed excuse for the paucity of affordable housing units in the city. It's built-in delays and its cost of processing. That is, blame the city. When the largest disincentive to projects in Santa Barbara is land costs. That's why the Milpas corridor will be vulnerable to predatory developers. The current proffered deal from this developer is not all it seems. It deserves special scrutiny and open review. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Carlos Jimenez. Carlos Jimenez, please go ahead. Carlos, please go ahead. We'll come back to Carlos Jimenez. Next, Natasha Torodovic. Natasha Torodovic, please go ahead.
So I was a board member of the Milpas Community Association back in the summer of 2015 when this developer brought both these two designs to us. Design number one was a Mediterranean style. Design number two was a modern style. The MCA said that we wanted that Mediterranean style. So it's really surprising that the project just kind of went off the rails and had continued to go off the rails at every step of the way. The developer ignored requests to make modifications. There was absolutely no negotiation throughout the entire process. At every turn, there was, let's call it confusion. I've provided you with the list of the anomalies that happened during Planning Commission meetings and ABR meetings. I counted 14 anomalies in the process. They were deviations from the normal process, from start to finish. There were aberrations in the process. The public was deprived of due process. I know because I was there. I was told we couldn't appeal right at the time when we could have appealed. So this process was already streamlined. This process, the due process was subverted throughout at every step of the way. And the neighbors weren't noticed about this. Again, and the property owners across the street, the small businesses there, they're not going to be able to get their deliveries because the street has been disappeared. The public street was taken away from the public and given to this developer. It was one concession after another concession after another, over and over and over. And now we want it bigger, and now we want it higher. And we're willing to look the other way because we've got white stucco and because we've got a few units that are, quote, affordable. The developer could put affordable in there anytime they want. There's a lot that this developer can do. So I agree with Mr. Clausen that this is not the beautiful thing that it appears to be. And they want certainty. Well, what about the certainty to preserve our neighborhood? What about the certainty of design? What about the certainty of consistency? What about the certainty of green space and open space and parking and a neighborhood that is livable? Please right the wrong that's being done here. We've been involved with this for years, and it's not as pretty on the surface as it is underneath.
Thanks. Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Natalia Gavoni. Natalia Gavoni, please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council members. I am urging all of you to deny this applicant's request for a development agreement today. When this project was originally proposed, residents screamed about the size, bulk, and scale because of the significant impact the neighborhood would suffer with such a monstrosity planted on Milpas Street. And yet, here we are again, facing the same issues, but the only difference now is that these developers want to increase the height to 52 feet, add 6 more rental units, and 22 more parking spaces. While I appreciate the direction of the Spanish style architecture, this project is different than the original one and therefore should start over from the beginning. These developers should not be given special treatment by circumventing the process. We have boards and commissions for a reason, and they must be followed by everyone. If not, you are setting precedents for future developers to do the same with their projects. Again, require that this applicant go through the standard approval process with the input from the East Side community and residents, because there was very limited, if any, outreach for these 2 projects in the residential area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Rick Garrett, then Lindsay Baker, Anna Marie Gott, Cole Cervantes, Lynn Proctor. Rick Garrett, please go ahead.
Yes, indeed. Finally, let me see. These meetings are going to kill me if the coronavirus doesn't. It's a long time. Did that hear me?
The sound quality is not very good, Mr. Garrett. Would you mind calling back in to see if you can improve it, or?
You can't hear me? No?
We can hear you, but you're pretty fuzzy.
Okay, sorry about that. I got it all connected up.
Try calling back. We're happy to hear you when you call back. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Gorman, another speaker.
Next speaker is Lindsay Baker. Lindsay Baker, please go ahead.
Yes, this is Lindsay Baker speaking.
Try calling back. We're happy to hear you when you call back. Ms. Gorman, another speaker. Can you mute your computer, Ms. Baker?
Lindsay Baker, please go ahead.
This is Lindsay Baker.
Yes.
This is Lindsay Baker speaking. I'm speaking on behalf.
Ms. Gorman, another speaker.
What's happening?
Mute your computer, please.
Try again, Ms. Baker, with your computer muted. Thanks.
Madam Mayor and Council, we will come back to Ms. Baker. And Ms. Baker, if you turn down the sound on your computer or your TV, then we'll be able to hear you a little bit better. Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
We are deep into Black Lives Matter movement. And today we've got on the agenda a product with 3 privileged white men want to build in a primarily low-income Latino district without community input. That's what this is really all about. Simply put, the applicants want to get rich off the Latino neighborhood, and by building an apartment building that is going to let them help to drive the prices in all residential units up in the area and increase gentrification. Let's remember what the AUD was about. It was about a 2-bedroom that was going to be $1,800 a month. You saw my email last night, and a 2-bedroom now is going to be somewhere between $2,100 and $3,200 a month for someone with moderate income. We use the county's moderate income for area median income when we make our decisions here in the city. So that's going to price out a lot of the residents. I want to make another point here. I looked at Excella last night, and this project is not ready for its building permits. I challenge you to go in and look at Excella. The last time this particular project was seen was April 15th of last year. The plans went back to the applicant with corrections. They can't pull a building permit next week. And did anyone receive the letter that I forwarded in the middle of the meeting? The applicant has increased the residential size of the building by 10,000 square feet. And someone asked, did the applicant actually listen to the residents? No, they didn't. The only thing they changed was the style. The applicant wants the certainty of keeping a setback for perpendicular parking on East Ortega. That is illegal under city ordinances, and because it would have been unable to be approved because a loading zone was going to be placed on Milpas Street, which would have removed on-street parking. We also have an issue of the 14 vehicles parked in the setback increase the size, bulk, and scale of the building. And this building, or this approval, actually happened on the very first meeting that anyone ever attended. The meeting was supposed to be comments only, and the ABR made a mistake and gave project design approval, setting the height, bulk, scale, size, and architecture of the building. The community had no input then, and what this proposal does is it really does ensure that they won't have input moving forward, because the development agreement the applicant wants
Thanks for your comment.
all of the setbacks. And
Thanks. Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Cole Cervantes. Cole Cervantes, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm a teacher, and of course I support this project. It's got 16 affordable housing units. Who would really oppose something like this? This city has been screaming for housing, especially affordable housing. People that are opposing this project already have housing here, so they have nothing to worry about. As a teacher, I 100% support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Another speaker?
Next speaker is Lynn Proctor. Lynn Proctor, please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to talk to you about the Milpas Road. Right now, there are small buildings, 1 and 2 stories. I can't fathom even thinking about a 52-foot building on Milpas. You only have a 45-foot building on State Street, which could support that height, and it fits in. But on Milpas, it is unfathomable that you could even consider something that high. I question why we need more community involvement in any changes that are made. The developers haven't pulled a permit. Why is that? Why have they changed the scope of the project? At the end of the day, you have to say it's all about money. They increase the height, they increase the number of units. The public street will be given to the developer, and developers shouldn't be able to go and be given special treatment. They should adhere to the standard approval process that the rest of us have to go through. As a resident here in Santa Barbara and Montecito, I have been burdened by the process. I have spent thousands of dollars, but I went through the process. And so should he. Just because of a technicality, he should not be able to get this approved. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Ms. Proctor. Another speaker?
Next speaker is Roseanne Crawford, then Carlos Jimenez, Rick Garrett, Lindsay Baker, and John Campanella. Roseanne Crawford, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor and Council, Roseanne Crawford again. We've heard real smooth, quick talking here this evening. I would caution you to pause and take no action on this until more public is included. Streamlined or pushed through. I have a problem with the height on Milpas. This is a ridiculous height for that area. And to be honest, it makes my skin crawl to hear publicly talking that this affordable housing is going to teachers. What about the working poor and the rest of the community? A lottery system to anyone in the community whose income supports the standards that they need to rent these units is non-discriminating. And on that note, with all this talk about institutional racism, look at that in this light. COVID has opened a lot of eyes, and really think about this one. Who is this benefiting, and is it really the right thing to do? Giving those that already have privilege, more privilege over those that don't is wrong. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Carlos Jimenez. Carlos Jimenez, please go ahead. Carlos Jimenez, please go ahead. We'll go on to Rick Garrett. I don't see Rick Garrett. Let's go to Lindsay Baker. She is now offline. Lindsay Baker, you can call back in if you would like to speak. John Campanella. John Campanella, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I think the applicant on the project is doing more than they're required to provide this moderate housing. Right now, our inclusion area is 10%. It is hard to do in a lot of projects because there's no extra units being provided to the developer, as is the case with inclusionary on for sale. For sale inclusionary is 15%, but it gets extra units to help support that. You don't get extra units for inclusionary on rental. And I think we all know that. It's more difficult for a rental project rather than $1 million condos to support affordable. And in this case, you are at least giving him 6 units to try to mitigate those costs. I think going forward, what you might look at is trying to see from developers, if they do want to work with you on affordable, be flexible enough to give them extra units in order to make it work. It's very difficult in small projects to be able to provide the affordable, as Mr. Goring said. The other thing I would consider is we know later we have the potential downzone of the Milpas corridor. If that's downzoned to high density, the question really is, where are the apartments going to come from versus condominiums? We have today 671 units in high density and priority density trial units in the city. There's only 15 units that are rentals on high density. The rest are all on priority. It is very difficult, if not impossible, on commercial properties anywhere in town to provide housing for rentals for people who don't have $200,000 down payments at high density. You need priority, and you also need to work to allow affordability to come with extra units so that the developers can afford it. I hope you keep this in mind as we move forward to looking at the second phase of amendments to the AED program. You can verify these numbers with staff. You can verify the difficulty of providing affordable housing at providing rentals at high density with developers. I wish you stay open, and I wish when you have an opportunity like this where somebody can come along, make the numbers work, and provide affordable housing to you, that you really appreciate it. There are not going to be that many more opportunities available on Milpas Street as we go forward, if in fact you downzone Milpas to high density. Thank you.
Thanks. Another speaker?
Yes, we have two more speakers, Rick Garrett and Carlos Jimenez. Carlos Jimenez, I have sent you your PIN. You can also enter in pound 92407 pound to have audio control. Next, we are going to Rick Garrett. Rick Garrett, please go ahead.
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Good. Go ahead. I think we can hear you. Go ahead.
You just don't want to hear me. Hey, I'm the one who mentioned this strange idea about mission architecture. I didn't want to promote it. I have no agenda with mission. It's just a nice blend. If you look at the county bill and look at that overhang, a beautiful job they did at the Santa Barbara County bill, that is mission style. And so is the Carrillo Recreation Center, beautifully done on the inside and out. It combines Spanish with craftsmen. We have a lot of craftsmen down here. I think the developer should have been wise enough to present that type of architecture initially at 45 feet. And I think if the city looks at Memphis as the whole total unit, social architectural unit, you might give the developers a little bit better chance if you say, hey, we accept this type of architecture at this height. It's not going to be a big problem. And I think you need to give them some help. And you got to change the model or something. And affordable housing is kind of a oxymoron here in Santa Barbara. I own a house, so it's kind of ridiculous how much money and time I spend on a house. It is ridiculous in taxes. So a lot of people don't want to own a house. So you need to present an option for these people. And I do not like the idea of 100 additional cars on Milpas Street. It's already busy. They're going to close State Street. They have closed State Street. Guess what? We talked about what happens when you close one thing. Guess what? Something else happens. And so you're creating a big traffic problem on Milpas Street with the closure of State. And then you're going to add tertiary building. And I think you might have a traffic issue. And I think before you even approve any of these projects, public transportation should be front and center and come up with ideas to get people downtown without taking the automobile. So I know off-street parking is a priority here. We have parking problems on Memphis, and it's going to be exacerbated by this project. And I just see that the developer had done the 3 stories, a mission-style architectural revival, which is beautiful. It actually started here in Santa Barbara, at least. And we have many examples of it. I think this project would have been already being built now, but they go to this high density, tall stuff to make money. And I think, hey, it's not about money, it's about the community. And the lifestyle starts to degrade after a while here. We've seen it now. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for your persistence. Next speaker.
We have Cassandra Ensberg, Jose Gallegos, and Carlos Jimenez. Actually, we'll go to Carlos Jimenez first. Looks ready to go. Mr. Jimenez, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm calling to voice my support for the workforce housing for teachers and police officers that is planned for 711 North Milpas. It's about time that we get housing for folks in these occupations, because the more we can have them in our community, the more they will understand our youth and the neighbors that reside in District 1. Officers and teachers will experience firsthand what some of the residents that officers come in contact with and what the teachers, students go through in our district. They will also be investing in the city that will be home to them by living in the community and shopping in our Milpas corridor. Instead of just coming to work and leaving to another city because the city is too expensive, they get a chance to live where they work. and live with the people they are an example to every day. Police officers and teachers have some of the most thankless jobs anyone can have. On one side, you have the officers who risk their lives to protect and serve our community. Even with the police being under the scope due to the tragic event in Minneapolis, we have to keep in mind that there are community-minded officers and there are good officers. On the other side, we have our teachers whose job it is to teach our youth, to educate them, and to be an example. And lots of times having to go into their own pockets for school supplies and other items needed to be an effective educator. We have a housing problem, but most importantly, for many first-generation brown people that go into these careers that could never afford to live here, it offers a light at the end of the tunnel. The darkness in that tunnel being caused by the lack of housing and the high cost of just living in this city. If anyone deserves to have affordable housing, it is our police officers and our teachers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Cassandra Ensberg and then Jose Gallegos. Mr. Gallegos, please enter your PIN. I have sent it to you through the app, or you can enter in pound 12824 pound. That's pound 12824 pound. Okay, Cassandra Ensberg, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Murillo and Council. It's been a long day. Thank you for all this very, very hard work. I really appreciate it, and I know the community does. I have several comments about this, and I want to say that I really appreciate our friends at Capital Hardware, local people for a very long time who have stepped up to do this project. And they're not, simply a developer. They're people who have been in our community for a long time and are taking this on. And it has not been a fun process. And I really admire the fact that they have come back and offered to give even more and to change the style. And I don't blame them if they wouldn't want to do that. We've been talking a lot about our process and how it works and doesn't work. That said, I agree with my colleague, Fred Sweeney, about the style here. This is tricky. I didn't love the first building. I didn't feel like it had the magic of Milpas in it. It didn't make me feel like happy and like I was in the Milpas area. It just didn't really express the joy of what I would imagine it to be. And I feel like this new design is El Pueblo Viejo, and that doesn't really belong here either. That belongs over in El Pueblo Viejo. I don't mind the size, bulk, or scale of this building. I think it's really appropriate, and I think it can be dealt with in a really beautiful way. I just like to see it be more playful and representative of Milpas, the Milpas district. And let's see. I guess the other thing I'd really like to see is more studio apartments. I think that's really important. When I was, right out of school, my first apartment was a studio apartment in Denver, Colorado, near Cheeseman Park. And it was a tiny little thing. I mean, it had one window in it. It was very small, it was a studio, but I could afford it. And it was my place. And it got me going. And then I moved on to other places over my life. And now here I am in Santa Barbara. So they serve a purpose and they're really important. I would like to see more of those. And I very, very much support this project. I just wouldn't blame them for not wanting to do anything more. But it would be nice if it could become more playful and fun and colorful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our last speaker is Jose Gallegos. Jose Gallegos, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, and council members. First of all, the one thing I do like, one thing only, is the architectural design. That I do like. But the scale, height, bulk, not good. It needs to scale down to be compatible with the rest of the buildings there on there on Maple Street. It's maybe 3 feet, maybe, or 3 stories rather, three at the most, but still not happy. It's just too bulky. The other question that I have, well, for Miss Alejandra Gutierrez, since you're always focusing on the Latino community on the east side, Latino this, Latino that, and don't get me wrong, I am a Latino myself, but the thing is this really going to be affordable for Latinos who work in the service industry, and many of them have 2 to 3 jobs just to make ends meet? Would that be affordable for them? Sure, our first responders need housing. I totally agree on that. But the thing is, will it be affordable? In order to afford housing here, rent, lease, what have you, so many people are going to make over $200,000 a year just to make it. Well, those in the service industry don't make that much money at all. So, and what about Section 8 vouchers? Were the developers, the owners? I mean, I asked Mr. Bleeker a couple of years ago, would he be willing to accept Section 8 vouchers? And he was very, very sarcastic with, he goes, no, I will never do that. And then he'll go, well, maybe someday. Is it really going to be affordable? Next, if this is going to be over 57 feet in height or what have you, what's going to be next? 5 stories, 10 stories, 12 stories. Next thing you know, a lot of those little homes, especially the ones across the street from McDonald's, well, we're going to have Trump Towers all up and down the state, Maple Street and throughout the rest of the city. So I want to ask all council members, would you like to have something like this in your neighborhood, on your street? Think about that. Would you really would like to have something this bulky, this massive in your neighborhood, your street? And that's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Very good. And anyone else? Ms. Gorman?
Yes, Madam Mayor. William Boyd. William Boyd, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm William Boyd, a representative of the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. And I know Lindsay Baker tried to get on, but was unsuccessful. As you are aware, the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara supports affordable housing for our moderate income workforce. We have been observing the circuitous and lengthy process for the 711 North Milpas project and its approval. We have also observed the public comments regarding neighborhood compatibility and lack of affordable housing. We are pleased to see the proposed changes to the project based on neighborhood input. We support 1, the 20% inclusionary housing resulting in an additional 16 moderate income affordable units. 2, the additional 22 spaces in this parking spaces in this highly congested area. 3, the proposed compatible design changes. 4, the increased height limit to 42 feet for this project. During this time of extreme lack of affordable housing, we support expedited permit processing. However, we do have concerns about the proposal to use the development agreement for this project and do not wish to see it set a precedent for the future. The League continues to place utmost importance on governmental transparency and robust public engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. We did get the League's letter too. Ms. Gorman, anyone else?
Madam Mayor and Council, no more speakers on this item.
Okay, we'll close public comment on this item. We'll go to the deliberative comments from our City Council. Mr. Jordan, it looks like you're first in line there. Thank you. Or no, Mr. Friedman. Go ahead.
Hi, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief on this. It's really up to my colleagues where they want to go with this. And again, I'll reiterate, this project is unique due to the circumstances that it came up. just for the record, when it came to us on council and it was approved, it had to do with whether or not a very narrow thing that we had to address was whether or not the original project final design was in substantial conformance to the project design approval. We did not have at the time the ability to address size, bulk, and scale. Wish we would have had it at that time, but we didn't. So now we have that project. That is one of the reasons that I felt this project is different than any other project that would try to circumvent it, because there is a priorly approved project. The other issue is the affordable housing. We now have something that is addressing or attempts to address some of the concerns that we have with the lack of affordable housing. The architecture is different than what was proposed. That's why I felt it was good for a conversation to have if we wanted to go back with a development agreement. I think it is a good idea from what I'm hearing to have a term sheet that comes back to us, that we can discuss that before we enter into any final looking at it and goes through the process. The applicant has said they're open to having a public meeting with the ABR. I think that's a step in the right direction. But again, it's really up to my colleagues if we want to move forward with this or not. I wanted to have the discussion, and that's why I brought this today is to have the discussion on if there is a proposal like this and we keep saying we need affordable housing, then are we going to, we need to be creative, and are we willing to do that or not? So let's just hear what my colleagues have to say.
Thank you. Ms. Snedden, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to acknowledge that I do appreciate the going back and taking public input and improving on the project. I just have a couple of fundamental questions, issues. Just earlier today in ordinance, we spent a good amount of time talking about AUD amendments, and we're putting a whole lot of eggs in that basket. And I'm not convinced that AUD is getting us affordable units. I will say my overarching goal is affordable units in Santa Barbara for housing. That's, I think, all of our goals. So we've got this whole train moving with AUD, again, that I'm not sure that I agree with. And we give a lot of concessions with that and incentives and a lot of things that I'm maybe not that comfortable with. And the original project was an AUD project. So we already had a fair amount of issues with the sidewalk, with parking, some issues with the size and the bulk, but those weren't my main issues with the project itself. And I voted against the original project, which was an AUD project. And I do appreciate that a lot of those issues were addressed, but we didn't get affordability out of that initial AUD. So now we have a development agreement proposal, which I think could be an interesting option. But for development agreement, it should be a negotiation. It should be starting at zero for both the city and the developer and working out what works best. But what we have here is the AUD as our launching off point, this already approved AUD. And I still would like to know, maybe Ms. Brooke knows what the status of the permits are for the approved AUD project. But I think if we do go the route of a development agreement, then I want to scrap the AUD. And I want to say, well, Mr. Gorin said he hopes this is the first of many. I think it would be very precedent setting that if we're going to have large developments and we want to get housing going, why don't we just have them all be development agreements and scrap the AUD, which would be fine. But this kind of both, and then having the AUD concessions be the starting point and now asking for more concessions on top of that, I'm just having a problem with that from a negotiation standpoint. It just seems like bad negotiations. I think the city would be giving away a great starting point and tipping our hand long before it needs to be tipped. I'm not sure that those permits are ready to go right at the moment. And I'm not sure if we do enter negotiation that we should be starting with the approved project as our starting point. Ms. Brooke, if you do know the status of those permits.
Certainly, Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, I'm happy to answer the question. Our last communication with the applicant on the status of the building permits was when they submitted for Their resubmittal last fall. As of December, they have very minor corrections and they need to pay their fees. So it would be a pretty quick process for them to address the minor corrections to the plans and paperwork that needed to be recorded and pay fees. And it's been in that status since December.
Thank you. That sets that question to rest. So I guess it's more of a process issue that I have at this point. Of course, I would love more affordability. Of course, I would love more units that teachers, police force, that firefighters could live in. We all want that. I don't think there's any question. We're very unified on that. We want housing and we want it to be affordable. I'm just having a really hard time with, do we go the AUD route or are we going this development agreement route? And I don't like starting with the AUD, really haggling on those approvals and then having that be the baseline and now asking for additional concessions. So I think I'll leave my comments there right now. I just have very many unknowns in this process. So I'm having a hard time on the same day pushing forward AUD amendments that I'm not entirely comfortable with. And then also this on top of it, it's a bit much. I'll leave it at that for now.
Any other comments from our city council members? Mr. Jordan, go ahead. We can't hear you. Unmute yourself or.
That doesn't sound like very
Yeah.
much fun to unmute myself, does it?
I hear you.
Just to kind of transition from Ms. Sneddon's thought on if we're doing AUDs, why not just go to all development agreements? I guess one of the reflections I have on what makes a development agreement attractive or necessary in some cases is that all of our processes are sort of transitioning towards what you see in a development agreement in front of you, whether it's our AED program, the state laws that are being put upon us multiple times every year. There are forces to move us toward where development agreements would replace those processes. So it's not so much a matter of it's a development agreement or it's AUD. I just see all of our processes transitioning over the next few years to kind of move towards a remedy that a development agreement would apply, but eventually they're just going to be our normal processes. You know, I like the architecture. I like the addition of the inclusionary. I have a ton of questions still about how this building looks, how it functions, looking around it, what to put on this term sheet. My biggest concern over the way I read our resolution and the disconnect between what I've read from the applicant is his, two things actually, is that our process calls for the initial package of that development agreement to be worked on by the community development director or his designee, to vet it against the general plan and our zoning ordinance and any other of our policies to make sure that it generally meets that. There's a timeline established, and then that report would go to Planning Commission for their 2 cents on it in a public hearing. And then there's another timeline, and then it would come from council. Somewhere in between the community development starting the process, whoever that is, the community development director designee, and the Planning Commission, I believe we need to require a visit to the ABR. I believe we need to require a process with the ABR. I'm not giving up our established processes of architecture, size, bulk, and scale, and how it fits in an area, and letting the applicant determine that and not giving ABR an opportunity to work on that. I'm willing to talk about footprint. I'm willing to talk about height. I'm willing to talk generally about size, bulk, and scale, but those details need to be worked out by ABR in the process, and they shouldn't be relegated to telling ABR they have to accept what they're given, and it shouldn't be relegated to telling ABR they only get one visit with the applicant. It should be a reasonable amount of time and a normal visit through the ABR process. Those to me are the starting requirements on my term sheet. And then after that, it's just a bunch of details. I'm interested in what the rent projections will be for all mixes, plus the inclusionary, plus the households. I'm interested in more detail. I can't remember the detail because I was in the room on the Ortega, the dead end Ortega Street, if that's still a give up of city property to benefit the project, if they need it, if they don't need it, a reminder of what it looks like. I want more information on the mix of units as to what they actually look like, and probably some discussion from the applicant on why studios aren't part of a normal mix of inclusionary housing. I don't see any mention in the development agreement city document that talks about the process and the fees associated with the process. So the visits to ABR, the visits to Planning Commission, there's discussion in there on fees for negotiations with the applicant, but not the process. So I'd love to know more about that. And then, the only other goofy idea I have, if those weren't goofy enough, is I'd also be interested in hearing what the other council members are interested in, maybe assigning a liaison to the project, a city council liaison to follow it through the negotiations, the visit to ABR, and the visit to Planning Commission, and which would be a 2.5 month process on the timeline I see, and then being able to report back on our weekly meetings as a liaison on how it's going, what's come up, what are some issues we'll see, just so, again, at the end of 3 months, we don't see an elephant when we thought we were going to see a giraffe and there was no warning. And the burden on us is to approve something that's got 3 months worth of vetting and effort and resources put into it, but it doesn't look at all like what we thought it was going to look like. In general, I'm very intrigued and supportive of development agreements. They are by design going to take a lot of the uncertainty out of the process that's been the bane of our community development process for the past several years. And not only do they give the applicant greater flexibility, but it also gives the city greater flexibility in the requirements that we can place in getting considerations from that project. So it's truly a two-way street. I think once you start to get down into the weeds on this and get details. And certainly I am 100% agreement with the applicant that the goal here is to put them through a process that does not increase the cost of the housing that they're going to produce. Our number one job should be to help them with a process that keeps the cost of that rental housing and the subsequent rents it will charge at the lowest amount it can be. I have pages and lists of questions and concerns, but those I think are my key ones. So I'd be interested in hearing what everybody else has to say, and then eventually also hearing what Mr. Casey or Mr. Colon have to offer once they hear all our comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Well, let me repeat them back to you, Mr. Jordan. You want ABR review.
Oh, I don't want, I'm suggesting. Thank you.
Okay, for the term sheet, you want to know the rents on the units, and then you want this development agreement to follow the parameters as described in the resolution. I missed that part. You were talking about the community development department or director or designee.
So the resolution says the process starts right now with the community development director or his designee. And so that person runs it through, like Mr. Gorin can correct me, but I would assume that's basically like you're turning in a project for the first time, and they're going to vet it and raise any flags for the general plan or zoning or building codes, whatever that may be. Then,
Okay.
and then the ordinance says you go to planning commission. So I'm saying that's not going to work for me that way. There needs to be a visit to the ABR, like a normal functioning board review, to look at the architecture, the way it fits. But I think the message I would give to them is I'm okay with the height. I'm kind of okay with the one view that I've seen, and you know, the size, bulk, and scale. This is what you guys do when your architect and their architect get together. You can talk about that, but I think clearly our role is to send the message that there's a building footprint and there's a box, and we like that form. Now you guys go play with the form a little bit, as long as you don't take away from its ultimate use, which is a small amount of commercial and a large amount of residential and a significant amount of inclusionary housing. Does that make sense?
It does, and I'm also wanting review by ABR. So there's two of us that want that, and I'm trying to keep a list of what you want in terms of what comes back on the term sheet. So
okay, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Jordan, thank you. Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. These questions is for Mr. City Attorney. I have a question for you.
Mr. Kalan, please.
Hello, hello. Hi. So Mr. Jordan just mentioned about a liaison. Since I was the one that brought up the 2-person memo with Mr. Friedman, would that eliminate me to be part of this committee, or would I be able to be part of this review process committee since it's in my district?
That's up to the council, Councilmember Gutierrez. No, you wouldn't be automatically eliminated.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Other council members want to give their opinion? Ms. Snedden?
Madam Mayor, are we also talking about things that we would want on the term sheet?
Well, sure. You didn't seem like you wanted to go for the development agreement because it started with an AUD project. But if you're saying you want to.
Well, I mean, I may be in the minority, but I would still, if it's moving forward, I would have things that I would want negotiated for.
Well, this is the time. I'm taking notes. Go ahead.
The extra 7 feet, it's not just those slant roofs. The two pictures showed a 4th story on the left side of the building. So the extra height, I want to negotiate that down as much as possible. And maybe some more open space in there, maybe 25% inclusionary if we're going that route, and longer than the 55-year covenant on those. If we're trading all of this for affordability, I want actual affordability. And I'm not real clear. I mean, we've heard reference to this being for teachers or for police, but it's not really clear to me how that works with this particular project. Is there a lottery? Is that elementary school teachers, high school teachers?
Let's ask Ms. Brooke or Mr. Kalan whether how this would happen without a charge of housing discrimination, right? Because that's always the question is.
No, housing authority can do that, but how does this project do that?
Yeah, how would it happen? Mr. Kalan, thank you.
I haven't been asked to look at that, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Snedden. I imagine that we would inquire of the housing authority. I believe employer-sponsored housing can work in this manner. I don't know the details of employee-sponsored housing, so I would say that I am somewhat confident that this could be accomplished if the council wants teacher and whatever kind of housing you're specifying.
I would want to push as very hard as possible. If we're going this route for development agreement, then I do not want the current approved AUD to be the baseline. I think that some concessions would have to be made with that. It's not a fair negotiating point to say, well, we could do this And so if you want anything from us, you just have to negotiate it away. So that would be my recommendation there. And really the only reason I'm even entertaining this idea at all is because of this very sweeping statement about it preferentially benefiting teachers and police officers, and for community benefit reasons for our children, for all number of reasons that we've been talking about, especially lately with community policing and with teachers living in the community, nurses, any of those. But I haven't heard details on that. And I guess my real issue with all of this is how many unknowns there are. It's a very thin place to start as a negotiation. So I'm not entirely opposed to a development agreement, but if this is our one opportunity to flesh that all out, I really feel not prepared to negotiate on this field at this point without knowledge of how that inclusionary is being done and how many units and who that's applying to and how that will be determined. That type of thing seems a deal breaker to me, what those are. So I would just push for the most affordability possible. And that extra height, you know, it's the back side of the junior high. And the junior high has that field, that big open space, and that's where so many kids who don't have other outdoor options go. And this is now going to be completely blocking their view of the mountains. It's already the project was going to do that, and this additional height just makes it more so. And even if it's the most beautiful building, it's still a building and not the mountains or the sky. And it will forever change the Milpas corridor. And it's right at that corner there where that extra parking and extra car traffic is an issue. So all of this really depends to me on what the final outcome is. And if it doesn't actually address affordability, then it's going to end up gentrifying the neighborhood rather than creating opportunities. And that's what I'm most concerned about, is that you'll get 16 units, but the rest of them will be out of range and will drive up the other prices in the area as well.
Okay, those are good points. Our negotiators would need to come back with us on how that preference would be accomplished, the preference for teachers and police officers as described in the overture from the developer. And we'll see if other people chime in that they want 25% affordability or longer affordability period. That's your wish list. We'll hear what other people have to say. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When going back to Ms. Sneddon's question about if this housing is going to go to teachers or first responders, I actually asked that question to the property owners. How do you guarantee this? And he said, well, I'm actually coming to you because I need your help in connecting me with the proper person that I can talk to in the district to propose this project. And I connected them with a school board member, and they're going to look into it. I also asked them, okay, so have you reached out to other first responders? And they are also in communication with the police department and the officers there, because they want to make sure that they are doing this portion of affordable housing in the most legal way that they can, without having to come across as like they're discriminating anybody. So they are doing their homework, because this is the question that I asked. And again, I'm not going to put my name on a project that I'm not certain that they're actually doing their homework. And I think this development agreement is also to hold them accountable to the ideas that they have brought up to council. And I also just want to remind everybody that today it's just a day to say, yes, we're going to go with this development agreement, and we have a chance to lead on this project and bring up these proposals, or we can just not and then they're going to, at the end of the day, they're not going to, they can do what they want. And I think that was very clear.
I turned my camera off. I don't see anyone else popping up, and I would say that those of us that have had more land use experience, that we do want to take this opportunity to ask for what we wanted. So my two major concerns were that we don't set a precedent for developers and builders to think that they can circumvent our process by doing development agreements. And I think that's pretty clear. We are working through some issues with our community development department, but because this project is already approved and we know what it is, and these are benefits, I'm looking at these as benefits. What's being projected, the change of the architecture and the adding of the income restricted units, even though it's not low and very low income, we do need that moderate 80% to 120 AMI housing income level. So the questions that I had wanted, my standards were public review. So if it's going to ABR, if it's going to Planning Commission, then I'm satisfied on those 2 points. I'm happy that it's Mr. Kalan and Mr. Casey, and I'm also happy that the term sheet is coming back to us so that we can take a look at that. So I think our negotiators have been listening to Mr. Jordan and Ms. Sneddon about their what they want to see in a development agreement that comes back to us. So, and then that piece, we do want to hear back how the preference would be made to teachers and other critical workforce. I think I'm hearing that there is a majority of us who want to go forward as long as our concerns are addressed. So you might go and come back and, you know, I'm hearing from some people, well, if I'm not getting this, then I'm not really gonna like the outcome. But I'm glad that it'll go to ABR because that'll be a good, and I want a full ABR review. Mr. Friedman, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank my colleagues. I think all these are reasonable suggestions. I think we've had a good discussion and really over the last couple hours has brought this along. I'm supportive of all those. I also would say in terms of the height, that is negotiable down from the 52 if we could get that. And I would even say to Mr. Gorin, I know you're listening, if there is a way to even bring it below 45, if there is a way, consider it. I'm not going to hold it to that, but just consider it because I think it would go towards the community, but that's for later discussion. The only other thing I would add is it's a minor thing, but it has to do with some of the neighboring properties that would experience construction impacts, just to ensure that we address where construction vehicles would be parked and where they would be going up and down. A couple of the businesses in the area had concerns about the use of Ortega Street and impacts on their businesses. So just want to flesh that out as well for that. So, but overall, I appreciate the comments from my colleagues, and I look forward to seeing the term sheet back. I think there's a lot to discuss, but we've moved in a good direction over the course of this meeting to have more transparency for the public and to hopefully get a better project with some affordable units.
Great. Mr. Jordan, did you want to craft a motion for us?
Absolutely not. I had another question.
Then
Sorry.
go ahead with your question.
So actually, Mr. Casey, I'd just like you to come out of hiding for a second and help me recap, help me.
I wouldn't say he's hiding. He's been here the whole
I
time,
know.
Mr. Jordan. Thank
But
you.
I just like, if you would help me recap basically how what you've heard will work into what kind of process. It'll obviously be at least 3 weeks before this comes back on a term sheet. And then you will have either a vacant community development director or an interim community development director. So could you walk me through how you see this working out over the various stages in this thing we're making?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, and I'll ask our, Mr. Kahlon to join with me to make sure we're in sync, because this is unusual, and that's fine. And I think that what many of you have said, that this project and kind of where it is in the process and what it's gone through has made it a little unusual. And so I think taking a development agreement approach, there is some value in that. And I think it also kind of corrals everyone kind of coming with the development agreement approach in the future. So here's what I'm thinking I'm hearing, and want to make sure that Mr. Kahlon is hearing the same thing as me. Since we're your negotiators, we want to be on the same team. First, a short turnaround on a term sheet. And I think that's a really good idea. That allows us to go meet with the project team, put some ideas down on paper, and bring that process back of what we think goes into a development agreement and what that development agreement process is. So that's step one. And then step two is the development agreement process of going to planning commission and then back to council. And what I'm hearing is that as part of that step, you want to check in with ABR as well. And I think there's value to that, because if you're going to be kind of committing to a process as part of the development agreement, I think having had a check-in with ABR, who I think are better gifted to kind of look at the new proposal and the Spanish design. And if Mr. Gorin saying that, 52 feet is for some of the architectural elements, but most of the building mass is lower than that, they're able to kind of evaluate that and give you a comfort in that regard, which I think would be helpful as well. And then the development agreement, it's negotiation between the city and the developer, and there are gives and takes, and there are things that both sides get out of the development agreement. What the city gets is the affordability level and those other issues we can check out about, is there a way for a private developer to give favored status to police officers and teachers? I'm not sure, but we can certainly look at that and figure it out by the time we come back. But then what the developer is going to be looking for is some certainty in the process. And that's not an unreasonable request as well. And so what I see is term sheet, and then development agreement goes through its required process, including a stop at ABR once, and then back to council. And then whatever is agreed upon in that development agreement is how the project then moves forward to execution. And at that point, I maybe want to stop and see if Mr. Kahlon is agreeing with my summation of how it kind of works.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Casey. I think the way you've described it is exactly right. And I think the council's addition of a term sheet is excellent in order to get everybody on the same page in a very brief period of time.
So the only question I have in that process is reading the 1980s ordinance or whatever, is that who's going to do, once you have this term sheet, you send it off, you guys negotiate, but then who does the vetting on general plan, zoning, building ordinance, that kind of thing? Because there is a stop called out there at community development. So you would see it going there before ABR, right?
Go ahead.
Well, the staff analysis, two things. We've had preliminary discussions around that, no answers. But secondly, starting with an approved project has some advantages in terms of doing the policy analysis against all of our planning rules. And I expect that will enable planning staff to work far more quickly on those issues than normally.
I would agree with that.
And then the expectation is that we would not be looking at something that didn't go through that process before it went to ABR and Planning Commission and us. There would be some process there that vets that against like a pre-app or whatever, that vets it against the city's rules, regulations, and ordinances and stuff. But to your case in point, much of that has already been done with a look-alike building, so it shouldn't be too hard, right?
Yes, the absolute bond made to the community is consistency with the general plan.
Okay.
You cannot approve a development agreement inconsistent with the general plan. The policy analysis on the zoning can be adjusted as needed, but as I said, that analysis will be facilitated because we have an existing approved
Okay.
project.
Sure, I'm way too down in the weeds on this. Madam Mayor, I'd be happy to make that motion to initiate the start of a development agreement as per the presentation we got today and according to the comments that we have provided both the applicant and staff.
Very good. And Mr. Jordan, I'm wondering if you would act as the liaison on the project, having come from the Planning Commission and being so experienced. Actually, I would prefer no liaison from the City Council. I think Casey and Kalan can handle it without us introducing any politics, if I could say it
I'm
like
good with that. It was I didn't hear anybody else really latch on to that suggestion, and it falls under my no good deed goes unpunished kind of category. So I'd be happy to get away from that as quick as possible.
Okay, Mr. Friedman, your thoughts?
I
A
agree with
second?
that. I agree with that assessment of no liaison. I think it makes it cleaner going forward. So, and I will second the motion.
Okay, Ms. Gorman, did you need any other clarification on the motion? I think it went to Mr. Casey's description about he and Mr. Kalan taking the lead, coming back very quickly with or a quick turnaround on a term sheet. And Mr. Casey, did you want to flesh that out a little bit more for the motion? You think, okay, Ms. Gorman, are you ready to take a roll call vote? Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
May I just ask a quick question? If we move this forward at this point, and so then it would still need 5 of us to approve the final development agreement. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. And then when the term sheet comes back and let's just say we disagree with every single point on it, what would happen at that point?
Mr. Casey?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. The term sheet is another step in to get direction from council. If the majority of the council doesn't want to proceed at that point, they cannot proceed. Hopefully we're bringing back a term sheet that's kind of meeting your expectations, but full discretion still stays with council at 2 key points, term sheet direction, and then when the development agreement comes back to you after having gone to planning commission and a check-in to ABR.
Thank you.
Thanks. If you would take a roll call vote, please, Ms. Clerk.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, and I have a, please jump in to correct as it should be. A motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman for Mr. Kalan and Mr. Casey to take the lead on negotiation of a term sheet with a quick turnaround. And according, per the comments provided to applicants and staff by council.
It's to negotiate the development agreement with a quick turnaround on a term sheet as a first step.
One moment, please. Very good. One more time. Motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman for Mr. Kalan and Mr. Casey to take the lead on negotiation of the development agreement with quick negotiation of a term sheet as the first step. Okay.
And incorporating the comments that were made by the city council members in their deliberative comments.
Very good. And incorporating the comments made by council members in their deliberative comments. Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. Roll call on that motion. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon is absent. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden,
Yes.
and Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous with six of us agreeing. Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and close that item. And I'm tempted to take a break, but let's see if we can go forward with the last item on our agenda. As a matter of agenda management, we are rescheduling the closed sessions. So we need to go directly to the question of, for the 4th of July weekend, will we close our beaches? We had some discussion at a special meeting that started at 2 o'clock this morning or this afternoon, when we had an update from county public health and county officials who talked to us and told us that the public health officer is not closing the beaches countywide. But we've had some concern from the public that because Los Angeles County and Ventura County are closing their beaches, that maybe we should do the same. We had some council members who were supportive of that. We had other council members who didn't want to go against the public health officer and had a differing opinion about the transmission of the virus, that it didn't happen outdoors. So I think I've set the stage, and we might have public comment speakers for this, as we previewed it earlier today. Ms. Gorman, do you see people? I mean, we would need a motion and something to grab onto, but I guess I'm just taking your temperature to see if there's people who are waiting in the wings. Ms. Clerk, are there people?
Madam Mayor, there are 4 people who have raised their hand at this point. About 29 people have registered as attendees, but several were here for earlier items also.
Okay. So Ms. Snedden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Did you say that you needed a motion now before we opened discussion, or did you want public comment first?
I think we should go to public. No, let's Mr. Casey.
I might have
what's your-
misunderstood you. I thought you said you needed a motion to, no, okay. Public comment.
Yeah, my recommendation would do public comment first. That might inform the motion that you might want to make. There's no need to have a motion prior to public comment.
Okay, that makes good sense. If that was fine, if everyone was in agreement with my presentation of the matter at hand. We'll go to public comment. Ms. Clerk, thank you.
Very good. Our first speaker is Daniel Fishbein. Daniel Fishbein, followed by Damian Gallagher. Daniel Fishbein, please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. We've heard a lot of criticism of people not following public health recommendations in this country. You've had a pretty clear statement from your public health experts about the beaches. And my suggestion would be that we follow their suggestion. There are huge benefits to people being outdoors, and all the data suggests the risk of transmission outdoors is vastly lower than the risk of transmission indoors. And given the late hour, that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you for your brevity. We'll go to the next speaker, but I'll invite my city council members to be with their cameras on for public comment. Thank you, Ms. Clerk.
Our next speaker is Damian Gallagher, then Natasha Torodovic, Richard Clausen, Anna Marie Gott, and not Richard Clausen twice. Next is Damian Gallagher. Damian Gallagher, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, appreciate this moment to speak to you guys. And I want to acknowledge the difficulty of these decisions around closing our beaches and what not to do here. I believe that we should not close our beaches on the 4th of July, and in a way that would possibly set a precedent for closing our beaches in the future. and that the beaches is an important place that where people can go for sunlight and fresh air and to get outside, where they can practice social distancing and still get to exercise and do something nice for themselves and their families, especially on the 4th of July weekend. I also agree with the previous person in that there is no evidence that being outside that the COVID-19 actually transmits in outside. Actually, it's shown that COVID-19 is spreading more in offices and in workplaces and in the homes. So I feel like there is not a threat here to our public health and public safety. So I urge you, Madam Mayor and council members, to keep our beaches open for 4th of July for the well-being of our community. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Natasha Torodovic, then Richard Clausen, Anna Marie Gott, and Ted Mills. Natasha Torodovic, please go ahead.
All right, so if everyone was abiding by the mask request and social distancing, physically distancing by 6 feet, I say, yeah, sure, keep everything open, let's keep doing things. But people are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I have, while walking with my mask, mentioned to some people that I'd passed saying, hey, you know, we've got a thing, we've got to be wearing your mask. And there's some people who are still, despite the amount of time we've had this COVID thing, still confused and baffled, and they don't really know. And other people are just flaunting that, thinking it's just, you know, nonsense. So I agree with closing the beaches. I mean, I've walked down State Street during the farmer's market. There's signs everywhere, and there are people walking without masks right in front of the signs, thinking no big deal, and nobody's stopping them. And nobody's asking them to wear a mask. So there's just this kind of arrogant behavior that we get to do whatever the heck we want. And people get COVID when they're close to other people who are carrying the virus. So they're getting it in houses, they're getting it in restaurants, because that's where people are congregating who are infected and who are spreading it. And if they were infected and they were spreading it, and they were touching lampposts, and they were touching banisters, and they were touching other things that other people would touch, then they would get it as well. So we start collecting people en masse in various areas who are sick, and there's no way to know if they are or not until it's full blown. We're not going to be able to protect ourselves. So the best way we can protect ourselves is to keep people away from people who are carrying the virus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Richard Clausen. Richard Clausen, please go ahead.
Can you speak louder?
Wow.
Oh, there. Go ahead.
First, I want to commend Council Members Oster, Gutierrez, Snedden, and Jordan, plus Ms. Gorman, all of whom have been going since Ordinance Committee this morning. You get some sort of medal, I think, for that. But to the issue of the beaches, I think that the city of Santa Barbara's beaches are the big dog among the county's tourist beaches. And the county should be consulting with you guys on your plans for closing the beach rather than the other way around. People who come for open air beaches don't stay on beaches where it may be relatively safe. They go to more dangerous enclosed spaces like bars and restaurants. So I don't think that you can just think about beachgoers. I'm in favor of closing the beaches. And by saying that, I'm also concerned for nearby beaches in Carp and Summerlin, and Montecito, and Goleta, and Isla Vista, which may be county beaches and may catch the overflow from closed Santa Barbara City beaches. But nonetheless, I think that you should close the parking, you should close the beaches. And I think that a separate motion should be devoted to closing the parks or the trails. I'm not sure that those all should be bundled together and might be handled separately. But whatever you do to decrease beach attendance, it will be an improvement over doing nothing. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good evening, council members. So yesterday we had 6,000 die in the state of California. Those were all COVID victims. Today we had the most number of COVID cases to date. I don't think that we need anything more than that to know that we need to do whatever we can to prevent people from coming from Los Angeles, Ventura, Orange County, Riverside, San Luis Obispo to Santa Barbara for 4th of July. We do need to close our beaches. We do need to close the parking lots. And I would really urge you to consider having a closing time for businesses, because the longer people are in areas like the funk zone, the more alcohol they drink. And when you drink alcohol, your inhibitions decrease. And if anyone has walked anywhere on State Street or the funk zone, you will see not only people who are not wearing masks, but people that have literally, forgotten that they are supposed to be socially distancing. And some of those people are under the influence. Those areas are the biggest areas in Santa Barbara where we have problems with alcohol. And I would really urge you to consider putting a time limit on. But I also would urge you to really think about how people behave at parks and at beaches. They bring picnics, they share utensils. They might share sunscreen, towels, chairs, and everything else. And it's about touching different articles and then catching the virus. It's not just about what's in the air. So we really do need to think about those things as well. And I would really urge you to shut the beaches, shut the parking lots, reduce the hours of operation through the entire weekend, and limit the parks or just shut them entirely as well. We have a pandemic on our hands, and it is accelerating the transmission is what we're worried about. And we have been accelerating the transmission since Memorial Day because we have not been taking the most basics of steps, which is enforcement. We are letting people go into grocery stores, retail operations, and downtown without ensuring they're wearing a mask. And we have made this problem, or maybe I should say you have, and it's time to fix it. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ted Mills, then Roseanne Crawford. Ted Mills, please go ahead.
I'm unmuted. Hey. Good evening, everybody. It's been a long day. As someone with 2 loved ones who work in the funk zone, I am adamantly for the closing of the beaches this July 4th weekend. To keep these beaches open while Los Angeles County has closed theirs already, and with cases spiking all over California, it sounds negligent to me, if not downright crazy, to do this. For those who say the beaches are nice and outdoors, so that's okay, I just look at Florida and how their cases spiked. Look at Bournemouth in the UK. That's just crazy. So the workers in our service industry deserve to be safe, and any of them that gets infected with COVID runs the risk of passing it on to their loved ones at home. We need to shut down bars and wineries on a busy weekend in the funk zone, especially. There really is no difference between a winery and a bar. As a previous caller and others have pointed out, it's not just out-of-towners intentionally not wearing masks, it's locals as well. I sit on my porch every day, and I can say that right now, just looking at the street, I'm seeing around 20% of people wearing masks. Everyone else is just gone back to normal. Even with masks on, people do not adhere to social distancing. People are very close to each other in stores and such. It's a very dangerous situation, and wishing and hoping that people are going to do the right thing is not a plan in any way. Neither are we staffed enough or those people are paid enough to police people's behavior regarding masks. You just have to look on Twitter at any day to see how people deal with being told to wear a mask. It's not worth that danger. And lastly, it feels like, just listening to this, it feels like we're treating it like this is a new problem, like we don't know what to do, but like, just let's look at other countries to see how they have dealt with this. I mean, let's look at Los Angeles, call them up and ask how they're planning to close the beaches. I'm sure they figured it out. So we don't have to reinvent things. And lastly, we have to realize that lives are more important than profit. Thank you.
Thank you. Another speaker?
Madam Mayor, our last speaker is Roseanne Crawford. Roseanne Crawford, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council. Closing the beach and limiting large open space for the holiday weekend is not the answer. People will still come and congregate in much larger concentrations. So it's actually safer to leave all the beaches open. We're hearing a lot of what ifs and commentary. Let's look at the facts. The ICU numbers are flat. Public health has not mandated closure, and they're very conservative. Don't take away people's freedom of choice, particularly in this time of stress. If people are not comfortable going out, stay home. You cannot begin to compare the problems with State Street and people not wearing masks, which I 100% agree with the open spaces on the beach. Do something that makes sense, honor the data, keep our beaches open. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. If there's no other speakers, Ms. Clerk, I'll close public comment.
Madam Mayor, there is one additional speaker who just raised their hand.
This will
Jeff
be the last
Mawson.
person. Thank you.
Very good. Jeff Mawson, please go ahead.
Hi, actually, it's Jane Mawson, and I just thank you very much for making the time for me to be able to include myself at the end. But while I'm really grateful for the beaches being open this entire time, because I go every day and I walk and I swim and I love it, but the bottom line is it's just sensibility. LA has closed their beaches. Ventura has closed their beaches. So where are all the people going to come from? They're going to come from all of those places, and they're going to pack our beaches, and they're going to pack our stores and our gas stations and our ATMs, and it just doesn't make sense. If it was any other weekend, fine, but it's not. It's July 4th. We all know what happens July 4th. People party, they drink, and they have a good time, and that's what they want, and I don't blame them. And no, everybody wants to have a good time, but the fact of the matter is that with all those other places closed and us just having our beaches open, we're going to get inundated and we're going to pay a price, and it's irresponsible. I'm sorry, it just is flat out irresponsible. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close public comment. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and open up the floor for discussion. Ms. Snedden, you look like you're first in line over there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just from our discussion earlier today, to me, it's not about transmission in the open air at the beach on a regular day and in our community. People are enjoying the beach safely, and we've been able to keep them open. This is more about on a holiday weekend and with all the other beaches in the area. Since our earlier meeting, now it's confirmed that Ventura has closed their beach. We're going to be a magnet, and not just at the beaches, but who's coming to the beaches will then be at the gas stations, in the hotels, and congregating elsewhere in our community at the grocery stores and everywhere. I want to act in a way that works with the council will and respectfully with the mayor. If it comes to just closing the parking lots at least that. But I feel very strongly that we need to close the beaches for one weekend. I feel like we know too much. We know what Memorial Day was like, and that was just with the LA beaches closed. We know what will happen, that we will have masses of people coming to the beaches on a holiday weekend. I feel like with that knowledge, we need to act proactively, and it's the pathways down to the beaches that are narrow. So we can wait for discussion. I would like to make the motion to close the beaches, and if there isn't support for that, then at the very, very least to close the parking lots to the beaches. But I think we need to send a strong message to all the surrounding areas that Santa Barbara Beach is not the one open beach in Southern California.
Okay, let's hear from other people. Mr. Friedman, your opinion?
Thank you. When it was Los Angeles County and Ventura County, as I understand it, closed their beaches. That's all their beaches. I would support it if the county came out and said they were closing the county beaches. But if they don't, then we run into an issue where people are still going to come here, and they will, because the other beaches are open. Arroyo Burro is basically, for all intents and purposes, it's a city beach because it's surrounded by the city, but it's a county beach. It's county property. If we just close the beaches, speaking of we know what people will do for Memorial Day, we know what people will do. They're going to come here because all the other beaches are open in the county. And they'll come to Santa Barbara and they'll see the beaches are closed. And what are they going to do? They're not going to go home. They're going to go right down to State Street. And we're going to have a mass of people on State Street close together, or the Funk Zone, drinking alcohol, who might otherwise be at the beaches. And so that's the trade-off. We know that people are going to go other places. If we make a motion today just to close the beaches, then we need to make in the same motion to close the trails and to close the parks. Because again, we know people will go there. And if you're talking about the beaches, if you send people to the trails, there's no social distancing on the trails in some places. We had a comment earlier that somebody went to the trails and people aren't wearing masks. So we will knowingly close beaches and send people to the trails where there's lack of social distancing. We get emails all the time about the Mission Rose Garden Park. So we know people will go there. So that's the trade-off, is by closing the beaches without the county doing it as well, the people are still gonna come from other areas, and we will knowingly send people into places where they will congregate in tighter groups and increase the transmission. So this is not a black or white issue. There's a lot of gray area here, and there will be unintended consequences. The other issue I brought up before is that the residents of Allen Road will have much more severe impacts than probably anybody else in the city because of Arroyo Burro Beach. It's already going to have impacts, but you have that as basically the only city beach that's open. That neighborhood will have impacts, and people driving around it, people walking around it. If we don't close the parks, people will go up to the Douglas Preserve and impact the Mesa. So I would urge my colleagues to consider the unintended consequences of us closing the beach, but not the county. We will also put the residents of Montecito at greater risk, the residents of Summerlin, and the residents of Carpinteria, as well as the residents of IV. And as far as closing the parking lots, we saw what happened when Carpinteria did that back on Memorial Day. All that does is people will come to town and they will park in the neighborhoods and still go to the beaches. So if there is a motion today in terms of public health to close the beaches, then the motion needs to include closing the trails and closing the parks. Otherwise, you're just shifting the problem and could be making it worse. So that's my comments.
Thanks. Mr. Gutierrez, your thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I feel like we need to do as much as possible to protect our residents, and deterring people from coming into our community during a pandemic is one thing that we should most definitely do. Like one of the callers mentioned earlier, it's not just the beaches, it's the bathrooms, it's the gas stations, the stores, the bars that they're going to be going to. If we follow suit as the other neighboring counties, then the entire region is going to know to just stay at home. But if we don't do that, then they're going to feel like, oh, well, we can get away with it in Santa Barbara. And I don't feel comfortable with that. I don't think it's right. And I don't think it's safe. And yeah, so I'm in support of closing the beaches. If you feel like closing the parks is something we should also do, then I'm for it as well. Whatever keeps our residents safe.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, we haven't heard from you.
Probably thought I wasn't here anymore, huh? Thought I wasn't here, huh?
I knew you were there. Go ahead.
And so I guess I had my say earlier. I am emotionally, I'm all for protecting. I can match up with Eric's home resume as to the type of household we have and the steps we have to take to stay safe. But I don't think it's enforceable. I think it's a nice plan. It's not enforceable. I think his points are, Mr. Friedman's points are very valid, that all you're going to do is shift the intensity and the use to other places that are even more constrained in space and availability. And I think, well, you guys have been seeing the same emails I've been seeing all day, and I just kind of have a cut and paste response. But at the end of that response, it's that this isn't a good, we have no good answer. And I personally, just like everybody else, have had to give up things due to my unease at being in certain situations. And I think if you're uneasy with going to a beach with people from out of town or people that aren't being appropriate, you can't go to the beach. You can't go to State Street. You can't go wherever. That's just one of the casualties of our life right now. I do not think we can enforce our way out of this. And I think everything else is a bluff that just won't be effective. So I'm not going to support a closure of anything at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, we heard from you earlier. If you wanted to speak up now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I still stand with my comments as before, that I think that we have to do as much as possible to protect our citizens. And I really respect all of the comments and concerns that everybody has. But ultimate, we'll take a vote. But I stand with Ms. Sneddon and with my colleagues. I'm really concerned. I mean, numbers don't lie. We were doing really well, and things started to open up, and I don't know if we were being irresponsible, but we still have a lot of people that are not wearing masks. And we are a city that a lot of people like to come, and I don't blame them. But we're in the middle of a pandemic, and there's not a cure, and people are dying.
Okay, Ms. Sneddon.
So with that, Madam Mayor, I would like to make the motion to close the beaches, understanding that there may or may not be full support. I'm not sure, but I would like to make the motion, and to the comments about it being enforceable or not. I have confidence in us as a city. I think all these other places are closing their beaches. I don't see why we could be different than that. And to the county, we don't have control over the county, but I would hope that they would take the lead if we were to close our beaches, that they would also close theirs as well. So I'd like to make the motion to close our beaches for the 4th of July weekend.
Is there a second?
I would like to second it.
Okay, a second from Ms. Gutierrez. I won't be supporting the motion. I believe in the expertise of our county public health officer. If the county beaches are open and ours are closed, that would drive people to the Miramar and the Butterfly and to Arroyo Burro Beach, and that would crowd those beaches. Our East Beach has lots of space. I heard our staff earlier today talking about patrolling. I hear Harbor Patrol, the lifeguards, the firefighters, the ambassadors. We had a whole list of people. I'm forgetting the park rangers. We will have people patrolling our beach to make sure that everyone is social distancing as we have all this time. And it's also a philosophy of public access to the waterfront that I cannot vote against. So thank you for the discussion and for all the people who have given public comment, but we'll take a roll call vote. Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, I just have a question kind of in the phrase of a substitute motion that I don't want to make, but it's just a question. And the worst thing that would happen would be to wake up tomorrow and find out that the county has changed its mind and it's going to close their beaches. It's only Tuesday. And so I'm just curious and would pose to my fellow council members if that motion could be that that we would close the beaches if between now and Friday, the county closed the beaches. And what you would think about that.
I think we could make that a separate motion after we see how this one goes.
Okay.
So let's do that.
That's kind of my nightmare thought, is to wake up in a day and the county just kind of throws the wrench in the works for us and closes their beaches, and all of a sudden we truly are the only beach open. So very well.
Ms. Clerk, Mr. Casey.
Just, Madam Mayor, for council and the public's clarification, I think if the county were to move on closing the beaches, it would be under a public health order and it would apply countywide. I think it's unlikely that the county would just close the county beaches and not have it under that public health umbrella. And as we've seen in other conversations that have gone like this, that have taken on kind of statewide, don't know if the governor is going to step in the next couple of days or not and do something more on a statewide basis. So
thank you. Thank you for that. So let's just withdraw my thought. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Gorman, please.
This is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez to close the city beaches for the 4th of July weekend. Councilmember Harmon is not present. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
No.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
No.
And Mayor Murillo.
No. So that's a 3-3 vote. It doesn't pass. And we will stand by if the county public health director or the governor of California makes an edict in the next couple of days before the 4th of July holiday, and then we would follow that order. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just, I know how counterintuitive it feels to put on restrictions on Independence Day, but in Santa Barbara in particular, I brought it up months ago that there's a street called Quarantina, which is, it was named that because of its history of having to quarantine in the past and protect its residents. And I'm just wondering is there any way we can make an amendment or substitute motion to close down at least the parks or something, if not the beaches? Or is that time gone?
You can make any motion that you like, Mr. Gutierrez, at this point.
Yeah, well, I'd like to make a motion to at least close the parks down.
Is there a second for that motion, colleagues? Mr. Gutierrez, I don't hear a second on that, and I appreciate you making the motion and your effort to do that. Thank you everyone for this discussion. Thank you to the public commenters. And like I said, we will stand by for county public health or the governor to take other action in that matter. So we have, we will be rescheduling our closed sessions, and the next time this body meets is July 21st. We are in a 2-week summer break. Ms. Nedden, you wanted to report on your liaison assignments? Thank you for reminding me before we close. Go ahead, please. Let us know your report.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. A few items of interest at HLC this week. There was consideration of a conditional use permit by the Bellasguardo estate that was favorably received. So some of you may be interested in reviewing that meeting. Parks and Recreation meeting, updates on summer camps and programs, which I know many people are asking about. And also a thorough discussion of the Mission Street Jacarandas. So that's another place we've received a lot of emails on that. So there's more detailed information in that meeting, and also participated in the regional legislative call.
Are there any other reports from the council? Mr. Friedman?
Madam Mayor, I attended the Central Coast Water Authority monthly meeting. We discussed changes potentially coming up for the new Delta Conveyance project that is underway. And that's a major undertaking that we're still working on. So more to come on that. And this week's social distancing playlist song is Motley Crue, Don't Go Away Mad, Just Go Away.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. I attended a REACH business-focused conversation put on by the REACH program, which is focused on business. And the governor's Go Biz program is opening a Central Coast office. And one of their projects is the Space Command and other space activities in the Lompoc area. Our youth responders group, which is a youth violence prevention program, will be giving out sandwiches this Friday evening to youth bicyclists who are on the streets, and we're trying to get them connected to the community service projects that are sponsored by the youth responders. They give out food as part of the food bank distribution. Adams Angels is another group, and they also work for Care for Paws. So we're trying to give our teens something to do in the summer, and it started during the pandemic. So thank you, and we will adjourn this meeting. We'll see you all July 21st. Thank you.